The story begins from the perspective of a young gunslinger named Thomas. He was convinced that everything follows a sequence, and this pattern undoubtedly applies to shooting. In shooting, as in life, every step has its place. First come the eyes, then the fingers, then the breath, and last of all, of course, the waiting. Thomas hit the target again, not missing even by a millimeter, which surprised the sergeant, because he realized that the guy had hit the bullseye. After a successful shooting, Thomas's partner suggested cleaning up a bit. He then asked how many times he had missed in his career, if indeed they could be considered misses. Sergeant Thomas, smiling, replied that shooting every day and not firing at least 10 rounds was indeed very strange. They continued to collect boxes of ammunition when suddenly something went wrong. One of the boxes broke, and the sergeant found himself in a terrible state. He was lying there covered in blood. The partner, in a panic, shouted for Thomas to come to his senses, but he showed no signs of life. Thomas was confused, feeling how life can deceive you at the most unexpected moment. Thomas later found himself in a hospital room, lying on a bed, not understanding what had happened. The news was on TV, and they reported that one of the best soldiers at the military base was wounded. All they told him at that moment was not to worry, not to be sad, and not to be angry. He was also informed that he had a check to pay for the operation, after which he would be able to recover and continue his life. As it turned out, after this accident, Thomas's legs failed. He tried to learn to walk again, but he was doing extremely poorly. When his strength began to leave him, he hit the floor with his fist as hard as he could. His mother, who watched her son's unsuccessful attempts to get back on his feet, could not hold back her tears. However, Thomas still had no intention of giving up. After this disaster, the hero began to be tormented by terrible nightmares. In one of them, he walked through fire, and it seemed as if some unknown hands were reaching out after him, trying to grab him. He screamed, begged for help, and thoughts that he would not survive were spinning in his head. In this nightmare, he suddenly realized that he had no legs, and then someone unfamiliar touched his face and called him. When Thomas looked down, he suddenly saw that he had no lower body at all. It was an unfamiliar spirit of a woman who seemed to come from the darkness itself, and she asked him if he wanted to learn to walk again. She explained that if he signed a contract with her, she would make sure that he found his legs again and could stand up. Thomas couldn't believe that such a power could exist and that it could help him walk again. He felt his reality starting to crumble. Suddenly, Thomas woke up, not understanding where he was. Soon a young man approached him and asked if he had had another nightmare. Thomas, frightened, shouted that he was scared, and then the boy was offended that Thomas did not recognize him and did not understand what was happening. Then the boy asked why Thomas was so scared. Thomas explained that he was too tired and didn't notice how the boy carried him in his arms, because everything happened too quickly and his thoughts were confused. Thomas, completely bewildered, cried out sharply, asking what kind of device was in front of him. His brother, meanwhile, calmly explained to him that it was a virtual reality capsule, incredibly popular lately, and that he had built it especially for Thomas. Thomas, still in shock, started shouting, indignant at how his brother could buy such a thing without his knowledge and install it right in his room without consulting him. His brother replied that his aunt paid for the entire capsule, which was about 10 million won. Then the hero, surprised, could not understand where they could get such money. However, his brother calmed him down again, explaining that his aunt had bought this miracle device especially for him as a gift, and that everyone was worried about him. In addition, his brother added that not only was caring for him the main goal, but also that in the game itself, in which he now found himself, one could earn money. Despite all these words, Thomas still could not fully comprehend, since for him such a sum seemed something completely unattainable and absurd. His brother at one point hinted that perhaps Thomas, deep down, also wanted to learn to walk again. Thomas, not believing his ears, said that he would only be able to do this in his sleep. However, his brother Kay said with full confidence that he would help him, that he was ready to do everything possible, but now he needed to get into the game. Thomas, even more confused, shouted that he couldn't open anything and asked what kind of login they were talking about. In response, the system displayed a message confirming that his voice recognition was complete. This further confused the protagonist, who did not know what was happening around him. He couldn't understand how it all worked, what kind of system it was. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that he was inside a completely strange, unknown program in a completely different world. Thomas, Trying to reconstruct the logic of what was happening, came to the conclusion that perhaps he had fallen from some high place. Suddenly, something unusual caught his attention. He realized that he was standing on his feet, and now everything seemed to be back to how it was before. The hero froze in surprise when suddenly an incredibly bright light flashed in front of him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him, approached him warmly, and, smiling, greeted him as if he were a stranger. She blessed him for deciding to join the world of Midrose. Thomas, still not understanding what was happening, suddenly froze, feeling that he was catastrophically missing something. In desperation, he shouted that he was completely naked and immediately covered himself with his hands. The girl laughed, explaining to him that all newcomers from Southeast Asia behaved this way and that it was completely normal. She asked him to relax, explaining that she had already studied human anatomy many times and was therefore prepared for anything. Thomas, at first not understanding what was happening, eventually relaxed a little. He asked the girl if she and her colleagues were artificial intelligence, to which she confirmed with a smile. She continued by saying that in order to start a new life in Midrose, Thomas must choose a name for himself. Thomas thought for a moment and realized that she was asking him to come up with a new nickname. However, after some thought, he decided to use his real name and appearance. The girl was quite surprised by his decision, but to his surprise, she said that she could completely change his body, even his race if he wanted, and asked if he was going to change anything. Thomas, confident in his choice, responded that he felt completely confident in who he really was and that he wanted to walk through this world on his own 2 feet. The girl accepted his decision with respect, and at that moment the planet disappeared from her hands. She then congratulated Thomas on his first step into the new world of Midrose and wished him all the best in this new world. She added that she would look forward to meeting him again, and then disappeared. Suddenly, Thomas felt himself falling again and realized that he was currently flying down somewhere. At that moment, in another dimension, water was dripping cyclically. The girl with glowing red eyes watched everything that was happening with a smile. She said that there were 7 magic bullets, 6 of them would be directed where the shooter wanted, and the 7th would be directed by the devil. 6 bullets would hit the target, and the 7th would fly where he wanted. The shooter has weakened from the temptation to cast magic bullets, and soon they will meet at the gates of hell. Meanwhile, Thomas was still falling down and was already preparing himself for the fact that he was about to crash. But this time he landed on solid ground, and there was a noise and bustle all around him, as if the world was alive, real, and present. He looked around, and his surprise knew no bounds. He found himself in a real place, in the real world. The hero couldn't believe that it was just a game. Everything looked like the real world. The guy looked at himself and suddenly realized that his character was the one he had just created. The girl who was next to him asked if he was really satisfied with his current appearance, his physical appearance. She added that if he didn't like something, he could always change everything. To this, Thomas confidently replied that he was not going to take selfies or change anything just to look better. It was enough for him to simply be himself. The girl, laughing a little, but with obvious surprise in her voice, exclaimed that he had so much self-confidence that it was already beginning to resemble something like narcissism, and she could not help but admire his self-confidence. Thomas, sighing, shouted back that everything was completely wrong. He just wanted to feel his body again, his real body, the one that could once run and walk on real earth. He realized that in real life this was unavailable to him, but in this new world, in the world of Midrose, absolutely all possibilities were open to him. In this world, although it was virtual, the sensations were so real that they seemed genuine. Thomas realized that now he could not only walk, but also run, and this seemed incredible. He could again feel like a human being, in the fullest sense of the word. He never thought that he would be so happy just because he could move his legs with ease. Suddenly, a man standing behind him, quietly watching the whole scene, said that he had seen many newcomers in this place, in Candle Castle, but he had never met such a sincere and genuine stranger as Thomas. This man said that he helps all newcomers adapt to this new world full of amazing opportunities. Thomas suddenly realized that he was dealing with an NPC, a non-playable character, who was controlled either by a computer or a special magical wizard. So he immediately decided to ask what he needed to know in order to fully adapt to Midrose, because he didn't want to miss a single important aspect. The NPC, noticing his desire and clear intention to become a part of this world, confirmed with a smile that he would be happy to help him get settled and begin training. He said that at first he would tell him about what he needed to be especially careful with. He explained that people can't run forever, and that if Thomas doesn't rest on time, he won't be able to move at all, no matter how much he wants to. Thomas immediately understood that the NPC was talking about endurance. After this, the NPC added with a serious look that once Thomas had fully absorbed this information, they would be able to continue their training and journey through this amazing world. He pointed to a girl who was standing nearby with a basket full of apples and said that now he would go to her and take these apples. The man also said that he was going to touch the girl's breast. Thomas didn't understand what the NPC meant at first, but then he shouted loudly, declaring that this was illegal and that the police needed to be called immediately. The NPC then calmly admitted that it was indeed illegal, confirming that Midros had strict common sense, and if someone committed a crime, they would be immediately expelled from the city. The NPC added that there was a reward for catching a criminal in this world, and judging by the expression on his face, he was quite pleased that he had managed to once again explain the importance of following the laws. Thomas thought for a moment, and understanding the essence of what was happening, added that if the NPC did touch someone, he would be immediately thrown out of the city, and this could mean the end of the road for him without even completing his training. The NPC then explained that their next step was to head to the Northern Training Center, where Thomas would receive his next lesson. Thomas was a little unsure if everything in this game was really going well, but remembering that he needed to go north, he quickly found the right direction. Having warmed up, he was ready to continue his journey. With each step, he felt his self-confidence grow, and a new and exciting experience awaited him ahead. Suddenly, Thomas started running at an incredible speed. I felt how his mood rose against the background of new sensations. He was truly happy because finally, after much suffering, he could move. Now, with his new legs, he could go absolutely anywhere. When he started running, he immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. His speed was so amazing that everyone around could not believe their eyes watching him. A moment later, Thomas received a message from the system, notifying him that after 10 grueling runs, he would receive the Novice Runner achievement, which signified his successful completion of a certain milestone. Inspired by this, he continued moving, heading towards the training center, which at first glance seemed a little strange, but at the same time somehow familiar. The logo for this place was very similar to the coat of arms of his military unit. When Thomas reached the center, he was met by equipped men and given a wooden sword. Soon the shout of the mentor broke the silence as he declared that it did not matter whether they had fighting skills or not. The main thing was that they all had the passion and desire to live in Midros, as well as the desire to develop in this world. He added that the God of Battle will definitely guide them on the right path and help everyone who sincerely wants to become a part of this world. Thomas, feeling the ease of movement, noticed that his body itself began to act, as if it were obeying some invisible combat system. He realized that this system could be a kind of auxiliary tool. At the same time, other players standing around also saw this and clearly found what was happening funny. Finding himself in this situation, Thomas thought it would be interesting to try playing this game for real, as if it were reality, and maybe try attacking the other player. Suddenly, everything around him seemed to burst into flames, and his wooden sword glowed for a moment like a magical artifact. At that moment, everything around froze, and the people standing nearby were shocked by his skill and did not expect such strength from a newcomer. Thomas cut the scarecrow into pieces, and the players watching tried to figure out how exactly he managed to perform such a powerful blow and wondered if he used some kind of special technique. He received a new achievement that only strengthened his reputation. However, he immediately realized that standing out too much might not be such a good thing, and that perhaps he should be more reserved. At some point, Thomas realized that he had to choose a new profession. At that moment, he met that same girl again. Artificial intelligence. Thomas, with a smile on his face, mentioned that they had met only recently, to which the girl confirmed that the Koreans who played this game were some of the most active players, and they could play for days on end without getting tired. She offered him to choose a weapon for his next step, explaining that once he made his choice, the system would confirm his decision, and after that, the weapon would be handed over to him. She warned that the choice should be very careful, as this was an important stage in his life in Midros. Thomas never thought that choosing a weapon would be so complex and multifaceted. The girl then noted that some players took a whole day to make the right choice and expressed this with obvious irritation. Thomas was a little hesitant about choosing a weapon so carefully, but the girl calmly told him that all he had to do was pick up the weapon and make his choice. She emphasized that he should take his time because this was an important decision and should not be made hastily. While Thomas was looking at different types of weapons, something interesting appeared above the girl's head: a musket. At that moment, the true nature of the mysterious girl was revealed. She was not a good-natured girl, but a real demoness. Although the hero knew perfectly well that this was not a modern weapon, but rather something from past centuries, he felt a surprising excitement when he saw this musket. It resembled an old McRand, but was much less modern and not as high class. The girl noticed his interest and asked in surprise what kind of weapon it was and how he knew so much about it. Thomas explained that although he didn't know the exact name, the musket was an ancient weapon that fired lead balls and was clearly older than the time of Napoleon. Then the girl enthusiastically declared that he was a true student of Candle Castle, since he was well versed in such things, and she allowed him to fire the musket once. Thomas noticed that the musket also came with iron cartridges, and the girl gave him everything he needed: gunpowder, a ramrod, and cartridges. He understood that even such a high level of realism as in this world had its limits. However, he was determined and decided to try his luck. Thomas took 2 types of gunpowder and cartridges and began loading the musket. He turned on the combat assistance system, which told him how to properly load the weapon. He carefully placed the gunpowder in the powder flask, filled it with burning gunpowder, inserted the charge, and, using the ramrod, pressed it with force so that the bullet was in the desired position. It took him almost a minute to complete the loading process, and his arms were tired as the musket was very heavy for him, but despite this, he decided to fire. All that was left was to fire, and if he hit the target, it would be a real achievement. Then Thomas took aim and fired. A cloud of smoke and dust instantly appeared around him, and when it cleared, he realized he had missed. The hero did not understand why this shot caused such a huge amount of smoke. He was a little upset because even from a distance of only 40 meters, he could not hit the target. The girl, noticing his confusion, asked if he had read the instructions for the rifle, and she clarified that when shooting from 40 meters, the probability of hitting the target is only 50%. Then Thomas, without losing his optimism, decided to try again. He went through the entire process of loading the rifle step by step again. Then Thomas, almost in tears from exhaustion, wondered if this rifle was even designed to be actually fired. Unable to bear it any longer, Thomas decided to ask the AI what had happened to the other long-range weapons. The girl, without losing her composure, showed him several other weapon options. After rereading their specifications, Thomas noted that even for an experienced shooter, this was too much, and he thoughtfully added that if he managed to hit the target, he would have a chance to survive. He worriedly asked if these conditions were too strict, and the girl calmly explained that such rules were necessary to maintain balance in the combat system. She explained in detail that if a rifle is designed for shooting, its parameters, such as the probability of hitting or the shooting range, can be increased, but a balance must be maintained. Thomas wondered if the system simply couldn't give him a precise answer, and he would have to find a way out of the situation on his own. He was expecting an exciting game, not a new, frighteningly realistic reality. Having made his decision, he decided to gradually figure everything out on his own. If he had the ability to shoot 10 times a minute or increase the probability of hitting the target to 80%, that would be simply ideal. Thinking about this, Thomas realized that in order to continue, he needed to choose a character class. Realizing that without this, he would not be able to leave, he shouted loudly, demanding that he be released. Then the girl calmly repeated what she had already said. Thomas realized that he hadn't even had time to determine which activity would bring him the greatest benefit, because for him the game was not just entertainment. He needed to earn money, so he decided to change his approach. The girl looked at him carefully and asked if he really wanted to give up his musket, iron, or even his staff. After weighing his options, Thomas reached for the staff, but at that moment, something went wrong. Flickering pixels began to appear around him, and the next moment everything disappeared, and he suddenly found himself thrown out of the game. Somewhere in the distance, he heard his mother's worried voice, desperately calling for him to wake up and answer. She continued to try unsuccessfully to reach him. Her voice trembled with worry, and when Thomas finally opened his eyes, he was genuinely surprised to see her in front of him. He quickly assured her that he was fine, but his mother, clearly worried, did not let up and continued asking if he was in pain and what had happened. Sighing, she explained that his moans were so loud that she had to pull the plug out of the socket, and only then did he finally come to his senses. Thomas realized that the exit from the game had happened violently. His mother was still worried, but he quickly reassured her, suggesting that next time she could simply press the call button. Then the woman nodded, saying that she would leave him, but asked him to rest a little. When she left, Thomas thought, this game could really bring profit. However, one circumstance worried him the most. Since the exit from the game happened beyond his control, he did not have time to choose his class, and this meant that anything could happen. He remembered reading about this before, and knew that in such situations the system would give the player a random class. But if he wanted to start over, he would have to wait 3 months, after which he would only be able to create a new character. His anxiety was growing, but he hoped that at the last moment he had managed to grab the staff, which meant he should have become a wizard. Trying not to panic, he immersed himself in the game again, and when he woke up, he discovered that he now belonged to the class of musketeers. Thomas tried to come to terms with this, deciding that since this was the case, he would have to become a musketeer. Dissatisfied, he went to test his skills, hoping for improvement, but to his disappointment, he had to use up all 50 units of mana he had. Then Thomas sank wearily to the ground, feeling that the musket was not at all what he had imagined it to be. In fact, it was not a musket, but some kind of useless spear. Suddenly, a man who looked like an NPC approached him. He remarked that he hadn't met the musketeers for a long time, and then offered Thomas to test his skills. The hero soon learned that to do this, he would have to go beyond Candle Castle and catch rabbits. While Thomas was concentrating on loading his musket, the rabbit watched his actions closely. He methodically completed all the preparatory stages, trying to remember the skills acquired in the past. Taking a deep breath to calm his breathing, he took careful aim. A shot rang out, and again he was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke and the smell of gunpowder. When the smoke disappeared, the main character saw only a running animal. As it turned out, despite the short distance, only 35 meters, it seemed that Thomas had missed again. The rabbit, who had seemed harmless a second ago, continued to sit in place, but now his eyes flashed a bright red light, filling with malice. Suddenly, he jumped up and rushed straight at Thomas. At that moment, the animal suddenly accelerated and hit the main character with its paws right in the stomach. Realizing the danger, he began to frantically load his musket, but the thought that some pathetic rabbit could kill him did not give him any peace. Realizing that he wouldn't make it in time, he rushed away, running away with all his might. The rabbit froze for a moment in confusion, but then rushed after the fugitive. Thomas hoped that he had already gained enough distance, but his pursuer was faster, reaching speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. At that moment, Thomas realized how ridiculous the realism of this game was, and before he could figure out how to get out of it, the rabbit pushed him away with all its might with its powerful paw. At this point, the players gathered around, watching the scene and arguing about how much mana Thomas had left and whether he really had a staff in his hands and was a wizard. Thomas noted with alarm that he had lost more than half of his health, but the rabbit showed no sign of stopping, attacking with even greater ferocity. He frantically searched for another way to deal with the situation until he finally grabbed the gun and gripped it tightly in his hands. When the rabbit was already very close, he sharply hit it with the butt of his gun, sending it into the air. At that moment, the thought flashed through his head that the rifle could be useful for more than just shooting. However, the joy did not last long. The rabbit quickly returned and continued the attack. Thomas tried to defend himself by striking with the butt of his rifle, but the beast became increasingly aggressive, counterattacking with its powerful hind legs. More experienced players, watching the battle, animatedly discussed whether Thomas would be able to defeat this ferocious creature. He himself believed that, since he had chosen the path of a musketeer, he must live up to this title and prove his accuracy. After a long and grueling fight, Thomas finally managed to catch that damn rabbit. However, his musket was a long-range weapon, and now in his moment of respite, he was tormented by the thought that suddenly he would miss again. This single shot could cost him his life. The excitement turned to irritation as Thomas realized that tough players don't die so easily, and that musketeers aren't really suited for close combat. Looking around, he noticed that other players were dealing with monsters much more effectively than he was. a discovery that left him with a feeling of injustice. At that moment, he promised himself that he would never lose, neither to other players nor to the gaming system itself. He intended to prove to everyone what he was capable of. Over the next few evenings, Thomas diligently studied the factors that influence shooting accuracy, analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the speed of the shot, and also carefully delving into the characteristics of smoothbore muskets. He learned that the ballistic coefficient can provide a firing range of up to 350 meters, but many external factors must be taken into account, and he realized that by properly using all the advantages available to him, he could significantly improve his shooting accuracy. However, as he thought about all this, Thomas wearily clutched his head, realizing that until he mastered the art of shooting, the most reliable weapon for him would probably be an ordinary bat. At that moment, the door opened slightly and his mother looked into the room. She asked with a smile if he would like some fruit. She gently ran her hand through Thomas's hair and asked if he was in a good mood. Thomas merely advised his mother to go to bed, but in response, she warned him against sitting at the computer for too long. Then Thomas thought that now was clearly not the time for food. He should focus on more pressing matters. First of all, he was interested in a way to make money quickly, although he could not become a prosecutor, but the role of a musketeer in the game seemed quite suitable. If he could accumulate 20,000 gold coins, it would earn him 2 billion in real life, meaning he would be able to walk again. Meanwhile, the players around were alarmed by the unexpected sound of a gunshot, but at the same time, they doubted that firearms could exist in Middle-earth. When Thomas tried to perform a quick reload, they began to wonder if he was infusing the weapon with mana or performing a normal mechanical reload. The protagonist was pleased, as the reload time was now 3 seconds shorter than before, but when the surrounding players saw that it took a whole minute to fully reload, they were confused. 1 shot per minute was an indication that it was an ineffective weapon, and many believed that Thomas would soon become disillusioned and leave the game. However, he didn't pay attention to other people's comments. Confident that everything was going according to his plan, he was going to fire a series of shots to improve his accuracy. However, his supplies were low. He had only 23 rounds and a few capsules of gunpowder left. It was time to focus on practical shooting. This time, Thomas intended to hit the rabbit with the first shot. The distance to the target was approximately 130 meters. The west wind was blowing at 5 meters per second. Then Thomas took aim and fired, at which moment the hair froze in place. The hero thought he was in trouble because the animal behaved strangely. The main character had a good premonition. However, it turned out that the bullet only grazed the hind leg, which only angered the animal. The rabbit rushed to attack. Thomas hoped that his opponent would soon give up, but he continued to attack. He threw the beast away and hastily reloaded the musket. Finally, from a distance of 100 meters, he was able to hit the target, and the rabbit was defeated. For the successful kill, Thomas received several achievements and even got into the Hall of Fame. The effect was twofold, allowing him to earn 42 experience points and reach level 8. But to his delight, there was also some bad news. The barrel of his musket was damaged. Sighing, Thomas thought that the spark should only be used at a critical moment. He decided to use his weapon as he pleased and activated the blunt weapon mode. Although this method could lead to the breakdown of important parts, he continued to mercilessly hit the rabbit with the butt of the gun. The players around him noticed his strange fighting style and gave him the nickname Bloodstained Butt. They could not understand why Thomas did not use the musket for its intended purpose. Thomas soon wondered why catching rabbits without a gun was so much easier, but he still caught one. The level up finally happened and it made him happy. The players around him congratulated him on reaching the first level. While discussing Thomas's nickname, they admired his shooting skills. Thomas also thought about his skills, but decided to first complete one more task before acquiring anything new. When he completed the task, he received 1 rabbit skin and some experience as a reward. The man who gave the task asked if Thomas had dealt with the aggressive rabbits and offered to repeat the mission, but the protagonist refused. He had earned 150 copper coins, and now he had to accumulate 19,999 silver and 50 copper coins. Then Thomas headed to where the locals wanted to buy rabbit meat from him. After all, it was the freshest product. One of the women, upon seeing the carcass, exclaimed that she had not seen such appetizing rabbit meat for a long time. The Sacred Grill restaurant offered him 7 copper coins for the carcass. At this point, Madame Lu asked Thomas for help. He clarified what exactly was required of him, and since it was a meat restaurant, he was asked to go in search of a new batch of meat. Thomas realized that another quest had unfolded before him, in which he had to develop a new menu for the hotel. According to the terms of the task, he had to get 5 ordinary rabbits and 1 with black fur. This was a special, related quest. Looking questioningly at Madame Lu, Thomas asked what kind of black rabbit meat it was. Madame Lu explained in detail that the meat of these black rabbits has a truly unique taste that can only be experienced by tasting it in person, and she emphasized that to catch them, you will need special bait, which must be placed in a bag and hung on a tree. However, she immediately warned that this method would only work at night, meaning there was no point in wasting energy during the day. With a hint of sternness, Madame Lu added that she would not tolerate jokes or accept fake meat, and moreover, she made it clear that those who tried to deceive her risked losing their legs. The first thing the protagonist had to do was replenish his supplies of gunpowder and cartridges. At the moment, he only had 1 silver coin and 27 copper coins left in his pocket. Black powder cost 10 copper coins, and each cartridge cost 3, so for the required amount of ammunition, he had to pay 1 silver coin and another 26 copper coins. The prices in the store seemed unreasonably high to him, and Thomas was perplexed as to why everything was so expensive. When he asked, the salesman replied that the reason was the rarity of musketeers in the area. Then the seller suggested an alternative, albeit riskier option: cheap but explosive gunpowder. However, Thomas, knowing the habits of these rabbits, immediately realized that such experiments would only lead him to losses. After weighing all the possible options, he came to the conclusion that after buying everything he needed, he would only have 1 silver coin left. If there aren't enough bullets, the only option is to use the rifle butt, but then the meat will spoil, and Madame Lu will simply kill him for it. Suppressing his regret, Thomas gathered his courage, bought 7 cartridges, and handed over the money with a heavy heart, barely holding back his tears. The seller, noticing his despondency, grinned and suggested that he come back later. Thomas, thinking about how else he could make money, asked if the store needed workers. In response, the seller ironically noted that he would hardly be able to hire a person who had such difficulty parting with 7 capsules of gunpowder. Thomas could only admit that in the current situation, he needed to look for other ways to survive. For example, magic, which could be used without financial costs, seemed like a rather attractive alternative. However, he was still wondering why the merchant hadn't offered him any task. Thomas remembered that there might have been some conditions involved, since the commander had given him a task as soon as he saw his level, and Madame Lu, upon noticing his loot, had also immediately offered him a task. However, here he received nothing, and this made him think that apparently in order to earn the seller's trust, it was necessary to fulfill some additional requirements. While he was thinking, another thought came to his mind. He urgently needed food. His energy level had already dropped to 40%, and if he didn't eat, he would soon simply not be able to function normally. Deciding not to delay, Thomas headed to the bakery, but by the time he finally got there, the sun was already setting. It turned out that he arrived too late. The saleswoman announced that the store was already closed. Thomas tried to appeal to her mercy, assuring her that it wouldn't take long, and if he didn't manage to buy food now, he simply wouldn't be able to continue the game. But alas, it became obvious that after sunset it was no longer possible to stock up on provisions. He urgently needed to choose something from the remaining assortment, but as it turned out, all the cheap goods had already been sold out. Confused as to why there wasn't a single bun left, he turned to the saleswoman for an explanation. The woman explained that rabbits were to blame for this. They destroyed almost the entire wheat harvest, which meant that it was simply impossible to bake enough bread. Thomas thought the NPC seemed to be talking about some kind of difficulties. Perhaps she was trying to hint that she needed help. He decided to take advantage of her inattention and offered a deal, telling her that he had killed the rabbits at the request of the commander. He offered to exchange the meat for buns. The girl beamed, but then laughed, declaring that he was already the 20th person that day who had made such an offer. She explained that the rabbits were multiplying too quickly, and despite their abundance, she simply did not need the meat. Thomas was surprised, and this NPC turned out to be unusually smart. He quickly changed tactics and said that he understood the situation perfectly, but unlike the others, he received a special task from the owner of the sacred grill. He needed to catch a black fur rabbit. The girl then raised her eyebrows and asked if he was referring to Black Angus, the infamous beast. She believed Thomas was just joking, as such a young man could not have handled such a task. She added that whoever managed to catch Black Angus certainly had no money problems. Apologizing for his bluntness, Thomas silently took out the package Madame Lu had given him and offered the saleswoman a look. As soon as the package was opened, a foul smell filled the air. The saleswoman wrinkled her nose and muttered that only Lu could have caused such a disaster. However, the fact that Madame Lu had entrusted this guy with such an important task made her wonder if he really was reliable. Then the girl voiced her request. Thomas, pleased with the success, agreed to help without hesitation, believing that something simple awaited him. However, she explained that it was a truly risky undertaking, collecting rare herbs that grew in the place where the black rabbit had defecated, and, moreover, the location of this location had to remain a secret. Thomas wondered if the game developers were crazy, then the NPCs might be too, and he couldn't help but wonder if his life was really worth a few buns and a couple of copper coins. He then cautiously asked if the Black Angus and the black fur rabbit were really the same creature. The saleswoman nodded affirmatively, explaining that, according to rumors, it was because of this beast that ordinary rabbits mutated into monsters. Black Angus received its nickname due to its ferocity. Then Thomas replied that he was ready to help in the current situation, but suddenly the saleswoman looked at him puzzledly and asked what was wrong with him. He sighed heavily and admitted that he was so hungry that he would soon pass out. If he had eaten a loaf of bread a little earlier, then perhaps he would have had enough strength to complete the task. The girl glanced at him sideways, asked again if he really wanted to ask her for bread, then narrowing her eyes suspiciously, asked what would happen if he simply ate the buns and ran away. However, Thomas hastened to reassure her, assuring her that he would carry out the order and had no intention of deceiving her. Then the saleswoman offered him new conditions. 3 extra buns were added to the task, and a strict time limit was set. If he failed, his intimacy level with her would drop by 10%. However, showing generosity, she agreed to give out the buns in advance. Thomas accepted them with gratitude and promised to do his best. The girl said that she believed in him. After eating the buns, Thomas suddenly felt sad. They were so delicious that they surpassed even the best food in real life. Thomas walked along the road, thinking about his fate, the strangeness of this game, and what awaited him next. Now he had only 12 hours left to complete the task. Suddenly, loud screams were heard behind the main character. A group of players was gathering a squad to hunt a black rabbit. Intrigued, Thomas turned around, listening intently to the discussion. He expressed a desire to join them, but in response he heard a direct question about his profession. Without hesitation, he revealed that he was a marksman, but the players, openly skeptical, began to discuss his appearance, quickly concluding that he hadn't even reached level 5. They couldn't understand how such a weak player could help in the battle with the rabbit boss. Thomas understood that he had no choice of the conditions, but despite this, he decided to clarify what exact task they were performing. The answer was quite simple. Their goal was to collect rabbit fur. However, this short dialogue turned out to be useful. Now he had at least some additional information. During his search, Thomas met other players completing various quests and realized that he would need at least 4 additional quests to reach level 10. Having done the math in his mind, he made the calculation. 1 bullet, 1 rabbit, he had 12 hours left to carry out his plan. Soon he managed to get 3 more tasks. He had to deliver wool to a clothing store, claws to a workshop, and horns to a jewelry store. By catching just 1 rabbit, he could complete 5 quests at once. But to do this, he needed to collect not only the fur, but also the meat, eyes, claws, and horns. The difficulty level of his task suddenly increased to very difficult, and now there were only 4 hours left to complete it. Then Thomas went into the forest and started hunting rabbits. Gradually, his skill increased, and he reached level 5. However, in the process, he realized that he had struck the musket too hard. The butt began to weaken. If the weapon breaks, his shooting skills will be compromised. Reaching for his backpack, he noticed something unexpected. Nearby were the same players he had seen at the fountain, getting ready to hunt. However, now they no longer looked so confident. They were desperately shouting that they were about to die and calling for the archer and the doctor. Thomas was puzzled. It was just a low-level quest. The guy then assumed that they were using magical attacks. Suddenly, a black rabbit appeared in front of the boys and furiously rushed at them. It was huge, and none of the players could resist it. Thomas quickly realized that the entire group consisted of mages who attacked once every 15 seconds. While his own recovery took a full minute, he watched as the rabbit attacked, its victims desperately trying to escape, calling for help. Then Thomas realized that in front of him was not an ordinary creature, but that very same black Angus. His breathing resembled the heavy panting of a bull, and his very being was completely unlike the usual rabbit. He decided to analyze the situation, and at first his attention was drawn to the rabbit's tactics. They methodically pursued people and finished them off one by one. It was only after some time that Thomas noticed that there were two of them. He did not understand how this was possible. He could not believe that their number was growing so rapidly. Thoughts about what was happening threatened to drive him crazy. The game was becoming more and more unpredictable. Earlier, the smaller rabbits had already managed to inflict damage on him by hitting him in the lower back. But these, at the level of the boss, could definitely break something more serious. Thomas thought about his situation. He himself had made contracts with 5 NPCs at once. Even if there was only one rabbit, he would not have a chance of winning. If he failed, he would lose 10 trust points from each of the NPCs, and at this rate, he would soon find himself in a situation where he would simply not be allowed back into the village. However, there was no turning back. He was a musketeer now, which meant he had to fight. If he hit the rabbit with one accurate shot, he could kill it instantly. And Thomas knew he was capable of it. After all, the world had been skillfully recreated based on reality, and his shooting skills acquired in the Special Forces had passed along with him. Without wasting any time, Thomas opened his character window and without hesitation transferred all his points into dexterity. Having completed all the necessary tasks, Thomas managed to accumulate 80 agility points. Now he felt that the time had come to test his strength. Clutching his musket, he saw the rabbits with glowing eyes catching up with the group of wizards. Without thinking, Thomas called them to him. The animals suddenly changed direction and rushed towards him. And at that moment, he realized that the existing agility points were still not enough. He needed to reach at least level 9 to improve his attack power and accuracy, as his current skills were barely comparable to bronze level. However, he had no choice. He knew that he had to kill the rabbit with one shot. Otherwise, everyone would die. His musket was already loaded. All that remained was to insert a bullet, aim carefully, and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, cries for help were heard. One of the rabbits rushed after the surviving players, and Thomas did not immediately understand why they started running straight towards him. The situation required an immediate reaction, so the hero commanded that each of them distract one rabbit, dispersing in different directions. However, the girl in red screamed, calling him an idiot, in her opinion. If he was going to save them, he should have done it for everyone at once, and not give out meaningless orders. Her scream was eardrum shattering, and Thomas even thought for a moment that it would be easier to shoot her than the rabbit. Throwing aside his irritation, he focused on the target. As soon as the animal was at the right distance, Thomas took aim and held his breath, waiting for the moment when it came even closer. The players continued to scatter, their screams echoing throughout the area, and one of them didn't have time to dodge. The rabbit grabbed him and began to kill him mercilessly. At that moment, the beast approached the critical distance of 45 meters. This was the limit of Thomas's capabilities. Taking a step back, he pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, sending up a cloud of smoke and gunpowder, the bullet passing so close to the girl in red's face that Thomas saw fear freeze in her eyes. But a second later, it became clear that the bullet had reached its target. The rabbit collapsed with a broken head, and the girl, realizing that she was saved, slowly turned around. However, as it turned out, the battle was not over. The second black monster caught up with one of the players and sank its teeth into his hand. Then Thomas grabbed the girl in red by the hand, persistently urging her to run. Meanwhile, the rabbit finished off its victim and turned its attention to the rest. Thomas was only thinking about when he would have the opportunity to reload his musket. The girl, however, was preoccupied with other thoughts. She couldn't understand how this low-level player could defeat such a dangerous monster with a single shot. Meanwhile, the boys continued to run away. The figure of a huge rabbit suddenly appeared before them, and for a moment fear gripped them. Then the boys turned and ran in the opposite direction, and the huge rabbit ran after them. They were sure that they were about to die. However, at that moment, a young girl appeared in front of them. A girl with blue hair was floating in the air right in front of them. The girl in red, seeing her, immediately rushed at Thomas, knocking him to the ground. Then the blue-haired stranger, without hesitation, fired an ice arrow toward the rabbit, instantly freezing it. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on the ground, and this attack did not affect him. The monster roared in pain, and this became the signal for the second girl to attack. The girl in red turned sharply to Thomas and demanded to know his name, which surprised him. However, as it turned out, all she needed to do was register him on the team. Then Thomas told her his name, and at that moment tongues of flame began to swirl around her. After this, the girl raised her hands and directed a huge fireball at the monster. She looked resolutely at the huge rabbit and wished him death. Soon all that was left of the huge rabbit was a burning corpse. The two girls and Thomas watched him, and then thoughts crept into the hero's head. At that moment, his level increased, which the system informed him of, but the guy was worried about something else. Thomas wondered if they set the frozen monster on fire, the valuables would surely burn along with it. But the girl, sensing his hesitation, immediately suspected that he wanted to keep the loot for himself. In fact, she had no intention of taking anything from him. The rabbit was already lying nearby, and the entire spoils belonged entirely to Thomas. The girl in red only dealt the final blow, which meant she also had a right to her share. Meanwhile, Thomas had collected the necessary trophies, and his backpack instantly became incredibly heavy. The girls continued to follow him, but he did not understand what they wanted. However, they soon introduced themselves. The girl in red was called Scarlet, and the blue-haired stranger was Luna. Thomas calmly replied that he was not interested in their names. Luna was well known in the gaming community, one of the most popular players in Hong Kong, and her sister couldn't believe that the person standing in front of her was actually a Middle-earth user. She asked curiously if he was from South Korea, but Thomas only coldly remarked that they didn't know each other and that she should take her friend and leave him alone. After finishing the conversation, he added that hunting in their company had been quite fun, after which he turned around and left, leaving the girls slightly confused. They were haunted by the thought of how Thomas was able to destroy Black Angus with just one shot. Even though his physical strength was in perfect condition, there was still some anomaly in it. Then Luna suddenly shouted that the puak grass was on the opposite side and pointed confidently with her hand. The hero was shocked by this statement and instantly remembered the words of the saleswoman, who warned that this item should not be told to others. Thomas froze in bewilderment, not understanding how Luna could know about the existence of this herb. Scarlet, surprised by the reaction, cautiously asked what kind of herb it was. Then Luna, without hiding, answered that it was a special item for completing the quest. After which, as if wanting to calm Thomas down, she suggested that he simply tell the other players about it. He listened to her in complete shock. It seemed to him that the girls decided that he was nervous because he was afraid that they could take this item away from him. In fact, they were right. Then Luna recalled that Thomas had destroyed the monster with a single shot and admitted that she had been closely watching his actions, wanting to understand exactly how he had done it. The conversation smoothly moved to an analysis of the rabbit monster, and Scarlet asked how the protagonist managed to kill a creature that was in perfect health and had not a single wound. Then Thomas, not wanting to go into details, just shrugged and said that he was just lucky. At that moment, the system rewarded him with 3 achievements, the first being Black Rabbit Hunter, the second being One-Hit Miracle, and the third being Expert in Entry-Level Monster Weaknesses. This meant that the task was finally completed successfully. In honor of their safe return from such a dangerous adventure, they decided to have a drink. The girls ordered a generous meal and invited Thomas to sit with them in a cozy tavern. He hesitated for a while, but eventually joined them. As the conversation became more and more casual, Thomas couldn't help but ask who they really were, a question that came to his mind after the NPC guard greeted them with particular respect and even cleared the way for them. Scarlet, seeing no point in hiding anything any longer, openly revealed that Luna was ranked 5th among Asian players and among the top 10 in the world. Thomas was stunned by this revelation. Then the girl in red decided to reintroduce herself, explaining that she was a pyromancer, while Luna had the abilities of a cryomancer. The protagonist could not hide his surprise, asking why Luna, with such power, simply ran away from the rabbit instead of fighting. Scarlet explained that this was the nature of her training and that there was nothing she could do about it. Thomas remarked that it must have been quite humiliating. Scarlet, meanwhile, did not give up trying to find out exactly how Thomas managed to deal with Black Angus. She persistently asked him to tell the story of how he was able to destroy the monster with one shot. However, Thomas, not wanting to go into details, calmly repeated that he simply fired and the rabbit died. Scarlet flushed with indignation and demanded that he stop making a fool of himself, suggesting that to have such impressive skills, he must be an incredibly high-level player. Then Luna started reading out Thomas's stats, He had agility level 6, level 55, and an attack power of only 223. His musket was ordinary, and his other skills didn't seem to play a key role. Yet he still managed to perform an instant kill. It was absolutely incredible. Thomas couldn't understand how she could know his stats, so Scarlet exclaimed that with his level 5 it wasn't even worth trying to defeat such a difficult opponent. Luna, in turn, explained that this was only possible in the case of an instant kill. She also mentioned that, to defeat Black Angus, one had to be at least a swordsman or have a skill level of 90. At that moment, Thomas realized why the achievement he had received said that he should be ashamed to hunt in the beginner zone with his current skills. The girls discussed something among themselves for a long time, exchanging many ideas and assumptions. Finally, after much deliberation, they came to a common decision. Scarlet wasted no time in asking Thomas if he was from South Korea, as she was very interested in him joining their guild. She explained that Luna, who ranked 9th in the world rankings, was also the master of this guild, and that the guild itself was quite famous. Thomas thought it was rather strange that they had invited a level 6 player with practically no experience. Scarlet, without losing her composure, replied that the level could always be raised, but with bad items, everything was much more complicated. They could be replaced because they had all the necessary resources for this. Thomas, still deciding to show curiosity, asked how much they had, and Scarlet immediately replied that they had a lot of these things. She continued to insist that he should join their guild, pointing out that their guildmaster was ranked 9th in the world. However, Thomas politely declined, explaining that his mother had always taught him not to accept gifts from strangers. The moon laughingly confirmed that Thomas's mother had indeed raised him properly. Scarlet, however, noted with slight bewilderment that he was turning down a very lucrative opportunity. But Thomas replied that the offer was indeed tempting, but he still didn't care about the popularity of their guildmaster. Luna, apparently deciding it was time to clarify the situation, asked if Thomas knew what rank their guild had. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, assumed that the price of joining such a guild was probably very high, but nevertheless explained that he would need to conduct his own investigation before making a decision. Scarlet agreed with his reasoning, adding that it was certainly much wiser than acting blindly. After all, she asked him to at least add them as friends, in case he changed his mind. Thomas agreed without objection, after which Scarlet announced that she would pay the bill and invited Luna to come with her. She thanked the hero for saving her while Luna was busy with financial matters. Then Thomas, a little surprised, asked why Luna didn't want to go with them. Luna, smiling, said goodbye and promised that they would meet again. The main character was very shocked by everything that was happening around him. On his first mission, he encountered people he could never have dreamed of. But despite all this, now it was finally time to receive his well-deserved reward. The jewelry store owner, upon hearing that Thomas had killed Black Angus in one day and taken his red eye, simply couldn't believe her ears. He was then generously thanked at the workshop, where Angus's claws were to be crafted into a truly excellent weapon, thus completing another quest successfully, and Thomas's level rose to 7. Later at the clothing store, the owner was so pleased with his actions that she promised to give him the best reward, and Thomas ended up receiving a set of armor as a bonus. The hard work paid off, and now he not only had new armor, but also real friendships with NPCs. Thomas then headed to the bakery, and as soon as he entered, the girl greeted him. However, a moment later, she suddenly realized who he was, and her face lit up with joy. She was sincerely glad to see him, and with a smile invited him in. Thomas, feeling the pleasant smell of freshly baked goods, could not help but notice how wonderful the bread smelled. The girl, delighted, offered him a try, but Thomas, despite the temptation, politely refused because he wanted to save a little. The girl, however, was a little offended because they knew each other, and talking about money seemed inappropriate to her. In response, she asked Thomas not to rush and promised that there would be time for him, since most likely he had not yet had breakfast. She then invited him to try some milk and pastries, to which Thomas thanked her, but somewhat hesitantly, cautiously asked about the herbs he had heard about. In response, Thomas handed her a small package, and the girl was immediately delighted. The hero thought that she was being a bit dramatic, but still couldn't resist asking if this herb was really that tasty. The girl explained with a smile that the puat grass has a divine aroma and can easily become addictive. She added that in fact it is just a grass grown on rabbit droppings and nothing more. Although Thomas had eaten quite a lot, The girl nevertheless began to tire him. He felt some discomfort and thought that he needed to finish his business as quickly as possible. After that, he went to see Madame Lu, the owner of the restaurant. Madame Lu, seeing him, was surprised to notice that the rumors turned out to be true after all. Madame Lu added that there was nothing to hide in Candle Castle, and she also knew about his trip to the bar yesterday and the successful hunt that the whole village was talking about. Thomas then handed her the briefcase containing the spoils and asked if she was going to give it to the chef for inspection. Madame Lu wasted no time in replying that she could handle it herself and had complete confidence in the chef. She was pleased with Thomas's catch and could not believe that it was black rabbit meat. She promised him a big reward and asked him to wait while she prepared the food. Thomas, noticing that the situation looked a little strange, suspected that this might be another task and asked how much time she needed to prepare. Then Madame Lu, with a slight laugh, explained that she could cook everything quickly enough, but to do so she needed Thomas's help in creating a new menu for her famous sacred grill, and as a reward she promised to provide him with a special lunchbox. Thomas, of course, suspected that this could be related to the next task. His suspicions were confirmed when he was told that his next task would be to find the golden eagle that lives in the local mountains. Then Thomas, still not quite understanding the whole situation, asked if the next box would also be from the famous grill, and Madame Lu confirmed his words with a confident nod. She explained that despite the fact that they were in a small village, she planned to open a second store in the capital. If she was going to get into big business, she needed to change the menu and add golden eagle meat to it. Thomas, watching the proceedings, couldn't help but notice how there seemed to be some form of corruption, even in this game. Madame Lu then prepared a special box of food for him, and Thomas hoped that it would all be fit for consumption. Only now did he realize that this lunchbox was made from black Angus meat, which should have greatly improved his stamina and agility. Thomas was very happy because he knew that this box would significantly improve his performance. According to the item level scale, the box was incredible and ranked third in level among all items. Then Thomas, having analyzed the prices of rare items and objects, thought that he could sell it well. But to his surprise, he noticed a note on the label that stated that the item was not for sale. It wasn't just an item with stats, it was something unique and couldn't be sold. Madame Lu, noticing his reaction, asked him if he liked the gift. And Thomas, although somewhat embarrassed, admitted that it was indeed an incredible gift. He understood that nothing could be done about it, and he had to accept what was given. At some point, it became clear to him that he needed to be more modest because he could lose everything. Then Madame Lu, pleased, promised to wait for his return with the golden eagle. Thomas gave her a soldier's salute, promising to complete the task as soon as possible. The protagonist was extremely pleased with the results of his work. He had successfully completed all the tasks, and now, opening the character window, he was delighted to discover that his level had increased to 8. He only had 2 levels left to reach level 10, which would unlock new quests. If he managed to catch the golden eagle, he would be able to leave the Valley of Beginners. Inspired, Thomas set about his lunch, enjoying Madame Lu's food, which surprised him not only with its extraordinary smell, but also with its taste. He ate, and those around him seemed unable to help but notice the divine aroma that emanated from his food. Thomas was stunned by how delicious the meat was. He couldn't understand why it tasted so amazing, and he couldn't help but thank the developers for creating such a culinary masterpiece. The meat was so natural and nutritious that Thomas felt he was now ready to catch a few more black Angus. All that remained was to level up. Now that he was ready to begin the hunt, Thomas opened his inventory, realizing it was time to stock up on ammunition for his musket. He only had 5 rounds left, and this worried him, as he realized that at such prices, all the musketeers could quickly disappear from the market. Desperate, Thomas approached the counter and greeted the clerk, hoping that his high friendship level with the merchant would lead to discounts or even additional tasks. He told the merchant that he had come for gunpowder, and the merchant, lying on the sofa, greeted Thomas without bothering to get up. The protagonist was indignant because there was no valid reason for such laziness, and he thought that the merchant was not in the mood for proper service. However, before Thomas could even say what he wanted, the seller himself asked if he wanted to buy 8 sets of gunpowder, 1 set costing only 18 copper coins. Thomas, not believing his ears, asked if the price was the same, to which the merchant replied that it had not changed. The man then asked why there were musketeers at all if there was only one in the village. Thomas, feeling dissatisfied, noted that the goods were clearly defective, which made him realize that he could have bought them at a lower price. Thomas knew he had 37 rounds of gunpowder, but he needed to conserve. Initially, he wanted to buy 23 sets, which would cost him 4 silver and 14 copper coins. But the seller, realizing that Thomas really intended to buy that many, agreed to the deal. However, he soon noticed a strange smell coming from Thomas and asked a question. Thomas, a little confused, explained that he had recently dined on meat, but the merchant, surprised, began to search him, claiming that it was not the smell of meat. Almost losing his mind, the merchant asked what the smell was, not understanding what was happening. And then finally he exclaimed that the smell was indeed bread. Thomas, as if realizing what the merchant meant, took a large loaf of bread from his bag and said it was a puwak herb bun. The merchant, hardly believing his ears, had a hard time accepting the information, because for him these herbs were not just food, but something like a drug. At this point, the merchant immediately wanted to get at least a piece of this bun, but Thomas, although a little surprised by the offer, politely refused, saying that it was very difficult for him to get this bun, and he demanded at least 5 silver coins. The merchant, not hiding his disappointment, called him a thief, declaring that for such a high price he would have had enough without bread. However, the puwak herb bun was so delicious that the seller began to doubt whether he could do anything about the situation. When the merchant turned to Thomas again and asked if it was really that hard to get a bun with puwak herbs, the hero realized that he had reached a critical point. He then activated his skill, which allowed him to make more profitable deals. He asked how much the merchant was willing to offer him, and the seller, hesitating a little, offered a maximum of 2 silver coins and several sets of gunpowder. Thomas, despite the offer, said that it was too little. The merchant, in turn, tried to offer sets of 5 copper coins each. Then Thomas changed his tactics and offered 100 sets of gunpowder in exchange for a bun with herbs. The merchant, realizing that the deal was almost lost, began to beg the guy to buy at least 70 sets from him. Thomas thought about the offer, weighed the pros and cons, and eventually agreed, but in exchange he asked the seller to introduce him to another merchant who specialized in gunpowder. Thomas soon left the trading shop feeling that it was his best deal ever. The saving on gunpowder was a real achievement for him. He was glad that he was able to save money, which was so important to him. With this in mind, he told himself that he needed to work even harder to earn as much money as possible and help his parents. Inspired by this thought, Thomas decided to check his tasks and their value. Turning on the TV, he accidentally heard the news about Midros, the game he played. The news reported that many interesting events happened in the game that day. The first news was about the change in the top 10 best players in the world, who seemed to have held their positions steadily for a long time. However, another message turned out to be more interesting. There were rumors that a famous player, Luna, who was quite famous in the circles of players, appeared in one small village. However, as it turned out, she was not alone. The news said that he was with someone. Thomas, listening carefully to the news, realized that this Ramlong company, to which she allegedly belonged, was one of the most powerful in Hong Kong. The news also said that they came to the village to recruit new members, and their attention was drawn to a Korean user, talking about a meeting that took place in this small village with a small number of people. Luna supposedly wanted to personally recruit this Korean user. Although his identity remained a mystery, it was clear that he was a truly outstanding player, and then Thomas realized that it seemed like they were talking about him. He hoped that his identity had not yet been revealed, but suddenly the news reported that this mysterious user was armed with a long wooden weapon that looked more like a rifle. Journalists tried to find out more about this Korean user and speculated that it would be interesting if he actually showed up at Candle Castle with a weapon resembling a gun. Thomas thought about it, realizing that his identity was probably now exposed, so to make sure he decided to do a little research on the internet and soon came across information about the meeting and trip to Candle Castle on YouTube. He found enlarged images that could tell a lot about the events. But as soon as he tried to look at the materials in more detail, he realized that the sisters had used protection against unwanted screenshots. Thomas was surprised to read the harsh comments about his appearance, as well as how his actions and first impressions seemed to have confused many. This opened his eyes to why the Luna Group had become so famous, while information about the Sisters Guild was almost a secret. He thought that if he joined their guild, leveling up would be much easier. However, the conditions they offered seemed too ideal and suspicious. Judging by Scarlett's personality, he doubted she would let him leave the guild alive. Thomas concluded that his first priority was to level up before making any decisions. Thomas did not waste any time and immediately turned to the teacher with a question about wolves. The master looked puzzled, not understanding where Thomas could have learned about them. Besides, he was a little uncomfortable touching on this issue with the student again. However, Thomas had already read about all the following tasks on the internet and confidently stated that he would complete them all. He was surprised to learn that the reward for this particular task was a coupon to repair his weapon. The master, confirming the information, said that it was time to fix his musket. Now Thomas could finally fix the butt of the musket so that it would not rattle, and this would undoubtedly simplify his further actions. Deciding it was time to go on the mission, Thomas said goodbye to the master, who wished him luck. In this area, it was recommended to play in a group, as the mission required the participation of several players. However, finding company wasn't easy, and playing alone at level 8 was becoming increasingly difficult. The only significant drawback was that the wolves did not attack individually. They appeared exclusively in packs, and the main character would have to wait until the pack split up and there were 10 wolves left. To prepare, he used up 13 sets of gunpowder, leaving himself with about 71 sets and 11 bullets. The plan was simple: level up to level 10, and then use the remaining resources to hunt the golden eagle. Suddenly, Thomas heard strange sounds and spells ahead. He decided to crawl closer, hoping to find a wolf that had gotten separated from its pack. As he approached, he saw several players who had formed a group to hunt wolves. There were quite a lot of people there. Some of them attracted the attention of the wolves, and others, in turn, had already attacked them. Thomas, standing aside, felt unsure of his strength. He realized that perhaps he simply wasn't ready for such a large-scale battle. Realizing that the wolves were falling under the blows of such strong players, he decided to retreat and not waste time observing. Soon he noticed a lone wolf with bright red eyes lying on the grass. It was the perfect time to attack, Thomas. Getting ready to attack. Carefully removed the lid from the gunpowder pack and carefully poured it into the musket. Then he blew into the muzzle and tapped the butt on the floor, preparing to fire. He was almost ready when the unsuspecting wolf continued to rest, not noticing the threat. Thomas then quietly thanked his commander, because thanks to this, he was able to reload the weapon in less than a minute. Then Thomas fired and hit the wolf straight. As it turned out, this time he managed to hit him in the head on the first try. He was already preparing to approach his prey when suddenly a second wolf appeared nearby, angry and hungry. Thomas didn't expect the second predator to appear so quickly. At this point, Thomas realized that his musket was not suitable for close combat, and he had no choice but to wait for the right moment. He hurried to prepare his musket for the next shot. However, the second wolf did not try to come closer. Instead, he circled around, trying to surround Thomas. It was a very clever maneuver, and Thomas was amazed at how the animal used such a tactic. He noticed that the wolf seemed to be trying to get out of his aiming range. Thomas began to realize that the developers may have enhanced the wolves' intelligence, making them more agile and intelligent. Hitting a moving target, even if it was only moving from left to right, was much more difficult, and Thomas began to think that the wolf might be able to dodge the bullet. He considered moving a little further away to lure the wolf into a trap, but if he did so, he would not be able to reach his prey. He knew he couldn't afford to take such a risk. But at that moment, Thomas, without thinking, let out a loud, low sound, causing the wolf to growl in rage. The wolf rushed at Thomas with terrifying speed. However, the protagonist instantly took a step to the side and struck with precision, hitting the target. The predator didn't even have time to react before he was defeated. Thomas was surprised that animals in this game could die even from one bullet hit. But the most interesting thing is that the wolf reacted to the sound of the shot, which Thomas skillfully imitated with his voice. It was the right decision to wait for the right moment to shoot. Having examined the surroundings, the hero was convinced that there were no other wolves nearby. While he was admiring his prey, two figures approached him. They noted that they were amazed by his skill in hunting wolves. Then Thomas turned around and saw two strange creatures. At first glance, he thought they were other players, but then he realized that they were enemy mobs. However, they screamed and declared that they were not monsters, begging not to shoot. Then Thomas began to understand the situation and soon realized that one of them was a lizard and the other was a druid. He even saw their images on the game's homepage. Thomas wanted to leave, but these strange creatures tried to stop him. He apologized, realizing that he was mistaken in taking them for enemies. The lizard, noticing his misunderstanding, explained that for all newcomers at the initial stages, this was quite natural. The druid, in turn, offered to show the protagonist his crow, but the lizard immediately got down to business, asking whether Thomas hunted alone. Thomas confirmed that yes, he preferred solo forays. Surprisingly, the lizard was very impressed by this, especially the fact that Thomas was able to kill 2 wolves at once. Coming closer, the lizard asked if Thomas wanted to hunt with them. It seemed they were on the same level, and in that case, their hunt could be much more successful if they worked as a team. The lizard explained that because wolves often travel in packs, it was difficult for 2 of them to deal with such enemies. They needed a third member, and Thomas turned out to be the ideal candidate. She noticed Thomas's weakness, his long musket reload time, and suggested they could cover him during this period. At that moment, Thomas realized that the lizard and the druid seemed to be pursuing him purposefully, and he decided that he could no longer rely on luck alone. These players were on his level, and there was no point in him refusing the proposed cooperation. He admitted that his level was 8, and the lizard was surprised that Thomas was so strong. However, they decided to hunt together. Lizard suggested that he would attract the wolves' attention, and the druid would act as a tank and healer, while Thomas's task was to film the moment of the attack in order to complete the task. Once the roles were assigned, the players began to introduce themselves. The lizard's name was Bemi, and he was a poison mage, and the druid's name was Carl, and he was level 9. Thomas, noticing a familiar atmosphere in Carl's behavior, asked if he was the same Carl who became a druid after the power outage. Then Carl, a little embarrassed, explained that he had already started therapy to cope with the effects of the stress he had experienced. Then the druid calmed the others down, saying that everything was fine, and adding that he was already used to such incidents. The lizard, meanwhile, said that he was from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and asked if the protagonist liked his appearance. Thomas thought for a second, assessing their appearance, and thought that their combination looked quite good. However, his disappointment was due to the fact that he seemed to be the only one dealing damage to her. Unexpectedly for himself, Thomas found himself on a team with 2 players whom he initially considered losers. During one of the attacks, the druid released his mad raven, which, as if on cue, frightened all the enemies. At such moments, Thomas could not concentrate at all, because the crow's cries were like the shrill quacking and crying of a small child. The lizard, meanwhile, wasted no time, successfully damaging the wolves with its poisonous saliva. However, this no longer seemed funny to the protagonist. He realized that the time had come to act seriously. If he continued laughing, his hands would start shaking, and he would not be able to hit the target accurately. Besides, if the wolf had managed to dodge the bullet, he would have lost a precious minute. Focusing, Thomas fired, and the wolf that druid and his crow had been fighting fell to the ground. Lizard and Carl made quick work of the other wolf thanks to excellent teamwork. The druid left one wolf unconscious, and the lizard finished off its destruction with a dagger. But before they could catch their breath, another wolf appeared behind them, which immediately began to growl. The guys who had just dealt with the previous predator were not ready for the next attack. However, Thomas wasted no time in seizing the initiative and fired at the monster before it could do any damage. It was unexpected, but the teamwork really worked, and they won again. Thomas was so amazed that his musket skill increased to level 3. The lizard praised him for reaching a new level, now 9th, and Thomas, not hiding his joy, commented that the hunt went by so quickly that his level skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. Then the lizard explained that it was all thanks to Thomas's high attack power, and Carl, playing the role of a tank, also performed his task well, earning gratitude from the team. Thomas realized that this group knew exactly how to behave properly in society. He said that he had collected all the necessary items for the quest, but the lizard replied with a smile that he would no longer need them. If Thomas reached 89% experience, his level would increase, and he would be able to start the quest with the Golden Eagle. Then the guys decided not to waste time. They needed to move forward. As they began moving towards the new location, other players began to notice their team, and a whole group of players of different classes gathered, which was a rare occurrence. While Carl, like a tank, healed himself and kept the wolves at bay, the lizard acted from behind, poisoning the enemies. Thomas and Carl, fighting side by side, quickly destroyed the remaining predators. The players watching the fight were amazed. It was the first time they had seen a musketeer in action. They were impressed by how well the team interacted with each other. Although it looked strange, it was incredibly effective, and everyone noticed that they worked together in a truly harmonious way. The most amazing member of the team was the lizard, She skillfully used her abilities in movement, which put her in the category of true masters. The druid couldn't resist praising her, asking how she managed to perform magic on the move, and the lizard, with a mysterious smile, replied that it was her secret. Thomas was impressed and asked if it was really that hard to cast spells while moving. The druid explained it quite simply. It was like running with a full glass of water without spilling it. Then Thomas thought about these words and suddenly remembered Luna, who also cast on the move and thanks to this took ninth place in the world. He was amazed that this lizard was doing the same thing as one of the best players in the game. After a successful hunt, the team decided to take a short break. The lizard approached the protagonist and asked how much experience he had at the moment. Thomas replied that he already had 69%. Lizard explained that even if they started the Golden Eagle quest, they would only be able to complete it once Thomas reached level 12 or 13, so they still needed to spend time training. She continued to talk about the average team level, depending on the number of players, and Thomas realized that the lizard didn't plan to start the quest until they all reached at least level 10. The team decided to hunt wolves again until Thomas ran out of bullets. In the process, they continued to work harmoniously, and gradually, step by step, Thomas almost reached the long-awaited 10th level. Then the lizard suggested that they go to the city to regain their strength. Everyone agreed, and Thomas expected them to be about the same level or slightly higher than him. So without hesitation, he agreed to return. Then the boys collected all the wolf skins and brought them to the workshop. The master, recognizing Thomas, was surprised by his unusual command. Thomas finally reached level 10, but he noticed something else strange. He completed the task by destroying all the bosses and monsters that threatened the safety of Candle Castle. The result was a full 100% trust level with all NPCs, including the castle guards. This achievement attracted the attention of others, and Thomas's reputation rose to 30. This made him very nervous, and if it had been possible, he would have preferred to run away. But the lizard asked him to wait. Soon the group rode out of the city, and Thomas noticed that the village was quite small, and it was almost impossible to avoid attracting attention here. The lizard said that nothing could be done about it, adding that everyone had just seen Thomas gaining reputation. Thomas, in a misunderstanding, asked how the lizard knew about it. However, the lizard brushed off the internet forums, and Thomas was surprised to learn that he himself had achieved 100% trust. He told the lizard that he didn't believe in the power of information from forums, since completing regular tasks usually only increased trust to 60%. Thomas himself didn't fully understand how this happened either. He suggested that it might have been a worthy reward for completing many tasks in a short time. Thomas then told the team that when he was on level 5, he was doing something completely different, participating in a rabbit hunting quest. The boys were shocked to learn that others had also received similar assignments. Then Druid asked Biemi, who looked a little depressed, but Thomas assured him that he was fine and laughed strangely. Meanwhile, Lizard continued to wonder if Thomas was referring to the same black rabbit he had killed on the 5th level. After this, Thomas went to a gun dealer to buy new sets of bullets and gunpowder, all of which were incredibly expensive. But Thomas used his bargaining skills to keep the prices reasonable. When he returned, the village's chief guard approached him with one last request. Even the city's grandmaster sometimes had such requests. Thomas, slightly nervous, asked the guard to be quicker. The guard gave him a task: to deal with the Lord of Mount Candle, because the wolves descended from the mountains due to the golden eagles flying there. The protagonist had to get rid of them, and in return he received a letter of recommendation from the Musketeer Academy. This was an important step, for now, thanks to his close connections with the people of Candle Castle, his status was greatly enhanced and his public value on a national scale increased. Each member of their team, after a good lunch, received their assignments and was fully prepared to go hunting for the Golden Eagle. Soon they were all standing and looking at the majestic mountain, for now this was their last task in the village, the last exam that they had to pass. Thomas and his group headed out to observe the other players squabbling as they struggled to understand each other due to the difficulty of the game. This uneasy atmosphere greatly saddened the three of them, because here people change groups as quickly as gloves are changed. The crowd was large, and it seemed like every player there was selling something. Some of them even formed groups for quests. It was a place where you could buy rare items or spells. Thomas found himself in such a place for the first time and was amazed by its madness. The lizard explained that if the group does not have good interaction, then the items and weapons must be at the highest level. The druid added that it was strange that their group, despite all the difficulties, had better interaction. Thomas had heard stories before of groups going out hunting fully prepared and still failing. Then he told Beamy that it was possible to assemble a full-fledged team, but the lizard replied that on the contrary, she could destroy such a group because it was extremely difficult to find a worthy player. He continued by saying that if they could reach the boss, their strategy could be quite effective, so the protagonist didn't need to worry. Then the hero calmed down and realized that he should have simply trusted his teammates and gone into battle with them. Druid and BME said they had complete confidence in Thomas and his skills. Soon they were ready to enter the portal and begin their search. Meanwhile, one of the sisters was in danger. Fierce wolves with red eyes attacked her. Despite her weakness, she tried to fight back, while Luna protected her with her own life. Scarlet was a little surprised by this, but also very grateful to her companion. Then Luna used her special ice fog technique, so she trapped the wolves in a huge block of ice that they couldn't melt. Scarlet was determined to finish off the wolves herself, but Luna stopped her, reminding her to conserve her mana, as the wolves gave almost no experience. Hearing this, Scarlet was shocked that her sister was going to conserve mana, and Luna explained that for wolves, it is not worth spending more than 1% of mana, so it is better to leave the initiative to them. Then Scarlet muttered discontentedly that this level of enemies was too boring. She said that they would quickly complete this task together with her sister, but Luna asked to finish it herself since it was her duty. She ordered her sister to concentrate and create the most powerful spell possible to finish off the wolves as quickly as possible. At first, Scarlet hesitated. The distance to the target was too great, but Luna insisted that she complete her task. Then Luna began to do something incredibly powerful, speaking words in an unknown language, and it felt like she was also preparing her own spell. At this time, a vortex of icy air began to form around the moon, and the King of Eagles approached it. Luna took the initiative and, without wasting any time, began to act decisively. She pierced the eagles and all the birds around her with ice rods that resembled small daggers, and thus completed the task quickly and efficiently. After this, the dead birds fell right in front of the girl's feet. Luna defeated the eagles and, having received another achievement, shouted to her sister to hurry and finish the fight. Scarlet, in turn, fought with the other eagles, using her firepower, which left no chance for the enemy. Luna, meanwhile, entered the portal and, already on the move, said that they would meet later when Scarlet caught up with her. Meanwhile, the protagonist group also followed the portal. This place was called the Kings of Candle Mountain, and a new stage of their journey opened up before them. The lizard, not losing curiosity, asked Carl if he had skills in controlling water. Carl replied that he had such skills, but unfortunately he could not use them in battle. The protagonist was surprised to learn that Biemi was so knowledgeable not only about his class, but also about others, which of course caused him some admiration. The lizard, turning to the protagonist, said with a smile that it would be nice if he followed her. Thomas, however, did not quite understand what she meant, but confidence appeared on Biemi's face. He hinted that if Thomas was more attentive, he would understand everything. The protagonist was filled with curiosity and could barely contain his desire to figure out what this mysterious plan was. Then Biemi, without wasting any time, activated his poison saliva skill and began to apply it to his body. At that moment, Biemi told Carl to use the spirit, which allowed him to become one with nature. Thomas himself, still not understanding anything, was worried that the wolves might attack them, but Biemi confidently told him that the wolves would not attack them under any circumstances, and that he should simply watch. According to his calculations, the territory they had entered was the home of the servant wolves. If they had destroyed at least 5 of the strongest wolves, all the others would have retreated. Thomas calculated that they would have to pass through at least 20 obstacles before they could get close to the Golden Eagle. At that moment, one of the wolves appeared in front of them. Thomas, still not understanding what was happening, watched warily as Biemi easily walked straight toward the wolves. This led him to believe that the lizard intended to escape while he continued shooting. Surprisingly, not a single wolf touched Biemi. Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, asked how he had managed to avoid being attacked. And Lizard, with a patient expression, explained that the game's artificial intelligence was quite intelligent, almost like in real life. The wolves perceived them as prey, but they never attacked dead bodies, which is why they did not touch Biemi. Moreover, the poison he used made it clear to the wolves that the prey was already dead, and they did not waste their energy on a useless fight, and it also turned out that his race was resistant to various poisons. The lizard continued to explain that Carl had disguised himself as a tree using the spirit of oneness with nature, which allowed him to hide from predators and made his scent invisible to them. Now Thomas began to understand why Baemi knew so much, and how he used his racial advantages effectively. Once in this game world, they not only fought, but also actively sought out the system's weaknesses, carefully examining both their strengths and weaknesses. Suddenly, Druid's crow rose into the sky and began to scream loudly. The crow's cry gave the wolves the feeling that prey was already close by and raised them to their feet. Carl tried to call the crow back, but she obviously had no intention of listening to him. At this moment, the wolves turned their attention to the boys. Then the lizard, realizing the danger, suggested that in that case it would be best for them to run away. However, the wolves surrounded them, and now more than 20 predators stood around the three players. Then Carl apologized, saying that it was his mistake and that he would take the hit while the others defended themselves, during which time they could escape. The lizard thanked him, and Carl, holding back his emotions, said that it was all his fault and they shouldn't worry about him. The main thing is that they find a new tank and complete the task. Carl, after thinking for a moment, wanted to say goodbye. But Thomas, without hesitation, said that they cannot leave him there to die. After all, they had played together for so long. Thomas was still convinced that the game's artificial intelligence was very close to reality, and therefore it was important to find a weak spot in it. The hero, realizing the seriousness of the situation, asked Carl not to attack the wolves, because it was obvious that the druid did not want to die or say goodbye to them. Charles, however, did not agree with this decision, and with obvious concern, replied that if they hesitated, the wolves would certainly attack first. Thomas, gathering all his determination and courage, replied that if they had lived together, then they should die together. The lizard, for his part, asked if they had any plan for survival, since they only had one musket. Beamy, clearly not understanding what Thomas was about to do, watched as he filled 2 bags with gunpowder. However, what was strange was that he did not use a single bullet. Thomas, without wasting any time, asked everyone to cover their ears. Then he fired a shot into the sky that sounded more like a bomb exploding. The lizard couldn't understand what was happening, and the druid seemed to have heard nothing at all, while Thomas thought that it was all over, because the wolves, to his surprise, did not run away. However, after a few minutes, something unexpected happened. The wolves began to retreat from them. The lizard, irritated and not quite understanding what was happening, scolded the main character, saying that they could all die. Beamy and Carl, in turn, began to ask why the wolves, on the contrary, were running away. And Thomas, without wasting time, rushed to the side, shouting that he would explain everything as soon as they were safe. Then the boys, without thinking, ran away from that place. The lizard, still not understanding what had just happened, asked what it was. Thomas, having caught his breath, explained that he was trying to change the course of events. What he did worked much faster than he expected, and so he had to hurry and run while he had the chance. The effect it had on the wolves could be compared to the effect of poison. Then Thomas, looking at what was happening, said that apparently the aggression from the wolves had become much less, the druid agreed, because the wolves were no longer chasing them. But the lizard still could not understand what had happened. Beamy, still curious, asked if the smell of gunpowder had frightened the wolves, to which Thomas confidently confirmed that this was indeed the case. He explained that this game was actually surprisingly similar to the real world. People really had a hard time breathing gunpowder, but for wolves it was almost like poison. The protagonist, pleased with the result, calmed down a little because he managed to avoid damaging the musket, despite the fact that he poured 2 packets of gunpowder into it. Then the lizard, again turning to the protagonist with interest, asked if he had played Midras before. The protagonist was quite surprised to hear this question and replied that they were playing it right now. After thinking for a second, Beamy realized that Thomas was right and said that maybe they really should move on. Then Carl, a little embarrassed, turned to both of them and asked them to turn away, because he needed to call the crow. Thomas curiously asked if Carl could use this skill on other players, but Beamy shook his head and replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Then Carl, blushing a little, explained that he was just a little shy. Thomas and Beamy were so interested that they seemed even ready to record what was happening on the screen. Carl, although embarrassed, agreed, but specified that he needed to call a crow. And so, at last, the druid, having gathered his courage, shouted loudly that he was calling a crow and began to move as if in some strange dance. At this moment, Thomas and Lizard, unable to contain their laughter, could hardly believe their eyes. The druid, with a serious expression, stated that if you do not do it with sincere desire, the call may not work. Worship of nature was obligatory for the Druids because you had to put your whole soul into this process. And so, after long and strange rituals, the Druid completed his preparation, but his dignity was destroyed by some pathetic crow. And that meant it was time to go. When the boys finally reached the mountain, they saw their last boss in the village, Berkut, a huge eagle circling around. The hero noticed that there was a certain logic to this game. The monsters became bigger and stronger with each increase in their difficulty. For example, if the rabbit was the size of a bull, then this eagle was the size of a giant airplane. If the wings of ordinary eagles reached 2.5 meters, then this eagle was 4 times larger. In other words, it was 10 times larger than usual. Then Lizard, without wasting any time, began to explain their plan of action to Carl. He suggested that they scout out the situation, after which they could begin the operation. Beamy, in turn, warned that they should beware of the eagle's attacks, because if it grabbed Thomas with its claws, he would be left without arms. Thomas, still perplexed, wondered how many more times he would have to risk his life in this game. This was followed by an attack using sonic waves. The eagle, with grace and power, perched on a tree branch and emitted a terrible resonant sound that would have deafened anyone caught in its influence. And once its stamina dropped to 30%, the bird lost its ability to fly, which opened up an opportunity that needed to be taken advantage of. However, Thomas didn't seem to think it was worth the effort and stated that he would simply hit the eagle himself. The lizard, hearing this, asked if the protagonist was going to shoot first. Thomas, with confidence in his voice, confirmed that this is exactly what would happen. Then Baimi, after thinking for a bit, suggested that it would be much safer to first deal with the smaller eagles and only then move on to the boss. However, Thomas, not paying attention to the lizard's thoughts, concentrated on aiming, trying to calculate the approximate distance to the bird. Carl, with some doubt in his voice, noted that the distance to the target would be very large, but Thomas confidently said that it would be approximately 90 meters. The lizard, in turn, became furious and objected that it was too far for them. Thomas, however, remained calm and said that if his plan didn't work, Beamy would attack first, and he, in turn, would give Carl a separate task. The hero then asked Carl to curl up and lie down on the floor, explaining that he would serve as his support. Carl was, to put it mildly, confused, but Thomas felt that everything was perfectly prepared. However, he asked if Carl could relax a little and breathe calmly. At this time, Thomas, calmly calculating the distance to the target, noticed that the eagle was flying at a distance of 95 to 115 meters, and with each movement of its wings, the bird rose 2 to 3 meters. Thomas came to the conclusion that it would be much easier if the bullet speed was higher, but he was still ready to start. The hero, carefully aiming, moved a little to the side from where the golden eagle was sitting and fired. Now they had to wait for the eagle to descend before they could attack it together. Suddenly, the boys, not believing their eyes, began to realize that they were being shown achievement windows. All three were perplexed and seemed unable to believe what was happening. Beamy and Carl, happily surprised, realized that Thomas had been able to defeat the mountain's boss, a huge eagle with just one attack. Thomas, despite everything, could not believe that the eagle had been destroyed, and that its defeat had occurred solely due to his efforts. Following this, all players leveled up. They earned the Golden Feather achievement, and Thomas, in turn, reached Musketeer level 4. Carl and Beamy, with obvious admiration, noted that the main character, Master, was simply incredible, and that thanks to his achievement, they also leveled up. Thomas, pleased that he was able to deal with the monster so quickly, turned his attention to the time and noticed that he only had 30 seconds left before the dungeon closed, at which point he noticed that 2 more achievement windows appeared. While the protagonist was rereading all of his achievements, Carl noticed that a portal had opened, meaning it was time to leave. When Thomas read that he would be inducted into the Hall of Fame, he was shocked. Everyone immediately rushed to the portal, because they had finally dealt with the dungeon and could return home. The boys, tired but happy, walked through the village. And Carl, not believing what was happening, said that he could not believe that they actually completed the task. He also noted that this was his first time receiving an award of such a high rank. Beamy, meanwhile, became very suspicious again and asked how Thomas was able to kill the eagle. His doubts did not disappear, and he could not understand how this could have happened at all. The lizard, puzzled, also didn't understand how all this happened. especially considering that the eagle was the boss monster. Carl, noticing the lizard's bewilderment, approached her and asked what was wrong with him. He emphasized that the most important thing was that they managed to complete the task, despite all the difficulties. In response, Bayemi, slightly annoyed, explained that it wasn't just that. It was simply impossible for their level to defeat such a creature, and he wondered if it was some kind of buff that increased their chances. Thomas, after hearing all these questions, said that they all stood aside and watched, and that he himself did not think that he could have dealt a critical blow. The lizard, still pondering, asked if it was just a critical attack. Then Thomas, with a smile, confirmed that he was just lucky. He really didn't know that the eagle would recoil from one shot. Carl, noticing the whole situation, also intervened and said that he felt like they had just won the lottery. Remembering the sniper's wise words about what to do so that others don't know you're shooting, the hero silently added that perhaps they should continue to follow that advice. The hero then went to the local platoon commander and reported that they had successfully completed the mission, their level had risen again, and, strangely enough, Thomas received an unexpected invitation from the commander to the Brown Bess Musketeer Academy, which was considered the best on the continent. The commander, smiling, noted that Thomas should have been aware of his own shortcomings, but also suggested that he make his vision even sharper, which clearly implied new opportunities for development. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, remembered that he had already received achievements that indicated that he knew a little about his weaknesses. However, before he could fully comprehend everything, the commander came closer, put his hand on Thomas's shoulder, hugged him tightly and thanked him. Suddenly, the commander said that Thomas had done a lot for their empire, which, of course, was flattering to hear. Then Thomas, a little embarrassed, realized that the level of intimacy between them had already exceeded 100. The guy, a little confused, said that he needed to thank the platoon commander. He was overwhelmed by memories of his time in the army. While the people around him were clearly surprised to see Thomas hug an NPC, they couldn't understand how that was even possible in a game. Then Thomas, looking around, asked his friends what they were going to do next. Carl, as if without thinking, said that he needed to go to the Emerald Forest, where the druids undergo their professional training. The lizard, without wasting time, said that he would head to the Tamba jungle, which was located next to the forest. As it turned out, the guys didn't want to split up, so Thomas, with a smile on his face, promised that they would meet again and could continue playing together. They soon said goodbye and agreed to have a party again someday. Eventually, the hero was left alone and could finally focus on his status and verifying his achievements. Thomas was the second person in the world to receive the Sniper Etymology achievement. Before, he had received nothing but alertness, but now, as if by magic, his strength and intelligence had exceeded 30 points. He then decided to test what new skills he had acquired, all of which were related to his calmness, while shooting and improving his abilities as a musketeer. The protagonist didn't particularly like these skills, but he thought it was better not to complain. Realizing that the most important thing now was to report the completion of the mission and receive his promised rewards, he collected his thoughts and continued on his way forward. When Thomas entered the apartment, the hostess, as always, greeted him warmly and immediately asked how his hunt had gone. Thomas, a little embarrassed, replied that everything had gone well, but added that he would not like to be called that, and especially not to be approached too closely. Madame Lu, surprised by his reaction, could not believe that he had dealt with it so quickly, as if he wanted to deceive her. However, Thomas, trying to calm the woman, assured her that he would not deceive her. Madame Lu was shocked by the quality of the meat Thomas brought and couldn't believe she finally got the golden eagle. Then she gave the hero a reward and said she would prepare a lunchbox for him. While everything was being prepared, the woman asked with a smile if he would like to meet her chef, Chris, who, as it turned out, was a little sad that they had not seen each other for the last time. Suddenly, Madame Lu called out to Chris and announced that Mr. Thomas had arrived. The chef looked out of the kitchen and was immediately delighted to see that the meat had been delivered. He was delighted because it was simply exceptional. Thomas felt that the chef was not so much happy with the meat as with his presence, since he looked into his eyes and not at the meat he brought. The chef then thanked Thomas, saying that he had never met anyone who brought such delicious meat. Chris, smiling, said that there are no bad people among those who love meat, and that this only adds a special charm. Then he suddenly asked if the protagonist had ever thought about studying cooking. Thomas, stunned, couldn't believe his ears. He had heard about the possibility of acquiring industrial skills like cooking, but in the game there was no separate class for chefs. All classes were related to combat. However, as he knew, there were industries in the game. Players could choose the profession of a blacksmith, and it was a rather profitable business. Thomas then wondered if this cooking skill was some kind of industrial occupation or basic craft. Players could learn two crafting skills that would be useful. However, if it were skills that brought in money or helped in combat, it would certainly give an advantage. Realizing that there was no point in thinking about it for long, Thomas decided to agree to try it. The chef, without wasting any time, said that it was an excellent choice and added that from now on Thomas would take a short cooking course every day. The game allowed the skills to be mastered in just one day, and Chef Chris set about teaching Thomas the basics of culinary arts. Thomas cooked and studied with him all day, and despite the difficulties, he was ready to continue learning by doing. The protagonist was very experienced, having lived in an army dormitory for a long time and often cooked not only for himself but also for others. He felt that if it was simply a matter of preparing a dish, then no particular problems should arise. However, Chris started yelling at Thomas, doubting his skills when he was removing the skin from the meat. He claimed that the protagonist was only ruining the product and stated that if he wanted, he could show him how to do it correctly. The chef watching the scene explained that the nutritional value only becomes apparent after it is eaten, not before it is cooked. Chris, continuing to complain, admitted that if he had known how inept Thomas was, he would not have even started teaching him. He added that he would gladly go back in time and tear out his tongue. At that moment, Thomas felt anger boiling inside him. He knew that his desire to get rid of this NPC was so great that he was ready to do it. But he knew that in this case, he would forever lose the ability to continue playing the game. When it came time to taste the dish, and the chef was preparing to taste it, Thomas mentally prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. He thought that if Chris didn't like the dish, he would immediately eliminate it and end this useless activity once and for all. However, when Chris said that the dish turned out wonderfully and that he never would have thought that he could cook it in just one day, Thomas felt the tension inside him begin to ease. But despite the praise, Thomas still felt like he was holding himself back and that every move he made required a lot of effort. He then thanked Chris for teaching him, but inside he still felt irritated. Madame Lu, noticing his condition, asked if he was going to leave. Thomas replied that perhaps it was time to leave, as the store would be closing soon. She reminded him not to forget to pick up his lunchbox, and then Thomas, slightly distracted, almost forgot his reward. However, when he tried to pick up the box, it didn't seem to move. Madame Lu clearly wanted to offer him another task. Thomas wondered if this was a violation of the rules, since NPCs were initially asked not to listen to requests, but to accept them immediately. Then the woman, noticing his displeasure, took out another lunchbox and placed it in front of him. Thomas, feeling nervous, did not know what to do. He received a new task, to deliver this box. But the reward, as it turned out, was very strange. An invitation to open a restaurant. In his eyes, it looked almost like a joke, but the punishment for refusing the task promised to be much more serious. When he asked if he simply needed to deliver the box, Madame confirmed his suspicions, and Thomas, unable to contain himself, exclaimed whether her sister, Madame Zoe, was some kind of monster living in the deadly forest. Thomas, feeling the situation was becoming increasingly complicated, asked what the difficulty of the task was, and the woman replied that the difficulty lay solely in the person. This statement confused him. Thomas could not understand what she meant. She added that the world was far from safe. Then, unable to bear it any longer, he asked Madame Lu if a murderer would appear on his way, chasing the lunchbox, to which Madame replied with a smile that it was not so. Madame Lu was obviously joking, but it sounded more like a marketing ploy, leaving no doubt that the task would not be so easy. Thomas was infuriated by the difficulty of the task. The capital was 500 kilometers away, which meant about 10 days of travel, and even then, if the road was direct, the journey would take at least 15 days at best. However, despite all the difficulties, he had no choice, because the Musketeer Academy was also located in the capital, and this issue had to be resolved. Madame Lu, with gratitude in her voice, thanked Thomas for his agreement to help, and showed him the box that contained golden eagle meat. It was intended for her sister. When Thomas, concerned about possible problems, asked if the meat would spoil along the way, Madame assured him that it was protected by a special spell, The woman again jokingly asked if he was going to ruin her dream by delivering spoiled food. And soon, with this new and dangerous task, Thomas set out on his journey. After leaving the restaurant, Thomas eagerly tried his lunchbox. This time the food was incredibly tasty, and the effect was much stronger than from Black Angus. The special lunchbox improved his agility and strength, which pleasantly surprised the protagonist. Thomas thought that it would be great if he could create a similar lunchbox himself and sell it. Lost in thought, he noticed that the other box was no less interesting. This rare meal was put up for sale and, what's more, significantly increased its stats by a whopping 20 points. Thomas couldn't believe it, a rare item that could so easily increase his stats. In addition, he began to wonder at what price such an item could be sold for. The exchange rate remained stable at 101 for 1 gold, and Madame's lunchbox had no restrictions on use. It was a trick item that actually boosted his skills, and if he decided to eat it, it would cost a fortune. Thomas realized he could sell it for 100 million won in cash, which was 5% of the 2 billion won he needed for treatment. However, Thomas was well aware that he needed to control himself, because a shooter should not give in to emotions. He understood that if he decided to sell this item, he would lose good relations with the NPC, and the residents of the capital would be extremely unhappy. However, the hero wondered whether this was worth comparing with the opportunity to receive huge amounts of money. Even if the quest fails, his relationship with Madame Lu will still be damaged, and if he sells the item, he won't care whether he logs out or not. After all, he just wanted a reward for completing the task, but it turned out that the only reward was an invitation to the opening of the store. All these thoughts caused him great irritation, and he increasingly thought about selling the item, betraying Madame Lu. He consoled himself with the thought that there could be no deception in this game. However, remembering her words about being wary of a certain person, he suddenly realized that she was probably talking about himself. At that moment, his mother entered the room. Looking at her son with curiosity, she asked why he was breathing so heavily and if something had happened. Thomas, trying to hide his excitement, hastened to assure her that everything was fine and he was just going to go to bed soon. Mom warned him that she would be back late tomorrow and reminded him not to forget to eat, after which she left, leaving Thomas alone with his thoughts. A little later, he decided to go to a gun shop. The merchant greeted him warmly and immediately asked if he had managed to find the puwak herb. Thomas replied that it had become increasingly difficult to find lately, so it might be worth waiting a little. Then he asked how negotiations with the wholesaler were progressing. The seller enthusiastically announced that he was already on his way, and as a sign of hospitality, he offered the protagonist a cup of coffee. But he was more interested in another matter. He was interested in whether the store sold world maps. The merchant confirmed that such maps were in stock, and Thomas immediately asked about their price. It turned out that a map of the castle's surroundings cost 80 silver coins, and a map of the entire empire cost as much as 5 gold coins. Now it became clear to him why cards were originally considered luxury items and valued so highly. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the hero decided to put off this purchase for now and return to it when he had saved up enough money. The door of the store suddenly swung open and a man walked in. It was Bob, who apparently had arrived earlier than planned. He immediately asked if he really had an appointment today. He then noted that a real salesman is never late. Only now could Thomas see who this mysterious man was. Bob, without wasting any time, asked if it was true that the protagonist needed a large amount of gunpowder. He replied that he just wanted to buy it at wholesale price. Bob assured that everything was fine, and they shook hands. Bob offered 500 sets of gunpowder to start with. Thomas knew that even at the reduced price it would cost more than 50 silver coins. However, the merchant decided to intervene, stating that the goods first needed to be put in order, and Bob in turn said that the price of the set was less than a silver coin. Then Thomas pushed the salesman away and asked Bob directly about the price. It turned out that one set of gunpowder cost 4 copper coins, and a bullet cost 1 copper coin. The protagonist immediately felt disappointed and turned his gaze to the merchant, who immediately began to make excuses. He offered the main character to buy gunpowder from him for 15 coppers per set, but it was too late. The man then began to beg Thomas not to leave, promising to compensate for all the inconveniences in another way. This offer interested Thomas, and he asked if there were muskets or protective equipment in the store. The salesman immediately started talking about other stores, which made Thomas suspect that they were trying to scam him again. Then the merchant, not wanting to lose a customer, hastened to declare that Thomas could choose whatever he wanted in his store. In response, Thomas said that he needed flowers for the Pubil Kingdom map. The price of the map was 500,000 won. At this point, the merchant literally exploded, accusing him of stealing. But Thomas, without losing his composure, again resorted to blackmail, offering the seller to find the puak herb himself. Eventually, they came to an agreement. Bob, in turn, looked forward to their future cooperation, and as a result, Thomas received enough gunpowder and cartridges. In addition, he opened an account in a bank vault, which would greatly simplify all his future transactions. After which the hero decided to go to meet his friend Kay, who was currently on vacation with the members of his guild. During the conversation, Thomas mentioned that he had already managed to catch a golden eagle. Then his friend suddenly asked if he had ever met Luna. Thomas, hearing this name, asked if his friend was also part of the fan club, but his friend's reaction was unexpected. He suddenly changed his tone and coldly stated that these girls would have to be eliminated. Thomas could not believe his ears. He asked again if his friend had really just said that. Then he, without hiding his irritation, asked if Thomas himself had also been caught in the net of these creatures. It turned out that his friend's guild had already put a bounty on the two of them, and if he had known about it earlier, he would have killed them on the spot. Then Thomas, still not believing what was happening, asked why his friend was so determined to get rid of this girl, but his friend just grinned and replied that this girl was actually a real witch. Case said that he and his guild members had been lying in wait until recently, but to their horror, she had frozen them all in an instant, and what was especially terrifying was that they could feel and see what was happening, but were absolutely unable to move. At one point, his friend declared that he was ready to catch these players at any cost and tear them to pieces, but Thomas easily recognized the signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. After a few minutes of tense conversation, his friend apologized for the argument that had broken out, and Thomas in turn assured him that he understood everything perfectly well and admitted that it was indeed necessary to find these players. The conversation soon took a different direction, and Kay added that Luna had reached the big market and blocked access to all the smaller retail outlets. This was an unacceptable blow to the trading system, so he involved many other guilds in this matter. Hearing this, Thomas began to wonder how much this game was intertwined with reality. It seemed like many players were taking things too seriously, and now was definitely not the best time to join any guild. On the one hand, he was happy to receive an offer from the very top of the world, but on the other hand, he did not want to go against his younger brother. However, now he did not have time to think about this question. He hoped that everything would resolve itself when he reached the capital. For now, he decided to put all these thoughts aside and take care of more pressing matters. Now the protagonist had to figure out the map, and he quickly realized that it was similar to railway navigation. Although there were no clear routes, the main locations and directions were quite clear. Moreover, during his service in the cartographic army, he studied such maps to the point of exhaustion, so this did not present any particular difficulty for him. Even if he were left without money, he could still obtain the necessary resources on his way to the capital. After about 3 hours, Thomas decided to stretch a bit and test his skills as a novice runner. As he approached the forest, he noticed a warning sign indicating that there was an area with an increased number of surprise attacks ahead. Realizing he had to be careful, he concentrated and moved on. His target was the brown bear, against which immediate provocation skills were most often used. Various warriors were already fighting in the clearing, attracting the beast's attention to give the allies an opportunity to strike. Thomas noticed that there were representatives of many different classes among the fighters. He studied the battle carefully, paying particular attention to the use of shields. In particular, he noted that players equipped with shields were not always able to attack, which imposed certain limitations on their strategy. There was chaos all around. Some players were fussing and trying to leave this dangerous place, fearing the loss of valuables. At the same time, others were gathering into shock troops, accepting into their ranks anyone who could prove useful in battle. Thomas couldn't understand where so many people came from. To defeat such a monster, at least 20 fighters were required, but in the hastily assembled team, the level of cooperation was too low, which played into the enemy's hands. After some thought, he decided not to join them and just watch from the sidelines. The team was forming right before his eyes, 3 small groups uniting into one, inviting every fighter they met along the way. He was about to throw all regrets aside and leave when a loud cry rang out across the battlefield, signaling that the boss was on his way. This made him linger and watch the battle. The men began to prepare urgently, adjusting their positions behind the tanks, while the healers, in turn, continuously healed the soldiers, working in a coordinated and precise manner, which surprised Thomas. He realized that although the team had been assembled hastily, its members already belonged to previously formed groups, so their interaction turned out to be quite good. Positioned at a safe distance of 70 meters, Thomas kept a close eye on the battlefield. The team's main task was to attract the monster's attention while the rest of the fighters dealt damage to it. However, when the beast roared deafeningly, Thomas felt something strange. The sound had an unexpected effect on him. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He tried to move, but couldn't. The bear's agonizing cry cast a spell of immobility on him for 2 whole minutes. At that moment, a thought flashed through his head. Was this really an ordinary bear? In terms of its size, this monster was more reminiscent of a giant elephant. Then Thomas felt anger boiling inside him. It was difficult for him to understand why, even in the game, he had such an uneasy and terrible feeling. The protagonist was nervous, realizing that there were only 2 minutes left before the attack's effect ended. He really hoped that the squad would be able to defeat the monster during this time. However, the situation looked bleak. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to even move, and all that was left was to hope that one of them possessed a spell capable of removing this paralyzing effect. Meanwhile, the bear was rapidly heading towards them. It seemed that this creature possessed not only enormous strength, but also combat experience, because its behavior indicated a clear understanding of attack tactics. At the front of the squad, right in front of the beast, stood the captain, the only one who was ready to defend the others to the last. He knew he could only withstand 2 attacks from the bear, so he ordered the tanks that had been freed from the spell to prepare to take the beast's aggression onto themselves. At the same time, he ordered the doctors to immediately begin freeing the remaining fighters from the spell and prepare for the next attack. Using all his strength, the captain tried to hold back the monster's attacks, covering himself with a powerful shield. However, the monster's attacks were too strong. As a result, the commander's shield even cracked, despite the fact that it was reinforced with buffs. Then he ordered the rest of the players to attack the bear. Arrows and fireballs flew at the monster, but it fought them off quite easily with its powerful paws. At this time, one of the soldiers shouted to those who were preparing to enter the battle that they should not move forward yet, and that the tanks should continue to hold their positions. Finally, the protagonist felt the numbness subside and was able to move again. He hoped that their plan would still work and they would be able to deal with the bear. At this time, some players began to discuss the urgent need for a break, and some even relaxed so much that they considered recording the battle on video to sell it later and make money. The enraged captain couldn't take it anymore and shouted, demanding that they immediately stop relaxing and prepare for a powerful attack. The bear's health had already almost reached the critical mark of 20%, which meant that they had to finish it off as quickly as possible. However, the team's fighting spirit had noticeably weakened. The shields were badly worn out, many fighters had lost their former passion, and it seemed that the squad had simply run out of steam. They had already given it their all and could no longer produce their previous power. However, the captain continued to command. He shouted for everyone to immediately prepare for an attack because the monster's health had already dropped to 21%. But suddenly something strange happened. The commander saw someone's arrow flying over his head towards the bear. She hit him right in the shoulder, which greatly surprised the monster himself. The next moment, the bear's body burst into flames. It was incredible, because in the game, the monsters couldn't use magic. The man then ordered the other players to join the attack. However, this beast somehow mastered the element of fire. It seemed that their efforts were now simply pointless. Ordinary weapons no longer worked, and this was clearly not an ordinary spell. Realizing that the battle was lost, the team made the only possible decision: to flee. The squad was immediately disbanded, and now everyone had to save themselves. The captain noticed Thomas standing behind the bushes and ordered him to run too. But the protagonist, as if not hearing his words, calmly stated that he did not participate in their battle. The captain, trying to convey to him the seriousness of the situation, explained that now this monster would attack everyone who got in its way. Moreover, its pursuit could last more than 1 day. The minimum period during which the beast would follow its victim was 10 days, and in the worst case, it could not lose its target for a whole month. Then Thomas just shouted after them in irritation, accusing them of cowardice. He couldn't understand why they had allowed the monster to reach such a state, and now they were simply running away without finishing what they had started. But what was even worse was that he couldn't use that road for more than a month. Otherwise, he would have failed the important task from Madame Lu to deliver the lunchbox. The protagonist understood that he urgently needed a plan. Assembling our own team to fight this monster was simply impossible, which meant we had to find another way out of the current situation. He chose the last option, to try to defeat the monster himself. It was a risky move, but there was nowhere to retreat. The monster's health had already dropped below 20%, meaning there was still a chance of victory. Time was running out as the monster chased the survivors, leaving Thomas with a short respite to prepare. The approximate distance to the target was about 70 meters, and the wind was blowing from the southeast, which could have affected the trajectory of the shot. Then the protagonist prepared to make an attack while the monster was enraged. However, he was quickly taken aback when the bullet did hit him. Taking a deep breath, he aimed straight at the beast's head, and the shot was a good one. At this time, the captain first thought about assembling a new squad. Given the current state of the monster, 20 people might not be enough. While he was thinking, he was distracted by a girl trying to attract Kim Flower's attention. But the captain only shouted that they couldn't stop until they reached the village. The girl insistently ordered him to look back, claiming that one of the remaining fighters had just shot the bear. The captain was confused, but when he turned around, he experienced real shock. The main character turned out to be a musketeer. At that moment, he realized how wrong he was not to include him in the team from the very beginning. The girl clarified that it was Thomas who got into the monster's head. The man then realized that the musketeer's attack power in the game was considered one of the highest, meaning that attracting the beast's attention could mean its imminent end. The captain, trying to comprehend what was happening, asked about the distance from which Thomas had fired, and the two surviving players were inspired to help the protagonist and finish off the boss together. However, Captain Kim Flower immediately put them in their place, ordering them to stop talking nonsense and continue on to the village. He admitted that the musketeer was certainly good, but that no longer mattered. Reloading the musket took at least a minute, and this time might not be enough. Thomas had already fired a shot, and if everything went according to plan, the monster should fall within that minute. At that moment, Thomas was in shock. He did not understand why the boss did not die, despite the precise hit to the head. Suddenly, a terrible aura of fear spread around. It was a special effect that the monster activated to paralyze enemies. Realizing his overconfidence, Thomas feverishly began loading his musket. However, now a new problem arose. The burning bear turned its attention to him. Trying not to waste time, he loaded the weapon as quickly as possible. At this time, the monster was catching up with the remaining players, who were burning alive on the battlefield. The protagonist was surprised that despite the chaos, the beast still hadn't attacked him, even though he had more than enough time to finish them all off. Gathering his courage, Thomas shouted out a plea for help, calling for one of the tanks to cover him. However, there was no answer. It seemed that Captain Flower had already escaped, and the others simply ignored his cries. Thomas knew that if things continued like this, he was doomed. However, he forced himself to suppress his fear and maintain his composure. All he had to do was check if the monster could withstand another shot to the head. Soon the second shot echoed across the battlefield. The captain, hearing him, turned around again and froze in bewilderment. He could not believe that Thomas had fired another shot. The other two players, noticing this, were also amazed. They had never seen such a powerful and accurate attack. Their admiration for the shooter grew with every second. Inspired by what they saw, they decided to head towards him to help finish off the boss and get the rewards they deserved. The captain, however, did not share their optimism. He indignantly asked how they could talk so frivolously about victory when there was real chaos on the battlefield. He warned them that no one would survive, not even that damn musketeer. But the two players continued to insist, begging the captain to act as a tank. He just shook his head. If he intervened, he would be the first to receive a fatal blow. One of his shields was already on the verge of destruction. Now all they had to do was get to the village as quickly as possible. The two surviving players watched in horror as a huge bear, emitting clouds of fire, finished off the last members of their team. Time was running out. The captain, without wasting a second, urged them to hurry. According to him, they had only an hour to gather a new team and return. The shooter weakened the monster, and this gave them a chance. Captain Flower felt a sense of satisfaction in the knowledge that in critical moments, timing was everything. Once they reached the city, they immediately informed the locals about the brown bear, and talk quickly filled the streets. This field boss was an incredibly difficult opponent. Without wasting any time, The captain began to assemble a squad. He explained that he needed at least 7 tanks, a significant number of healers and other soldiers for support. The men quickly agreed, and just half an hour later the team was ready to set out. Upon arrival, the captain immediately warned everyone that the monster could appear at any moment, and any mistake could cost them their lives. However, when they looked around the valley, they saw only a deserted, dead landscape, deep claw marks crisscrossing the ground in a chaotic pattern, but the bear itself was nowhere to be found. It seemed as if the monster had dealt with all the players and changed location. Given its size, it shouldn't have been difficult to find, but something was wrong. 2 hours passed, the people were running around, but the bear was nowhere to be found. At this point, doubts began to arise in the group. Some suspected that they had fallen into a trap. After 3 hours of searching, the crew's patience ran out, and their discontent was no longer hidden. They openly expressed their anger at the captain, not hesitating to make accusations. However, the captain was sure that the battlefield itself was proof that the beast could not have gone far. Its health was at a critical level, which meant that it was somewhere nearby. After much persuasion, the men agreed to continue the search, but threatened that if they came up empty again, the captain would be dead to them. Time passed, and the hunt had not even begun. Captain Flower was racking his brains, unable to understand where the monster could have gone. Since the musketeer couldn't kill it, that was obvious. Meanwhile, the story moves back 4 hours. Thomas was shocked to realize that even 2 shots to the head were unable to finish off the monster. After getting rid of the debuff, he made the only right decision: to run away immediately. The damned people committed horrors here and then simply disappeared. Thomas understood that words wouldn't change anything now. The only thing that mattered was action. He resolutely loaded the musket, determined to see if the bear could withstand a 3rd shot to the head. The hero hoped for success because he had practiced this hundreds of thousands of times, but at this moment fate decreed otherwise. Suddenly the beast struck with a crushing blow, its heavy paw crashing hard into Thomas's chest. The terrible blow threw the guy several meters away. Shock overwhelmed his consciousness, and the pain was much stronger than he expected. Although the pain transfer rate from the game to reality was only 20%, the sensations were terrible, and the main character was lucky. He survived. But soon he realized that he was faced with a new problem. His vision was in darkness. His health was on the brink. He did not see or hear the monster's steps, did not understand where it was, and could not predict its next attack. The hero realized that he was alone. No one would come to his aid. If he did not gather his strength right now, he would not survive the next blow. However, the bear was also on the brink of life and death. Any further attack could be the last. Thomas had heard legends about blind assassins, but never about blind gunslingers. He even thought there was something fascinating about it. Exhaling, he forced himself to calm down, to focus. Panic could have destroyed him, but now he was in control of the situation. Guided by intuition, Thomas took aim and fired. The bullet pierced the monster's head, but it was still alive. Scarlet blood was running down his fur, but he still did not fall dead. Then Thomas firmly declared that today the bear would not escape death. The guy understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Loading his musket, he sped up, darted forward, and aimed straight at the monster's heart. He attacked the monster with all his might, feeling thoughts racing through his head, but with unshakable faith in his soul. Thomas hoped that the brown bear would finally die and stop chasing him, because he could not bear it any longer. Suddenly, the boy felt ill, and strangely enough, he lost consciousness at the same time as the bear finally fell to the ground. When Thomas woke up, he was immediately overcome with anxiety. He realized that he had lost consciousness, and this feeling did not leave him, piercing him to the very depths. If the brown bear were still alive, it would probably no longer have the strength to continue the fight, and might even decide to commit suicide. Immediately, a multitude of messages appeared on the screen, 9 to be exact, meaning that his level had, oddly enough, increased. Moreover, the musket proficiency level has increased by 1, and the rifle attack level by as much as 2. He finally saw the bear's body and, realizing what had happened, he understood why his level had risen so much. Fortunately for him, this monster had finally been defeated. The protagonist felt deep satisfaction because the beast finally got what he deserved, and there was no pity. The boy then began searching the boss's body, confident that his efforts would not be in vain, since this was not just a bear, but a field boss, which meant that the items he left behind would certainly be valuable. Indeed, Thomas soon received several awards, among which was one particularly important one. He became the first to achieve the King of Singles achievement, which meant that his name would be immortalized in the Hall of Fame. If you add up all of his achievements, you could see that he had accumulated a whole 45 attribute points to use. And this, of course, could not but please. Thomas opened the character window to see his current stats, and was stunned to see that he had a 135 stat points left. His stats were almost level 30, which seemed completely impossible. If he had distributed these points, he could very well have increased his level to 27 and perhaps even defeated level 50 opponents. He added 80 points to agility, 30 to endurance, and 5 each to strength and intelligence. The guy was very pleased with himself, as his face immediately filled with an expression of happiness. He now had 168 skill points, 62 stamina, and 1,350 experience points, which, no matter how you look at it, turned him into a master of long-range combat with the survivability of a tank. Now all he had to do was focus on the battlefield, which frankly looked more like the scene of a horrible murder. Thomas couldn't understand how all these people could have died and left such valuable items behind. Earning money for a weapon of this level would have required a lot of effort, and he knew that very well. The most important items, it turned out, were brown bear trophies. He needed to find a beautiful bearskin coat, brown bearskin boots, and a hunting hood. The protagonist was shocked that all 3 items were of excellent quality. Despite the fact that there were no weapons among them, it was truly impressive. Even the clothes Thomas was wearing were no match for the bearskin. He realized he needed to increase his stamina to level 70 and equip new armor to take full advantage of these spoils. It was only the first day of his journey, and he was already incredibly lucky. Thomas felt that he was now ready to go to the capital, and nothing and no one would stand in his way. Meanwhile, a user named Kim Flower, having received several messages, was extremely dissatisfied. Several soldiers who had fled the battlefield accused him of stealing their weapons and demanded that they return the stolen items. Kim was furious he couldn't find the brown bear, and now the other players were accusing him of stealing valuable property. Then Kim swore that he would find and get the goat, or rather Thomas, even from underground. His head was boiling, and he kept thinking about who this musketeer was and where he managed to hide. The Flower was sure that the boy could not defeat the field boss alone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Thomas walked calmly toward the capital, humming various songs under his breath. Since his equipment was part of a special set, his resistance power was increased by a whopping 30%, making him confident that he could now withstand even Scarlet's attack. Suddenly, Thomas remembered the words of his younger brother, who once said that someday Thomas would catch these girls. Suddenly, Thomas, deciding to be cautious, checked his map to find out where his friends were. The Emerald Forest and the Tamba Jungle were located quite far from the capital, and Thomas, despite his efforts, was unable to find either Scarlet or Luna. It felt like they were in some other country, and that made Thomas sad. Feeling his stomach begin to rumble with hunger, he knew it was time to hunt to satisfy his appetite. He entered the area where bears usually appeared. It was already the 5th day of his journey, and by that time he had managed to reach level 25. Thomas walked through the thicket, looking around carefully for prey. And so, after a few minutes, he noticed a bear, which was about 60 meters away from him. Luckily, the wind wasn't too strong, and Thomas fired accurately, wounding the bear. It growled, and Thomas immediately realized that it would be better for both of them if the bear died from one shot. It was cruel, but he was facing a monster, and his task was clear. He had to end it. However, Thomas could not understand why the bear did not attack immediately, but simply growled. And then he laughed, realizing that it was the effect of the Bear King's skin, which included an increase in agony, preventing this predator from approaching him. Relieved, he shot at the bear again and ran up to it. At this rate, he could reach level 30 by the time he reached the capital. But while the main character was dealing with his prey, someone approached him from behind. As it turned out, it was a small, defenseless bear cub. Thomas could not understand where this cute creature came from, and shocked by its charm, he clutched his heart. Suddenly, the bear grabbed the guy by the leg and made strangely pleasant sounds, which made him confused. Thomas looked at him with kind eyes. He understood that it was extremely dangerous. But on the other hand, his conscience tormented him, and he could not understand how he could kill such a miracle. Thomas then carefully asked the bear if he was hungry, and although naked meat did not seem the most suitable, he offered him a loaf of bread. The bear accepted the treat greedily, as if he had not eaten anything for a long time. In response, the bear obediently licked Thomas's hand, and he felt his heart fill with warmth. Although the boy wanted to leave, he could not bring himself to part with this cute creature, especially when the bear had become so attached to him. He thought that he needed to hurry and get to the capital on time, but there were probably many more monsters waiting for them along the way. He didn't know what to do and finally decided to apologize to the bear, asking him not to follow him. When the bear cub carefully took his leg, the hero couldn't resist. The bear was too cute, especially when he tilted his head so carefully. Thomas couldn't stand to watch it any longer and finally decided to take it with him. At this point, his younger brother wrote to him and asked if Thomas had already reached the capital. Thomas replied that he was still on the way and was already tired from the long journey. His brother laughed and warned him that with his level, he would hardly be able to escape from the bears. Then the hero asked why his brother wasn't sleeping, since he was studying at university. Kay explained that he had an exam, but today, instead of studying, he went on a raid. Soon the brother asked why Thomas suddenly decided to contact him. Then the guy, a little embarrassed, asked if it was even possible to tame an animal. Kay, puzzled, asked if Thomas wanted to buy a horse. Thomas explained that he meant the monsters that lived in the field, and Kay, after a short pause, guessed that Thomas probably wanted to teach the bear to hunt. He explained that if there was no trainer in the hero class, all the animals would instinctively perceive him as an enemy, which could be considered almost impossible if not for the fact that Thomas had complete control over his monster. In response, Thomas asked if it would still be impossible even if he had fed and cared for the creature since it was a baby, to which Kay asked if Thomas had ever seen baby monsters. Although each monster's experience could vary significantly, the infants scored similarly despite having no experience. Thomas was a little confused, not fully understanding, and Kay, noticing his confusion, explained that in the game such babies were often killed cruelly. Thomas then said that he could explain everything in more detail once he reached the capital, although that was still 5 long days away. His brother seemed a little disappointed as he was hoping to send the protagonist money for a teleportation scroll or something similar to speed up his journey. Then he wished his brother good luck and said, They said goodbye, and Thomas continued on his way. The hero realized that he had killed the bear's parents and brothers, but despite this, he could not bring himself to kill the bear cub himself. If he had left it somewhere in the forest, it was likely that someone else would have dealt with this helpless creature. After weighing the pros and cons, Thomas decided to leave everything as it was and take the bear with him. He continued his journey, now in the company of his little companion. The next day, Thomas encountered more wild bears and killed them without much effort. His level had already reached 24, and with each bear he killed, they leveled up at an incredible speed. The protagonist was delighted with such a fast progress. It was certainly great that his level was rising so quickly, but there was something that puzzled him: the astonishing speed at which his little bear was growing. During the journey, the bear received 2 pieces of meat and 1 paw from the bears he had killed. By selling all the items he had acquired, including the weapon he had chosen, Thomas would have earned a considerable sum of money. After all the difficulties at the beginning of the game, things were now much easier for him. Meanwhile, while Thomas was thinking about this, a snake crawled up to him and bit him on the leg. He didn't even notice how the snake got so close to him. Soon a message appeared on the screen stating that he had been poisoned and that the poisoning would last for 3 minutes, during which his health would decrease by 50 points every 10 seconds. Thomas quickly calculated that if this continued, he would lose a large portion of his health, as much as 900 points out of a possible 1,300. In other words, he could die from a snake bite. Thomas cursed, noticing that in these thickets it was almost impossible to spot a snake. Meanwhile, his bear noticed the viper that had bitten the hero and dexterously caught it. Thomas ran up to his companion and, praising him, said that he was a good comrade for helping him in such a difficult situation. He sincerely hoped that the bear did this because he was concerned about him, and he was ready to praise him for his concern. But when the bear began to eat the viper, Thomas was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes that this little bear cub was able to eat a snake without causing himself any harm. Moreover, Thomas thought that the bear had grown a little during the time they had been traveling together. But having thrown this thought aside, he realized that he could not grow up that quickly. Nevertheless, the bear seemed to be growing right before his eyes. Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that very soon he would be able to ride it. The next day, the protagonist managed to mount the bear, and he was stunned by this event. He couldn't help but call the developers idiots, but he did admit that they had at least made the mob growth rate fairly realistic, Otherwise, given the huge demand for hunting, there simply wouldn't have been enough bears for everyone. Meanwhile, that same day, his bear was attacked 6 times. Teams of players passing by tried to kill it. Each time it seemed that the bear was about to die, and Thomas would not have time to help it. In this situation, it was absolutely clear that it was necessary to somehow identify your companion. A simple sign, as it turned out, was not enough. Moreover, Thomas predicted he would have trouble with the bear in the capital. And he was right. When he entered the village, the locals began shouting that he had brought a monster with him. Then Thomas tried to calm the players down, explaining that his bear was quite docile and did not bite anyone. He emphasized that the bear did not attack people, but was simply slightly larger than the average representative of its species. Then, to prove his point, he ordered the bear to take his head in its mouth. Seeing this, people began to shout that this was the owner of the field and ran away in panic. Thomas, realizing that the bear's size was impressive, but didn't think that he had fed it so much, was surprised. He couldn't even understand how the bear had become so huge. This puzzled him greatly, but in the end he decided not to waste time thinking and left the village. While he was leaving, he heard people whispering that he seemed to be a bear rider. Some of them even began to whisper that you can ride a bear like a horse. And to the hero's surprise, this turned out to be true. He actually rode a bear and even fired a musket. This amazed him so much that he decided to ask the bear if he could run. Hearing his question, the bear rushed forward as fast as it could. Thomas was shocked and grabbed the bear, unable to believe his luck. He couldn't understand how this could happen, but the bear ran, and with every step, Thomas became more and more stunned. He was even more surprised that the bear understood his commands perfectly. Soon, Thomas told the bear to go straight to the capital, and they set off along a deserted road. 2 days later, they arrived in the capital, Ailstock. Now they had to go to the Musketeer Academy to give back the lunchbox, and then they had to go to K. Thomas decided that it would be better for them to walk now, so as not to attract attention. But as it turned out, noise was unavoidable. Someone had already shouted that such a huge monster had appeared in the city, and people began shouting at the boy to stay away from the bear. Some even suggested organizing a raid on such a big bear. Thomas was confused as the noise around him only grew louder. Some claimed that the bear was a regular boss, while others claimed that it was a field boss. They urged those below level 60 to hide, as such a monster could kill them with one blow. Thomas tried to explain that he had raised the bear from its infancy and that it had never bitten anyone. But the soldiers, unwilling to listen, ordered the tanks to move forward and prepare for a boss fight. At that moment, Thomas realized that they were NPC guards and his situation was becoming increasingly dire. The warriors began to prepare spells for the attack, and Thomas, unable to bear the tension, shouted for no one to move. If they attacked, he would start shooting. But the wizards, ignoring the threats, continued to cast their attack spells. Thomas didn't know what would happen next, but he shot at the players in front of him because they left him no other choice. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a shield appeared between him and the sorceresses. It was clearly stronger than what an ordinary warrior could create. As it turned out, one of the guards was using a skill called Sacred Shield. At this moment, the main character froze in surprise. After this, the stranger folded his hands in front of him, using the dispersion area. Due to such a bright light, all the players standing nearby began to close their eyes. The charge shattered the shield into pieces, and some unknown but incredibly powerful magic made everyone stop and freeze in surprise. 2 knights in excellent armor approached the main character and ordered him to lower his weapons. In Ailstock, no one was allowed to cause trouble. Thomas, for the first time in the entire game, saw anti-magic in action. It was a squad of holy knights of the capital, belonging to the great empire. One of the knights asked the hero to lower his weapon, explaining that the whole situation was just a misunderstanding on both sides. He stressed that neither side would be punished. However, he also warned that if Thomas decided to open fire again, there would be no forgiveness. Then Thomas, slightly hinting that the first shots were fired by other players, received the answer that they were aware. However, the knight reminded that the protagonist was also responsible for what happened, since it was he who led the crowd into the city. With a wink, the knight assured them that they would turn a blind eye to the incident, for which Thomas felt that the knights were making concessions to him. In turn, the knights thanked him for his cooperation. However, before letting the hero go, the knight reminded him of the strict rules of the capital. The use of offensive magic is prohibited here unless you have the appropriate permission. Since the magic used earlier was intended to protect civilians, the knights decided to simply forget everything that happened and not dwell on it. They then politely asked everyone not to block the entrance to the checkpoint so as not to cause inconvenience. The townspeople watching this process were delighted with the magic demonstrated by the players, but the magic of the knights made an even greater impression on them. This, of course, did not go unnoticed by the hero, who quietly told his bear that, despite all the chaos, things had not turned out so bad. But one of the knights, deciding that the moment had come, called him a stranger and asked him to follow him. Thomas felt discontent rising within him, and the thought flashed through his mind that they were going to kill him quietly after he went with them to kill his bear. In response to his concerns, one of the holy knights confidently swore that neither Thomas nor his bear would be harmed. The knight asked if it would be appropriate for the hero to follow them, to which the protagonist shook his head in confusion. He didn't quite understand what that even meant. Then the knight, turning to his comrade, whose name was Digrom, said that he had received consent from the stranger and asked him to accompany them. Digrom did not object, and the knight, turning to the protagonist, said that it was time for them to go. And so, Thomas and the bear followed the knight, and the other remained behind. While they walked, the knight looked at them all the time in bewilderment. He couldn't believe that the sacred shield that protected him from physical attacks was destroyed, which made him wonder who was really in front of him. At that moment, a new achievement appeared on the hero's screen. Respect of the dedicated knights. He could not believe that the reputation he had earned had grown so much that he was respected by the knights from the capital. Thomas was a little taken aback that he had earned the respect of such an elite group as the Knights of the Capital. He knew that they were not just ordinary people, and if someone from this squad showed respect to him, then the commander of these knights respected him too. Before this, his overall reputation on the continent was 30, and now with this new achievement, it jumped to 50. After this, the knight stopped and asked why the bear was with him at all. Apparently, this situation also puzzled him. Meanwhile, another knight, whose shield had been damaged by Thomas, came up and said that it was hard to believe that someone like a hero could cause trouble in the capital. This statement surprised the protagonist. He did not know that his actions had already become known to the knights. Then Thomas began to tell the knights about what had happened the day before, with a note of slight confusion in his voice. He told them how he accidentally met a little bear cub, and how he gradually began to take care of him, feeding him, raising him, and protecting him as best he could. His story of how he defeated a huge fire-breathing bear, known as Agony Osso, truly impressed the knights. One of the knights, while clearly respecting the fact that the bear raised by Thomas did not attack people, nevertheless reminded him that his actions and the actions of the bear were too risky for the capital of Elstock. The knight explained that although the bear was not aggressive, the events that occurred when Thomas first arrived in town could be repeated, and this could cause panic among the population. Then Thomas felt doubts creeping up on him. He didn't know what to do in this situation. He asked if he would be able to get into the city if he released the bear. The knight confirmed his suspicions, replying that Thomas would not enter the city with the bear. The hero suddenly realized that trained monsters often have a special designation that may not always be understood by NPCs or players, and this misunderstanding could put the bear in danger. He agreed with the knight and decided to release the bear, thanking him for his understanding. The knight praised his actions as a member of the public peace squad. After that, he asked his real name before saying goodbye. Thomas introduced himself as a musketeer, and the knights respectfully performed their signature gesture, materializing wings and soaring into the air. One of the knights commented with a grin on the hero's rather original name, adding that it was quite funny. The winged knight wished him luck on his journey, and while Thomas was grateful, he couldn't help but feel irritated by the way they acted, as if their equipment and demeanor alone justified their arrogance. As evening fell over the capital, Thomas and his bear headed into the dense forests away from the city. Now that it was time to say goodbye, Thomas felt sad and confused. He hoped that this would be the best choice for both of them. Then the bear hugged him tightly and let out a quiet growl. Thomas told him to go faster, and despite the painful thoughts, he felt good remembering all the good things they had experienced together. He joked that if the bear came back, he would shoot it, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly the bear growled loudly and rushed at him from behind, biting him on the arm. Thomas cried out in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. However, the bear immediately began to lick the wound, and Thomas, surprised by this behavior, told him that it hurt. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared around them. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly a new achievement, soulmates, appeared on the hero's screen. This meant that he now had an animal companion that was connected to his soul. But that wasn't all. He also became the first player to achieve this and be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The bear, sensing the change, became sad and began to cry. Thomas was deeply touched by this gesture of devotion. He promised the bear that he would never forget him, stroked his head, and advised him to take care of his health and avoid hunting. Although judging by his size, the bear would most likely become a hunter of others. With a heavy heart, Thomas said goodbye to the bear and headed towards the capital, leaving his friend behind. His mood immediately worsened, and even saying goodbye to Beamy and Carl did not cause him such strong emotions as this. Thomas suddenly heard a mighty roar from his teddy bear, which seemed to pierce the space around him. At that moment, a new achievement appeared on the screen. He could now summon his soulmate, but this discovery brought with it conflicting feelings. Thomas knew that even if his pet died, he would still have the ability to summon it back. He now knew that his pet would not disappear completely and that they could still be together, albeit on the other side of life and death. However, his journey into the game was just beginning, which meant that he and the bear would develop their powers and abilities, becoming stronger and faster. Thomas sincerely hoped that the bear would succeed in this. Time passed, and by midday, Thomas increasingly felt that he did not understand the meaning of his journey. He literally spent the whole day on the way back to the capital, but when he finally reached Elstock, he was shocked by the crowd of people, so many that Thomas was immediately confused and did not know how he was supposed to find Kay among them. When he contacted his brother, he told him to head to the south gate, but it turned out that Thomas didn't know where that gate was. Feeling his discontent growing, he began to seriously doubt whether his brother was laughing at him by giving such instructions. But in response, he heard from his brother that it was quite normal to get lost in this area, since there were no landmarks around, which meant that searching was really difficult. In order to find this gate, Thomas had to pay attention. Before Thomas could even figure out what he was supposed to do, he suddenly turned around and noticed his brother standing right behind him, laughing, which puzzled him greatly, and he immediately realized his brother had caught him. By this time, several of his friends began to watch the scene, unsure if Thomas had actually reached level 15. Then Thomas felt their gazes on him, but he still continued talking to his brother. Noticing Kay's equipment, he couldn't help but praise his good choice. It was obvious that his brother's equipment was of a high level, which suggested that his character really deserved such equipment. Kay, without embarrassment, explained that such equipment should correspond to the level of his character, and there was nothing surprising about this. However, at some point he asked the main character an unexpected question regarding whether he had spent money on upgrading his equipment or perhaps stolen something from other players. Thomas confidently replied that he had earned all his items honestly, through hunting. At that moment, another player came up to them, who immediately expressed bewilderment at how Thomas, someone like him, could kill even a wild boar. The man continued, explaining that his K had told him many times about the hero's hidden talents. After this, the red-haired guy introduced himself, saying that his name was Harvey. The main character also decided to introduce himself and told him his name. Kay immediately hastened to assure that he had said nothing of the sort. However, Thomas did not pay attention to these verbal altercations, deciding that, overall, his brother was a good guy. At that moment, another guy approached them and asked if Kay was wearing the items that dropped when he was defeated by the field boss. Thomas couldn't help but be surprised to hear this question. The boy then continued his story, mentioning a large brown bear that had been part of the event, and Thomas responded by confirming that he had indeed encountered one. Soon the guy who introduced himself as Sasuke said that it was an incredible victory. He expressed surprise that Thomas was able to defeat such a powerful boss. Sasuke explained that his name was inspired by a certain work, but that didn't stop Kay, who immediately asked who this Field of Agony boss was. The guy, a little confused by the terminology, hastened to explain that the forums were actively discussing the recent chaos associated with this boss, and Kay seemed to be the only one who had not yet heard of him. Sasuke recently thought about an interesting point that caught his attention. He noticed that the hero has all 3 items from the set that can be obtained for defeating this monster. This seemed rather strange because, for a beginner, such items would be almost inaccessible. The hero's brother, noticing his confusion, encouraged him, saying that he shouldn't be shy and ask about everything that interested him. Then Kay called the guys to help clear some space so that the hunt could continue. It was the perfect moment to assess the hero's level. Although Thomas was a little embarrassed, he still admitted that he was currently on level 25, which immediately shocked his brother and his friends. They began to nervously discuss the fact that Thomas had recently been at level 10 and had somehow managed to defeat the Golden Eagle. The brother, in turn, immediately asked if Thomas was joking. In response, he heard confident confirmation that this was indeed the case and that Thomas had even done a little hunting on the way. At this point, Harvey began to think that if Thomas had recently caught a golden eagle, then logically he should be at level 12. He still couldn't figure out how the main character managed to level up more than 10 in such a short time, and immediately offered to add him as a friend. Soon after everyone had gotten to know each other, the boys decided it was time to say goodbye and leave. Everyone said goodbye together, promising to meet again soon. After this, Kay asked the hero to tell how everything really happened, and promised to buy them food in gratitude. When the boys got to the tavern, they ordered some drinks. Thomas was a little embarrassed, but still explained that the bear had significantly increased his level, and without it, it would not have been so easy for him to achieve such results. The hero's brother was delighted, saying that the attack power of the musket was truly impressive. He added that if there was time to reload, and if Thomas aimed for weak spots, he could actually increase his damage significantly. Thomas explained that although their fight was called a raid, it was actually just a group of players who had gathered spontaneously. They didn't know each other, and their organization was far from ideal. Apparently, the escape of the captain and the other players gave him the chance and time to inflict serious damage. Kay, knowing that the musket's damage was around 233, immediately realized that Thomas could deal enough damage to the boss. However, he immediately added that the musket could only fire one shot per minute, which of course significantly limited its actions. Thomas was a little confused by this question because the bear did not have much health, and Kay still could not believe that Thomas was able to kill the monster. After which, Kay asked if this had anything to do with the fact that Thomas was a sniper. After this, the guy was even more surprised to learn that in their guild, there was an archer who had difficulty crossing 66 meters with a long arrow. This guy gave up, after which he again activated the battle assistance system. Thomas wondered if the archer's maximum range was exactly 65 meters, and he explained that he had only been able to exceed that range by turning off the assist system, but when he returned to using it, he turned it back on for convenience. This all happened quite quickly, since the range of a musket ball was only 40 meters. Then Kay, still amazed, asked if Thomas had killed the boss with just one shot. Thomas replied that he did it with 3 shots and then used a stake in close combat at the end. Kay was shocked, not understanding how this was possible, especially considering that the musket had a range of only 40 meters, and reloading took a full minute. To this question, Thomas explained that he hunted without the combat assistance system turned on, and he was used to it. Kay couldn't believe that Thomas was playing without this system, but Thomas only assured him that it was easier for him and that he was used to this style of play. Thomas explained that if the assist system was turned on, the target hit rate would only be fixed at 50%, meaning he would not be able to hunt properly with that setting. The hero's brother, surprised, asked how much the range of his shots had increased, and whether he had managed to hit targets at such a distance. Thomas replied that he had managed to hit 3 targets in the head at a distance of up to 100 meters, which of course amazed his brother, who did not expect such details. He began to resent Thomas for mentioning these important points so late. Thomas in turn shouted that he was telling this now because his brother had just asked. After this, the brother invited the protagonist to join his guild, but he immediately refused. Then Kay, not understanding why Thomas didn't want to join, insisted on his own and began actively advertising his own guild, which was quite popular. Kay proudly said that his guild had attracted a lot of attention, and he had even challenged the reputation of his organization. He reminded the protagonist that he always talked about her, introducing him to the best players and even the guildmaster. He added that the guildmaster is so popular that his face is often shown on television. In response, the protagonist had to laugh, and his brother continued that he himself was ranked 8th in the ranking of the best players in Korea. Thomas, however, asked what place he occupied in the world rankings, and he proudly replied that he was somewhere in 40th place, to which Thomas, with complete indifference, said that he understood everything. The brother did not understand why he had such a restrained reaction, and repeated that he was ranked 40th in the world and 8th in Korea. To pique the hero's interest, Kay also mentioned Luna, who was ranked 9th in the world. Thomas, instead of discussing the details at length, immediately asked where exactly his brother was in the overall rankings. Kei, in turn, responded that his brother was asking too many questions and immediately told him to stop bragging. Meanwhile, Kei continued to tell everyone that he almost entered the top 100 in Korea. He also added that there was no one in their hunting grounds who did not know of his identity, and his guild was so famous that he earned the nickname Invincible or even Immortal Tank. At this point, Thomas asked why Kei was bragging about being in the top 500 players in the world, and Kei replied that it was actually an impressive achievement considering there were over 100 million people currently playing the game. He continued to boast, saying that if he gained 2 more levels, he would definitely enter the top 200. However, Thomas could not believe that his brother had reached such high levels and thought that he was perhaps a little lower in the rankings. But Kei, noticing this, immediately asked if Thomas was surprised by his level. He continued to tell him that now, before going hunting, they should eat a little, and then he would show him the capital and take him to the academy. At this time in the guild building, the guildmaster and the best players were discussing some important issues. Guildmaster Harvey, noticing the dull atmosphere, expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that the conversation was not bringing any benefit. Sasuke, who was with them, confirmed this opinion. Then the guildmaster, clearly interested in something, asked to speak with Sasuke personally and asked if there was anyone nearby. Sasuke then used his special vision skill to scan the building. It enveloped the entire building, and Sasuke could see who was next to the office. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, he reported this to Harvey. Master Harvey, praising Sasuke, noted that there was no one in Midros who could match his scanning skills. With this admission, Harvey obviously expected Sasuke to notice something unusual and immediately asked him about it. Sasuke, without hesitation, replied that the protagonist had managed to change almost everything that was possible, while the weapons and other items were completely consistent with those in the photograph. Harvey, intrigued by this information, immediately clarified whether it was really him. Sasuke then confirmed that the probability of this was extremely high, adding that the protagonist was at level 25, but was unable to see anything else. The master, not hiding his disappointment, also asked about the boy's achievements. But here too, Sasuke was powerless. But Harvey seemed prepared for such an outcome and did not look surprised. He spoke with obvious disappointment, mentioning that those two creatures had probably hidden all the information they needed, or perhaps were trying to lure him over to their side. He believed that they had hoped that by getting closer to Thomas, they would be able to win the trust of his relative Kei. Apparently, they took the hero into their home to get along with Kei and learn more about their guild. Sasuke, however, stated that he was unaware of these intentions, but Harvey did not pay much attention to his words, as he was furious that he could not figure out their plan. Sasuke then mentioned that he was able to discern the hero's title, and this certainly caught Harvey's attention. He explained that Thomas used the title of Knowing No Fear. Harvey curiously asked what exactly this title did, and Sasuke replied that it significantly increased the owner's attack power, and that to obtain such a title, one had to defeat a monster that was 20 levels higher than the player. Harvey, reflecting, noted that it seemed like these gypsies really appreciated the protagonist, especially if they gave in to him in the last attack. He suggested that perhaps Thomas was the Korean player the two girls were trying to recruit, and they could be sure it was him. There was no doubt that players like Scarlet and Luna had gotten close to him at some point and were now watching his back, even though they were never seen together. Harvey then suggested that Sasuke think logically, paying attention to the facts. The chain of logic began with the fact that when Thomas left Candle Castle a few days ago, he was on level 12. Back then he wasn't going hunting, but was heading to the capital, and now his level was 25. He also had special items that turned out to be dropped by the field boss. However, Harvey believes this would not have been possible without the help of these two girls. Sasuke, in turn, said that the boy could have defeated the monster himself, but Harvey immediately brought him back to reality, asking how a level 12 player could have become infected with Oso's agony on his own. Harvey paused and added that if the girls had indeed given the agony of Oso to the protagonist, it meant he was probably with them. This in turn implied that the girls had recently been near the southern gate. The master then immediately ordered Sasuke to increase the Ram sisters' rewards and informed him that Kei should keep an eye on Thomas. Harvey also warned Sasuke not to trust Kei and to constantly check the hero's location. He reminded the boy that he should use items that hide his location in his friend's information so that Thomas could not find out where they were. After that, Harvey and his master left, at which point Harvey, smiling to himself, asked Sasuke a strange question about what he looked like. Then the guy, a little surprised, replied that the expression on his face seemed strange. However, Harvey responded by cursing, saying that Sasuke needed to use nice language. He added that they needed to hurry, after which he hugged his subordinate. Meanwhile, Kay was surprised to see that the hero had a card with 5 gold coins. Thomas, in turn, looked around the area and soon found a gun shop and a haberdashery. However, Kay, noticing his interest, asked how long he would continue studying the map. Thomas replied that it was important for a sniper to thoroughly study the entire area. Then his brother said that it was time for them to go, and added that he was going to show the protagonist the academy. Then Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked if his brother had thought about the very task that he had mentioned earlier. Kay, a little confused, asked if Thomas was referring to the Sacred Grill quest. He explained that after he reached level 100, he completed every possible quest in the beginner village. However, Kay seemed to have never heard of that particular quest, much less completed it. Thomas was a little surprised that his brother had returned to the village despite already reaching level 100, and he noticed with a hint of confusion that the lunchbox hadn't even been sold. Kay, shrugging his shoulders, added that perhaps no one had ever completed this task, and if someone had completed it, they kept the information about it secret. Thomas, continuing to think, noticed that he could not find the second branch of the eatery in the capital. He assumed that either it had never opened, or those who completed the task did not reveal its location. For the hero, the idea of returning to Candle Castle didn't make much sense, as there were plenty of other quests in the capital that could help him restore his level of intimacy with the NPCs. Although it seemed logical at first glance, he realized that if he had completed the task, perhaps the second branch of the Sacred Grill would have opened in the capital, which could have affected the city's map. Then Kay assumed that no one had ever completed this quest before. He was already at level 198. If he had eaten that same lunchbox, his level would already be 202. Even if he hunted for a whole week in real time, he would not have risen more than 2 levels. Kay then added that leveling up is no joke, and if it's that hard for him, then imagining himself among the top players is already a challenge. Time is money, as they say, and Kay was able to save almost 100 days in Midros, which certainly meant a lot. Then Kay, apparently having made an important decision, asked Thomas if he wanted to sell that very lunchbox. Thomas, taken aback by such a question, was unable to react immediately. Kay explained that it would be stupid to eat the lunchbox and only gain 4 levels, as Thomas would not be able to carry it around for long. If this item were sold, it could fetch a decent amount of money, much more than Thomas could have imagined. Kay's words were weighty. He correctly pointed out that if Thomas sold the box, it would allow him to earn money for treatment and daily expenses, which could help his mother. Kay also added that once Thomas meets the guildmaster, he will definitely meet the best players from Korea. Thomas thought for a moment, but then, without hesitation, agreed to the proposal. Kay said it was the right decision. However, Thomas added that he agreed, but only after thinking it over carefully. This apparently did not please his brother Kay. Barely containing his emotions, became angry and asked if Thomas was going to sell the lunchbox at all. Then Thomas, with a serious expression on his face, began to explain that a real sniper should not just pull the trigger as soon as he sees the target. He also added that information about the boxing is classified. Kay noted that, as a student of the Faculty of Business Administration, he perfectly understands the logic of such things. Before they could continue their conversation, 2 men approached them, representatives of the Holy Knight Squad, and, surprising everyone, they saluted the main character. Kay, not believing his eyes, froze in place. He exclaimed, shouting at his brother, asking what had happened that the knights came looking for him. Thomas, calm as always, replied that he had done nothing. He explained that the knights were tasked with finding particularly dangerous thieves and checking for threats to the kingdom, and their visit was quite standard. Thomas, noticing his brother's bewilderment, suggested that his brother introduce himself to dispel all doubts. One of the knights, coming closer, introduced himself as Sir Wunderkind Guard. Then his partner, laughing amiably, put his arm around the man's shoulder. After this, he introduced himself as Sir Digger. The knights continued to laugh as they discussed the error in Sir Wunderkind's presentation. Then the hero, interrupting their laughter, decisively asked the knights what they were doing here. The knights replied that there didn't always have to be a specific reason for a visit. They were just passing by and decided to say hello. Then Thomas, seeing that his brother still could not come to his senses, said that he had already released the bear cub into the southern forest. The knights nodded and expressed understanding, saying that without this the boy would not have been able to reach the capital, and they thanked the hero for his cooperation. The knights then mentioned that one of their companions was from the Bilko Guild. Kay was stunned. He confirmed that he was Master Kay. The knights in turn stated that they were well aware of Kay's fighting skills, especially on the western borders. One of the knights shook Kay's hand and thanked him on behalf of the Bielsho Kingdom. Kay, somewhat surprised, did not expect such recognition, although he tried to gain experience in that place. After a short conversation, the knights said goodbye and seemed to be about to leave. But Thomas, still not believing what was happening, asked them if they really just came to say hello. The knight hinted that it was only a greeting, but with a hint of mystery, as if there was something more behind it. As the men left, Kay, sensing something was wrong, noted that this was the first time the knights had initiated a conversation with someone, rather than the other way around. Thomas, impressed, thought about his brother's words, but Kay, shaking him by the shoulder, finally realized that the knights had come not on business related to him, but specifically with Thomas. He asked how Thomas knew these knights since this was his first meeting with them. Then Thomas, laughing a little, explained that they came to ask about the bear. Kay, completely stunned, screamed, asking what bear he was talking about. Then Thomas calmly replied that if they had met this bear, everything would have become clear. Otherwise, it would have been strange if the knights had recognized not him, with 150 reputation points, but the hero. Thomas then wondered why, when he was at level 198, he only had 150 reputation points, even though he had already reached level 80. Kay, shaking him again, asked how Thomas had acquired such a high reputation, and the hero, having lost count of his thoughts, admitted that he had simply carried out tasks, and that had been enough. Kay, with a serious expression, explained that all reputation quests only become available from level 200, so even he himself could not complete them at his level. Kay, hearing this, was stunned. It was either impossible or completely unbelievable to gain reputation so quickly. The guy didn't hide his surprise and said that he couldn't wait to see what Thomas would do next. Then Thomas, with a slight smile, reminded him that his main goal was to make money. Kay, thinking that this might be a good idea, pointed out that if Thomas wanted to earn more, he would need to improve his classroom skills. Continuing on their way, they found themselves in front of the Musketeer Academy, which looked abandoned. Then Kay, with some strange mood, added that one of the luxurious castles they passed by was the Temple of Arlo, or in fact his academy. Thomas asked if this was a form of class discrimination. Kay replied that it was not, as the Templars, Paladins, Sisters, and monks were simply studying in these places. The hero was somewhat confused and apparently still did not understand the full meaning of what was happening. Kay, noticing this, immediately pulled out 2 gold coins and handed them to his brother. He said that this money would help solve any urgent issues, and also advised the protagonist to sell his clothes as soon as he leveled up. Left alone, Thomas entered the building of the Musketeer Academy. It was empty inside and dust hung in the air. Thomas, not feeling particularly comfortable, was surprised to notice that the building resembled a haunted house. He couldn't understand why the developers of the game Midros couldn't make something more decent for this academy. Suddenly, someone pointed a rifle at the hero's head and ordered him not to move or speak. Thomas instantly realized that this man was not joking. His disguise was perfect, and Thomas did not even sense his presence. The man ordered him to move his mouth, but not to move any other parts of his body, otherwise his head would fly off. The man then asked sharply who the main character was. Thomas introduced himself, and the man asked with interest who had sent him here. Thomas explained that no one had sent him, but he had received an invitation to the Musketeer Academy. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up, and he ordered the protagonist to take exactly 3 steps forward, threatening that if he took more or less, he would hit him right in the head. Thomas understood that this was a standard musketeer method for dominating the enemy. At that moment, Thomas realized that he was clearly not the first one to find himself in this situation. The man then demanded that the boy put the invitation on the floor. The hero, with an unperturbed expression, said that he would also put the musket. The man was clearly a little annoyed, but ordered the protagonist to take 3 more steps back. Thomas, with a slight ironic grin, asked if his head would fly off if he took just 2 steps. The man, noticing the insolence in the hero's answer, asked curiously if he was a local, and Thomas, without hiding the truth, confirmed this. The man sighed and quickly listed the hero's accomplishments. including his honorary membership in Candle Castle's Public Order Squad and his experience in hitting targets at a range of 100 meters. Then Thomas realized that the man, being an NPC, could instantly track his progress, and soon the man nodded and told the protagonist to follow him. Once inside the building, Thomas noticed that it was completely empty, like a school, but without any staff. The man growled at the protagonist, telling him not to act like a child, but still ordered him to sit down. Thomas, feeling a familiar sensation, immediately realized that he was in a situation similar to his army days. Thomas, deciding that it would be easier for him to imagine himself serving in the army because it created a familiar and controlled atmosphere, became lost in his thoughts. At this time, the man sitting opposite respectfully accepted the letter written by Ziet. The letter was full of praise, with Ziet describing the hero as a hard-working man who always strived to work for the good of Candle Castle, and as someone who could become a noble knight who supported the kingdom. The man seemed genuinely impressed to hear these words, and happily announced that this was the first time he had received such a letter of recommendation. However, a moment later his mood changed. The man crumpled the letter and threw it on the floor, declaring that everything written there was complete nonsense and that there was not a grain of truth in it. The man, having collected his thoughts, folded his hands under his chin and calmly added that the most important thing for a musketeer is not love for his work, but talent. He explained that the efforts of a musketeer were only required when it was necessary to fill the ramrod with gunpowder. Thomas, not expecting such a direct and abrupt turn, only nodded, understanding what he meant. Then the man continued by noting that all these games did not require much effort, and Thomas was confident in himself only because he hit the target from 100 meters. But Thomas, restraining himself, replied that this was not entirely the case. The man shouted loudly that if Thomas understood, then further interaction would be easier. He then ordered the protagonist to stand up, saying that they were going to light a fire. The thought flashed through the hero's mind that the man probably wanted to use an explosive device, and all of this was supposed to be preparation for some kind of test. With a worried and slightly embarrassed expression, he wondered if reaching level 10 would be enough to enter the academy and why they were even going to test him. Immediately after this, Thomas received a new assignment. Its description mentioned an exam involving Bezbrowov, and it said that if he failed the test, he would not be accepted into the academy. Bezbrowovi, apparently noticing the anxiety in the hero's voice, asked if he was scared. Thomas, holding back his emotions, assured him that everything was fine, but on the contrary, he was looking forward to the upcoming test. He understood that entering the professional training center was an important step that needed to be taken several times before reaching level 200. Bezbrowovi did not mention any conditions, and Thomas realized that if he failed, he simply would not be accepted into the academy. Thomas then thought about the nature of a musketeer and came to the conclusion that their work was similar to the role of a sniper, a type of task he was familiar with. Musketeers are more than just soldiers with muskets. Their reckless actions could have disastrous consequences for both themselves and their allies. He knew that the correct answer to this test was no, because to take 2 steps forward, you must first take 2 steps back. This would be the right path for every shooter, and Bezbrowovi was most likely checking exactly this. However, Thomas, as always, having decided to act in his own way, was not going to choose such an answer. He did not want to lose. Bezbrowovi laughed when he saw the strange expression on the hero's face, and added that he seemed to be deep in thought. He then showed the protagonist the training field and explained that the place would be closed to him if he failed. The main structure of the field was specifically designed for shooting at a distance of about 40 meters, the standard distance for musketeers using the combat power system. Bezbrowovi then asked the hero to choose between a through-fire or a rapid-fire. He said that Thomas could choose what he liked best, but warned that if he failed, he would be immediately kicked out. Thomas was well aware of the concept of rapid-fire, although he had never heard of such a thing as through-fire. However, he was confident in himself and said that he would shoot at the target as it was his best choice, and he preferred to act on what he was confident in. Bezbrowovi, having heard the hero's decision, was surprised, although it rather interested him. Then Thomas, unable to contain his curiosity, asked how many people had already attempted this test, wondering if anyone else had tried it besides the 2 of them. Bezbrowovi replied that many people tried, but only 2 people were able to pass the test. Thomas, still puzzled, thought that with so many people, the possibility that only 2 had passed the test seemed unlikely. He asked another question about how many people actually attempted the exam. Then Bezbrowovi replied that he did not need to know how many people had failed, and added that in the worst case, at least 1,000 people would fail. These words made the hero think 1,000 people failed, but only 2 passed. Thomas expected that at least 5,000 people tried to pass the exam. It all seemed like some kind of incredible test. After collecting his thoughts, Thomas finally asked himself what the test itself was, trying to figure out if it was simply about hitting a target from 40 meters away. However, Thomas, sensing that something was wrong, asked another question, whether the target was a scarecrow. But the man, without giving him the opportunity to continue his thoughts, went forward, and Thomas, not understanding what was happening, followed him. Thomas soon noticed that they had come much further than he expected. The distance was now more than 50 meters. The hero realized that the man intended to shoot him from 55 meters away, and this came as a real shock to him. Despite this, he understood that, even from such a distance, he had a chance to hit the target. Then Brolus thrust the purple feather into the wall, and Thomas, stunned, realized that this was more than just a target-hitting exercise. At that moment, Thomas realized why only 2 people had passed the test. He realized that the goal was much more difficult than it might seem at first glance. The guy took a closer look, and the feather that the man had stuck into the wall turned out to be no bigger than an ordinary dot. Meanwhile, Bezbrowovi, without waiting for the hero's reaction, told him to begin. The hero had no other choice. He had to try. He then opened the sync level settings and told the system to increase his sync level to maximum. However, as it turned out, its synchronization level could only be increased to 50%. Now that his senses were much sharper, almost like in real life, but still 50%, he knew he had to rely on his feelings and intuition. Resetting the synchronization could cause harm not only in the game, but also in real life. So he understood the full responsibility that lay on his shoulders. However, Thomas decided to increase the synchronization level to 50%. At that moment, he seemed to be enveloped by some previously unknown energy. He felt his senses becoming sharper, almost like in real life. Now Thomas was ready. He reloaded the gun very quickly without using the ramrod, which greatly surprised Bezbrowov. The man nodded approvingly, and although Thomas didn't quite understand what he meant by that, it became clear to him that he seemed to be implying that Thomas was too slow. Then Thomas took aim. The distance to the target was 55 meters, and the target was only 10 centimeters in size, extremely small and almost invisible. Then he took a deep breath and told himself that he would hit the target. All he had to do was imagine that the target was 250 meters away. He concentrated, and at that moment, Bezbrowovi thought that everything was fine with the main character. His aim was steady, his breathing was even, and his willpower was at its best. The man wanted this guy to show him what he was really capable of. Thomas focused again, took aim, and, feeling his perception increase, he was able to see his target much more clearly. He even began to notice how the target seemed to increase in size as it stood in front of him. He then activated the Calm Heart skill, which helped him focus. He tried to calm himself from the inside and then focus on the outside. After a few seconds of complete concentration, Thomas took aim and pulled the trigger. At the moment the shot rang out, Thomas felt like he was in some kind of strange state. He whispered quietly under his breath, wondering if he had hit the mark. As it turned out, his bullet passed right through the center of the feather. Then Bezbrowovi, seeing the result, said that Thomas really hit the target, and the blow was quite strong. Thomas couldn't understand how he could see so clearly from such a distance, since he didn't even shoot. He looked at Bezbrowovi with bewilderment and asked if he would check it. But Bezbrowovi, smiling, replied that if Thomas said so, then so it was. He added that he had not seen such interesting footage for a long time. These words made the hero wonder how the master had managed to assess his hit so accurately. He completed all the tasks and found himself back in the Hall of Fame, where rewards awaited him: 15 skill points, 20 reputation points, and a double effect increase. Thomas thought for a moment, realizing that he now understood why the reward was hidden. If people knew about it, many would rush to take advantage without thinking about the consequences. At this moment, Bezbrowovi approached the main character and asked why he was standing motionless like a pillar. Then he ordered him to follow him. On the way, Bezbrowovi asked if Thomas was happy with what had happened and poured him a cup of tea. Then Bezbrowovi, continuing the conversation, said that in fact the hero has real talent, and that is why he acted so confidently at the beginning. Thomas admitted that in fact it was all pure luck. Bezberwovi responded that luck does not favor those who lack talent, and added that in order for luck to be on his side, he needs to learn to control his body and emotions well. At this point, Thomas was thinking about what was written on his achievement. It said that he was one of the 3 most famous musketeers of the Pubyal Kingdom, as well as one of the founders of the academy, meaning that his skills were actually at a very high level. Bezberwovi continued, saying that a person must maintain control over himself. Once this control is achieved, his thinking will become flexible, and agility and strength will improve significantly. He also noted that the main character is not a pushover, and smiling, added that the main character should think about his future. Then Bezberwovi said that if Thomas had come at least a year earlier, he could have prepared him as one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. These words surprised the protagonist, and he immediately asked who these 3 musketeers were. The man explained that the protagonist still had a lot to learn before he could become one of them. He hinted that at his current level, the protagonist didn't need to teach him how much gunpowder to put in the barrel or how many times to use a ramrod. Then Bezberwovi threw a large blue bag, filled to the brim, onto the table. Thomas, opening the bag, realized that inside were bullets with gunpowder, each worth 10 silver coins. The protagonist was stunned to see so many of them. 200 charges of black powder and 200 bullets. Bezberwovi, meanwhile, hinted that basic training has absolutely no meaning for someone who wants to become a true master. Thomas realized that this was a reward for successfully completing basic training and accepted it with gratitude. Bezberwovi, however, told him to hold back his gratitude as the work was not finished. And then, unexpectedly, the man said that they were starting a spider hunt. Thomas immediately received a new task. He thought there would probably be some kind of ceremony or celebration to mark the completion of his training. This was the academy after all, but things didn't turn out quite as he expected. However, there was a problem. The red spiders could only be killed at level 15, and Thomas was already at level 25, which significantly reduced the potential reward. He didn't want to waste time on this. And turning to Bezberwovi, he asked if there were still bats living in that forest, and the man confirmed his guess. Then Thomas, using his negotiating skills, asked if it was possible to kill the spiders and bats at the same time. To which Bezberwovi, with some severity in his voice, asked whether Thomas was really suffering so much because he had shown a little leniency. Thomas, a little surprised but not at a loss, replied that this was not at all the case. He explained that he was not so young as to confuse knowledge with certainty. Then, after a short silence, he added that if the director ordered it, he would be ready to complete the task in just 1 day. Then Bezberwovi thought for a moment and then agreed. Thomas felt his ability to get on the right wave worked, and of course he could not miss such an opportunity. With a feeling of satisfaction, he said that he wanted to ask something. He was curious if the task was successful, whether Bezberwovi would teach him his own skill. This question seemed to spark something strange in the master's eyes, and Thomas immediately realized that he would now have to wait a little. He realized that whoever spoke first might find themselves at a disadvantage. Finally, Bezberwovi said that he would agree, but only if Thomas fulfilled a new condition. The mission changed, and he now had to bring back spider legs and bat claws. The task had to be completed within 12 hours. Thomas was a little taken aback by such a short period of time. Then he turned to Bezberwovi and said that he would leave immediately. High risk, as he understood, meant high reward. Bezberwovi, observing Thomas, admitted that he was quite interesting, which only spurred the hero on. He was ready for the challenge, and without wasting any time, he ran, his plan running through his mind. He needed about 2 to 3 hours to reach the hunting area. Taking into account the time for the return journey, he had only 6 hours left for the hunt itself, and this is considering that he had to not only kill 30 creatures, but also collect items from them. What motivated him even more was the fact that Bezberwovi had such high hopes for one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation, which made the hero strive for success. At first, he decided to run to the western gate, not having time to gather a team. As he raced, he met many other players who were also forming teams to hunt spiders and bats. Then Thomas stopped, noticing a large crowd heading towards the Orc Village or Peak Lookout. He had heard the name somewhere. Remembering the Ram sisters, he realized that they had once been here. Lookout Peak was not marked on the map, but it appeared to be located beyond the Sentinel Mountains, on the westernmost border of the kingdom. Thomas then realized that it would be difficult for Scarlet to go there alone, especially since they were on the same level, so her sister Luna helped her. Deciding not to waste time, Thomas shouted to his sisters to wait and promised that he would catch up with them. It took him only 45 minutes to reach his destination. His running skills were truly impressive. Thinking about time, Thomas realized that if the return journey took the same amount of time, he would only have 10 hours left for the hunt itself. However, on the way, Thomas noticed something strange. Many players were actively preparing for a similar quest in the dark forest. They discussed how spiders are very sensitive, which makes it difficult for archers to shoot, as the spiders immediately notice them, and for a solo player, it becomes even more difficult, as the monsters in this forest often gather in groups and begin to attack at the same time. Thomas could hardly believe it, but without wasting any time, he walked past these players and decided to move into the forest alone, relying on his own strength. As Thomas continued on his way alone, several players couldn't help but comment. They warned him that hunting at night was very dangerous and suggested that he wait until the morning to join them. But Thomas, with confidence in his voice, replied that the morning would be too late for him. His decision surprised everyone around him, and it did not go unnoticed. Soon bets began on whether he would return before sunrise. Some said he would return in 2 hours, while others bet on his death. Some even claimed that they would definitely find his body, while others were sure that his body would simply disappear. Then Thomas, after listening to all these conversations, realized that people were putting their lives on the line for another person, and without hiding their dissatisfaction, he called them idiots, making it clear that he heard their conversations. However, despite all these bets and discussions, he was absolutely adamant. He focused on his preparations, reloading his musket just in case. It wasn't easy. It took him 63 seconds, despite loading the gun with his eyes closed. But with training, Thomas improved his skills, and soon he could do it in a minute, maybe even faster. With good lighting, he knew he could reduce the reload time to at least 50 seconds. Soon, Thomas lit a torch and immediately noticed that the dark forest was full of terrible monsters. Huge spiders with a bunch of eyes and sharp fangs appeared before him. The hero raised his torch up and realized that there were a lot of monsters around him. Then he shot at 2 spiders. After that, their corpses fell on the cold ground. Then the guy, without wasting any time, began to reload his weapon, knowing that other monsters were about to arrive. His shots were accurate, and soon another spider was destroyed. At this point, the reload time was reduced to 52 seconds. It was a clear improvement, and Thomas was pleased to see how quickly his skill had improved. He felt his skills becoming more and more effective, and the reality of the hunt becoming more vivid and intense. Thomas quickly realized that with his skill level and weapon, he could destroy spiders with one shot. He had 215 skill points, which was equivalent to a level 50 player. Now he understood how leveling up affected his strength and perception. However, despite this, Thomas noticed that the monsters did not drop items. This meant that luck had turned against him, and the likelihood of finding useful items had significantly decreased. Thomas continued to move forward, knowing that he only had 10.5 hours left to complete the task. At this time, the group of players who had placed bets finally realized that more than 2 hours had passed. Some of them began to doubt that Thomas would return alive, and the questions began to multiply. They decided that they would not fight the monsters, but would still rush to check if Thomas was alive. In case they found his body, they could demand a reward. At the same time, 2 boys decided to join the archer standing nearby. He chuckled and thought that if Thomas went into the forest alone, it meant he spent a lot of money on the game. If Thomas dies, he might be able to take his valuables. The man was confident of his luck, especially when he was followed by 2 idiots who could serve as a human shield. While trying to survey the area, the man suggested using fire magic to light the way. To do this, he used a skill called Fire Arrow. He launched several fire arrows, but there were no spiders or bats in front of them. However, even in bright light, none of the 3 players saw anything. It was strange, but there were no monsters in this forest. Even stranger for the fair-haired man was the lack of traces of the hero. He tried to understand where he died and why no objects were visible. The equipment Thomas used cost a lot of money, about 1 gold coin. Then the man, thinking about what to do next, suggested that the group move deeper into the forest in search of the items they were missing. One of the boys following him suddenly noticed something strange and suggested taking a look. They soon came across an acid-green swamp that immediately caught their attention. The boys couldn't understand where the swamp could have come from, especially in such a gloomy, lightless forest. It didn't fit into the overall picture, and they could only guess whether it had been there from the very beginning or had appeared quite recently. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed that the substance in the swamp was unusually viscous. The man, noticing this, realized that in front of him was not a swamp, but something much more eerie, the remains of bats and spiders. Then the boys, recoiling, tried to drive away thoughts of what their stomachs might be feeling now, and one of them noted with alarm that he had a premonition of trouble. Suddenly, they heard sounds like rustling, as if something was moving in the darkness. From the depths of the forest, red eyes began to appear, sparkling with the thirst for murder, and illuminated everything around. The monsters began to revive, and it was a mass rebirth, which meant only one thing. Thomas seemed to have killed a huge number of creatures at once. Meanwhile, Bezbrowovi was calmly drinking tea, unaware of what was happening in the dark forest, when suddenly someone burst into the room. Bezbrowovi, holding a musket to the protagonist's head, ordered him to behave quietly, holding his breath. Otherwise certain death awaited him. Then Thomas, looking at the situation, could not resist asking whether Bezbrowov had taken up his old business again. At first, Bezbrowov didn't understand what was happening, but then, when Thomas threw the package right on the floor, he realized that this was what he asked for. Red spider legs and vampire bat teeth were all there, and it looked like Thomas had collected more than enough. Then Bezbrowi, despite his strictness, admitted that the tasks were completed on time, and Thomas did not let him down. Thomas, still dissatisfied with the amount of praise, decided to ask whether Bezbrowi considered this praise sincere. The man thought to himself that he needed to kill over 500 monsters to complete the task, while Thomas understood that even if he reduced the reload time, it still wouldn't be enough. Even if he had spent the whole night hunting, he would not have had time to collect the required number of items. He doubted that anyone, even as experienced as Thomas, could kill 500 monsters in one night. Then Bezbrowovi said that such work could only be praised. Suddenly, Thomas received a message that he had exceeded the conditions and was rewarded for it. He received 1 silver coin and a new skill, a refined hand movement technique. This skill allowed him to significantly speed up the reloading of his weapon. Now it took only 30 seconds but lasted for 5 minutes. After this, Thomas again turned to Bezbrovi, asking what he should do next. In response, Bezbrovi, still puzzled, asked how Thomas was able to complete the task. He again wondered if it was really possible for someone to bring so many items in such a short time. He even started asking if Thomas had bought all these items. Then Thomas, smiling a little, realized that Bezbrovi was referring to his methods and replied that he had simply combined all of his techniques. Looking back on the hunt, Thomas realized that his original technique was not as effective as he thought. He knew that at this rate he wouldn't have enough time to practice enough. He realized that he needed to change something, because killing monsters one after another would not give him time for more important training and improvements. The hero had 3 different skills, each of which allowed him to kill one monster with one shot. However, despite this, destroying several enemies at once was almost impossible. He considered lining them up to try and take out multiple monsters with one shot, but the bullet, unfortunately, didn't have enough power to penetrate multiple targets at once. In addition, another thing bothered him greatly. After he killed only 4 monsters, he only received 1 item. Thomas began to think that if he had an area attack skill, this kind of problem would be solved much easier. He couldn't say that there were no ways to solve this problem, but the possibilities were clearly insufficient. The clearing he found himself in was crisscrossed by several roads, and was essentially the best place to launch an area attack he had ever seen. At times like these, he even felt a little envious of other classes, especially mages, who had the ability to attack multiple enemies at once. The musketeers, on the other hand, had no area attack skills, at least not at his level. However, he suddenly remembered one thing that could help him. The gunpowder smoke he used on the Golden Eagle mission was not classified as a skill, but at that moment it proved to be quite effective in scaring off the wolves. This suggested that perhaps it could be used again. He soon completed his preparations. Having made sure that there were no other players nearby, I decided to implement my plan. At first he began to chase a lone spider, but soon realized that it could act as bait. When the monster appeared on the horizon, Thomas immediately rushed towards it. The spider greeted him with a loud growl and prepared to attack back. However, the main character was faster and easily rushed through the spider. Then he turned sharply and pointed his weapon in front of him. He stabbed the spider with the bayonet of his musket and made it scream, hoping the sound would attract other monsters. Thomas continued to make the creature scream, trying to make its screams as loud and desperate as possible. Soon this began to bear fruit. Monsters from all sides began to wake up, hissing and crawling in his direction. To further their pursuit, Thomas spilled some spider blood. He knew that this would most likely increase the aggression of the monsters, making them more persistent. All that was left for him now was to lead them to the right place. And although the plan worked, Thomas knew that the number of monsters could become a real problem. If they catch up with him, he won't survive. He ran as fast as he could, hoping to get to a safe distance where he could launch a counterattack. Determined to keep the monsters from getting any closer, the hero activated his runner's euphoria skill, allowing him to reach a higher speed. The end of this dangerous mission was finally approaching. Then, having calmed down a bit, he used his skill Calm Heart to improve his accuracy and aim. After that, he aimed at the right place. Without thinking twice, the hero shot at a small stone that stood on a stump. The moment Thomas fired, sparks of fire erupted, and the entire surrounding area caught fire. A powerful blast wave threw back all the monsters that had gathered nearby, trying to catch up with the main character. Even nearby trees were engulfed in flames. Thomas expected an explosion, but what happened exceeded his expectations. The explosion was much more powerful than he could have imagined. The effect was similar to the explosion of a claymore mine, which used kinetic energy to blow enemies to pieces, scattering iron balls about 3 millimeters in diameter. However, this time Thomas was 8 meters from the epicenter, and despite this, he suffered only minimal damage. Everything happened so quickly that he hardly felt the effects of the explosion. The plan worked. The monsters were destroyed, and Thomas felt relieved. Bezbrowovi, having learned about what Thomas had done, was stunned. He found it difficult to believe that he had been able to create a real bomb, and even expressed doubt that it was possible. He admitted that what Thomas had created did indeed resemble a claymore bomb. Despite the rush and lack of time during assembly, the bomb's design proved quite effective. The thing is that the hero carried more than 100 iron balls with him to drive the monsters into one place and destroy them. When the man heard about this, he was pleased. He said it sounded quite interesting. However, although he was impressed, he began to doubt whether such tactics could be considered acceptable for a musketeer. He reminded the protagonist that the purpose of his training was to improve the skills of a musketeer and not to create unconventional methods. Thomas, in turn, admitted this, but added that with so many monsters he had to act differently, otherwise he would not have coped. Bezbrowovi, despite all his doubts, agreed with Thomas and advised him not to become arrogant. Thomas, realizing that the matter was closed, did not raise the topic again, but a moment later Bezbrowov stood up and asked a new question. He asked the hero's opinion on the role of a real musketeer. Thomas, puzzled, asked what exactly he meant, and Bezbrowovi, smiling slightly, explained that he wanted Thomas to imagine a large-scale invasion that took place 20 years ago. Thomas quickly realized that Brolus was talking about the war mentioned on the official Midros homepage, the very war in which demons clashed with the combined forces of humans. Rumors said that both sides had exceptional commanders, and the battle left its mark on history. Whether it was a war between humans and demons or a monster invasion, everything depended on the commander's ability to analyze the battlefield. The essence became clear, and in this context, the role of the musketeer also did not go unnoticed. The protagonist, always ready to speak out first, immediately offered his version, stating that the main function of a musketeer is, of course, aimed shooting. Then Bezbrov, smiling, asked for clarification. This is precisely what prompted the hero to explain that there is a structured subordination in the human world. If a commander died in battle, his deputy immediately assumed his role, allowing the battle to continue without any noticeable pauses. However, as Thomas clarified, the monsters did not have such a system. If their leader were destroyed, those left without a leader would panic and lose their combat effectiveness. Therefore, in the hero's opinion, the most effective strategy in such a case could be a large-scale air attack. Then Bezbrowovi, with a slight grin, noted that this tactic, in fact, became the basis for the creation of the Musketeer Academy. Thomas, a little surprised, asked what exactly he had just said. Bezbrowovi, however, did not elaborate on the topic, saying only that it was just thinking out loud. Soon Thomas received a message about a new mission. His goal was to eliminate the leader of the Kobold tribe, Hijwit Ka. But Bezbrowovi seemed to have revised something, changing the description and conditions, and Thomas was shocked. He didn't expect such changes. And more importantly, the failure conditions that were now added to the task made him feel even more anxious. He returned to the original task, trying to figure out what was happening, and asked why the difficulty of the task had suddenly increased and why the director had changed it at his own discretion. Thomas did not try to negotiate, believing that such a change was unfair. The task of destroying the kobold was too difficult for his level, and now he had three options: fail, die, or try to reach level 30 by gathering a team. He struggled to understand how Brawlus could expect him to defeat a monster that would normally require a team of level 30 players to take down, all on his own. He felt that he did not understand what expectations Besberby had of him. This task seemed almost impossible, and his anxiety grew. But the man, noticing his anxiety, told him not to worry too much. The task was designed to test the hero's aiming skills. All he had to do was eliminate the leader of the monsters. Despite the risk and difficulty of the task, it was still a test that could test the hero's true abilities. And Thomas, even though he knew it wouldn't be an easy walk, agreed with this explanation. Bezberwovi, in turn, did not waste time and ordered them to set off immediately. He emphasized that great hopes were placed on the hero, and the protagonist felt some relief as the task had no time limit. This meant he could wait until his experience bar reached 99% before taking the final shot. However, deep down, Thomas wanted to understand Bezberwov's true intentions. The man's cryptic words about how this strategy led to the founding of the Musketeer Academy made him think about the bigger picture. He became curious and decided to ask Kay about it. But despite several attempts, he did not receive an answer. This made him think that if Kay was not answering, then most likely he was somewhere hunting right now. Then Thomas decided to check Kay's location and opened his friends list. He saw that all four of his friends were in the narrow Thibi Gorge. It looked like Kay was there with his guild members. Thomas, having made a couple of quick conclusions, realized that if he himself joined the guild, it would make it easier for him to create a team and solve more complex problems. He remembered his friends and also decided to check their location. His surprise was great when he discovered that they were also in that same gorge. Meanwhile, Kay's guild announced in chat that they had trapped the Ram sisters. The guild leader, in turn, acted decisively. He ordered his subordinates to surround the Ram sisters, hoping that the Night Knights would soon arrive to help. Sasuke, who was part of the squad, was given instructions on the proper retreat route and was tasked with detaching 5 men for long-range attacks. Harvey also instructed the doctors to use the enhancement to increase the speed of long-range attacks. He then ordered the troops of his subordinate Tobias to pursue the girls. He knew that there was no room to maneuver in the narrow Thibi Gorge, and that this was the perfect moment to finally corner the Ram sisters. Kay was appointed to lead a squad of tanks and drive them forward. The guild leader estimated that there were about 60 high-level players in their ranks. Even the moon itself will find it difficult to break through such a formation. He hoped that this time they would be able to win, since teleportation was blocked and all escape routes were sealed. Harvey then cast a spell that caused the dimension to close. At that moment, a huge energy arrow shot into the sky. This fact became a signal for Kay that the Ram sisters needed to be captured. And it was at that moment that Luna cast a spell. As it turned out, she was preparing to use Ice Blast. Meanwhile, Kay was running towards the moon when he suddenly noticed a strange glow ahead of him. It seemed like she fired hundreds of enchanted arrows, and several players from the guild fell without having time to defend themselves. Kay, however, did not lose his composure and immediately activated a protective shield. Literally, the next moment he realized that one of the most dangerous opponents stood in front of him. He sarcastically remarked that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and now they were meeting again, but in a completely different situation. The girl was indeed standing in front of him, her hand with which she had controlled the spell stretched out forward. The distance between Kay and Scarlet was approximately 70 meters. Kay then ordered the tanks to keep their distance. He knew that Luna was preparing another volley of ice spears that could kill. He was confident that this blow would be fatal, and so he ordered his crew to take a defensive formation, hoping that they would be able to withstand it. However, Kay couldn't believe that she launched hundreds of ice spears at once. Everything that happened was too fast, and only a powerful explosion was able to destroy all the ice projectiles, shattering them in the air. Kay couldn't determine who exactly had dealt the blow, as his squad was still defending against the ice attack, but he knew for sure that it could only have been Scarlet using her firepower. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed Luna and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Kay was furious that a low-level player would dare to attack his party. It disappointed him, especially because he had encountered players who simply left the game after dying. He then ordered his unit to minimize damage and move forward despite the losses. He knew that despite all their efforts, the Ram sisters would be difficult to defeat, and there would still be many obstacles in their way. With significant losses but with determination, they managed to corner the Ram sisters. One of the guild members, clearly optimistic, informed the leader that everything was going according to plan. But Kay couldn't help but notice that they were still remaining cautious. The girls were too strong and cunning. Luna, for example, was ranked ninth in the world, and Kay could not predict what she would do next. As they tried to escape, Luna left behind a trail of ice, which, to everyone's surprise, began to expand unexpectedly. The girl, apparently realizing the seriousness of the situation, used the ice to block the path, and Kay's squad, having succumbed to this maneuver, was also unable to break through this ice barrier. Kay, shocked by the unexpected situation, angrily slammed his shield against the ice wall and exclaimed that the sisters could not seriously believe that such a barrier would stop them. He ordered his men to break through the ice with their shields before the girls could escape. But the thought was floating in his head about how Luna could create such a powerful spell, make it just as powerful on the move, and create such a strong barrier. Kay, although an experienced fighter, still couldn't understand what it meant to be ranked ninth in the world. On the other hand, as it turned out, his strength wasn't just empty words. With incredible effort, he managed to break through the ice wall. But what he saw behind her shocked him. The moon itself stood before him. Kay was confused, wondering why she didn't run away and what she was going to do next. At that moment, the girl used the flurry spell. Confused, Kay couldn't understand why his team's health was declining so rapidly. Suddenly, he noticed that all the players on his team had bad cuts. Only then did he realize that they were being attacked by fragments of the destroyed ice wall. Luna used the Yongegi technique, which allowed her to chain 2 attacks in a row, making the second one a powerful and deadly one. Kay was in awe of her strength, but as he acknowledged her power, he felt his irritation towards the Ram sisters grow. Meanwhile, Thomas, in limbo, was still unsure of what Kay was doing and why he hadn't responded to his messages. He decided that perhaps he shouldn't worry so much. Even though Kay was in the same gorge as the Ram sisters, the world of Midrose was vast, and it was entirely possible that their paths had never crossed. However, remembering Kay's reaction to the Ram sisters in the past, Thomas began to suspect that they had met after all. He was worried about his brother's silence, but hoped that everything was okay. Meanwhile, in the gorge, Kay and his guild have finally cornered the Ram sisters. The guildmaster stated that it was time for a talk. He suggested resolving the situation peacefully through dialogue and asked why the Ram sisters continued to run away from them. But Luna, as always, was adamant, replying that there was nothing to discuss. However, the guildmaster insisted, stating that there was still a conversation to be had, especially regarding their donations to Dale Castle. Scarlet then asked, with obvious disappointment, why he was so interested in her personal investments. Harvey explained that they had just started working on Castle Dale and asked if they knew that the Byolcho Guild was also involved in the project. He then asked why the Ram sisters had suddenly abandoned all the popular cities in favor of a small citadel, and Scarlet, unable to contain herself, irritably asked if she needed permission from him to manage her own money. The guildmaster warned her, in a cold tone, to be careful with her choice of words. He explained that due to their actions, many people had gathered, and each of them had contributed to the development of the castle. But despite all his stubbornness, he was not alone in this matter. Harvey recognized that in these circumstances, their actions could be futile, because the winner takes all. He began to warn the Ram sisters that if they continued their course of action, they would soon have nowhere to go. Then the girl confidently stated that if he wanted, he could simply invest more money and solve the problem. But the guildmaster, listening to him, replied that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He explained that in order to resolve the issue, not only money was needed, but also negotiations and mutual understanding between both parties. The guildmaster also emphasized that they were using the money earned in real life correctly, and not the one accumulated in Midrose. He added that Scarlet and Luna were descendants of the owners of the famous Ramron company in real life, which is why they could afford such large expenses. Then, after a brief silence, Scarlet asked the guildmaster point blank if he had ever seen a company that wasted money. In response, Harvey promised that the conversation would not drag on, and briefly replied that he would simply pay them for the rights to Dale Castle. At this point, Scarlet couldn't resist asking what would happen if they refused, suggesting that Harvey would try to kill them. In response, the guildmaster chuckled slightly and noted that he doubted that simply killing would be enough, since in Midrose the consequences of death could be far more brutal than simply losing a life. Scarlet, hearing this, could not contain her rage and accused him of stupidity, saying that further negotiations were pointless. Soon she gave the command to Luna to prepare for attack. Luna, as always, understood her intentions accurately and immediately began preparing a spell. The guildmaster, realizing that Scarlet was preparing a powerful spell, panicked and hid behind his guild's tanks, trying to protect himself. Meanwhile, Luna stated that 10 people who stood in their path of retreat had been destroyed. Harvey couldn't believe his ears when he heard this. He saw Luna standing right in front of them the whole time, and he couldn't imagine how it was possible. However, Luna then added that there were only 44 people left on the front line. That was all that was left of them. Scarlet, surprised and a little disappointed by the number, commented that their forces were much smaller than she expected, expressing her disappointment in the Koreans. These words made Harvey very angry. The girl then cast a powerful fire spell, promising that they had greatly underestimated her power. She then launched a fiery arrow into the sky, displaying a power that grew more impressive with each passing day. But despite this powerful demonstrative gesture, the guildmaster remained confused. He began to wonder if this was her way of signaling for help, but quickly reassured himself by remembering that teleportation was blocked, meaning no one would be able to come to her aid. He was still confident in his own abilities, believing that Sasuke's group, located along their retreat route, would be able to deal with this threat. He considered Scarlet's actions to be an empty bluff, an attempt to intimidate them, but nothing more. Then, with the air of a smug leader, he remarked that if the Ram sisters had simply given in and accepted his offer, the situation would have been much simpler. But their stubbornness had only made things more complicated. In a mocking tone, he stated that now, apparently, all that was left for them to do was to experience shame and disgrace, which in his opinion were much worse than death. He then gave the command to his squad to prepare the spell. Suddenly, the order to stop was given, and the guildmaster did not immediately understand what was happening. A powerful, completely unknown force intervened, unexpectedly stopping all the knights in their tracks. All of them found themselves in critical condition, apparently under the control of this mysterious force. Harvey was completely confused and, not understanding what was happening, asked what the healers were doing. However, he was still sure that Scarlet could not be responsible for this. And then one of the warriors who was nearby attracted the guildmaster's attention by pointing to the mountain. There he noticed a large crowd of people. At first, Harvey couldn't identify them, but on closer inspection, his eyes fell on the Golden Dragon banner. Chaos filled his head as the Golden Dragon Guild arrived. At this moment, Harvey was trying to comprehend what was happening because the Ram sisters had been fighting the Golden Dragon Guild all this time. He didn't understand why they had appeared now. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of alliance between them. The Golden Dragon Guild was one of the most powerful in Asia, a clan renowned not only for its strength and numbers, but also for its high level of professionalism. With over 200, perhaps even 300, players gathered on the battlefield, the situation became even more dangerous, and for a moment a sense of dread washed over him, realizing that this wasn't just an attack, but a complete encirclement. Then a guy came down from the mountain and with obvious pleasure introduced himself as Mr. Polo, the martial arts master of the Golden Dragon Guild. He was ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, and the best player in China. The guildmaster was shocked. His mind could not immediately understand what was happening and why the Golden Dragon Guild was drawn into this conflict. It was completely unpredictable. It became clear to him that the fire arrows they had seen were not just a display of power, but a signal for help, and the Golden Dragon Guild had responded to this signal. The guildmaster suggested that Scarlet had probably paid them for their help by providing them with power. However, upon reflection, he came to the conclusion that the Golden Dragon Guild were not acting as mercenaries, but as true allies, which meant something much more serious. He realized that if he could not achieve complete victory, he would at least try to take at least part of it. At this point, he began to insist that the Bailcho Guild had no connection to the Golden Dragon clan, trying to distance himself from them to avoid further accusations. Then Polo, after listening to him, calmly replied that although his clan had no dealings with the Bailcho Guild, they would not allow anyone to harm the Ram sisters. This statement immediately made Harvey realize that they were completely trapped, and he demanded an explanation about the nature of the relationship between the Ram sisters and the Golden Dragon Guild. However, Scarlet dismissed his question, saying that he didn't need to know the details. Instead, she laid out her conditions. Firstly, they had to leave the place immediately. Secondly, they had to settle all differences regarding Dale Castle. Scarlet also stated that if they agreed to these two conditions, then she would accept any future conflicts, be it battles or open wars between guilds. But if the Byolsho Guild once again adopts the tactics of persecution and blackmail, there will be no mercy. This statement made the guildmaster furious. He felt that the sisters were looking down on them just because they had the support of the Golden Dragon Guild. He realized that a fight of wills would not be in their favor, but he continued to look for ways to save face in this conflict. Then Polo, watching the situation unfold, noticed that Harvey was thinking too much about what was happening. He doubted whether the guildmaster really intended to challenge their clan. Polo warned him that if that were the case, they would focus all their efforts on completely destroying the Byolsho Guild. Scarlet then assured him that they had no reason to worry, as the only requirement from the Byolsho Guild was to fulfill their promises. Meanwhile, quiet conversations broke out among the guild warriors. They expressed concerns about the war with the Golden Dragon clan, doubting whether they would be able to cope with such a powerful elite. Then Harvey finally admitted that the Ram sisters were serious opponents. At this point, Polo turned to the guildmaster, asking him to make the final decision. Just as the guildmaster was about to reply, a sharp cry came from the mountain where the Golden Dragon clan stood. Something happened, and everyone noticed that Polo, standing next to his sisters, was prepared for what was about to happen. No one understood what was happening. Everything on the mountain was shrouded in a bright red light. If all of these people died, the light would change to ash, and they would all leave the game. The guildmaster, observing what was happening, began to suspect that this was the work of the girls. But even Scarlet herself could not understand what was happening around her. At that moment, Polo shouted to Luna, telling him to prepare for battle, while she warned her sister to stay behind. Scarlet, not understanding what was happening, shouted out, asking what was going on, to which Polo replied briefly and confidently that someone had arrived. Suddenly, Berserker appeared on the horizon, and seeing this whole picture, he cried out in surprise, noticing that they were all gathered in one place. A berserker named Enormous Igor, a majestic figure ranked third in the world, was confident that no one had stopped him from hunting for several days. However, now that they were all here, the situation was becoming extremely tense. Then Enormous Igor immediately began to cast the Great Cross spell. Polo quickly assessed the situation and realized that he needed to transform into a wolf in order to act faster and with greater flexibility. At this time, Harvey, with a smile on his face, began to laugh. He gave the order to everyone who was still alive to attack the Ram and Polo sisters. He assured the squad that if they got rid of these two, they would be able to escape immediately and avoid further problems. Meanwhile, the sisters were confused and at some point froze in one place. At the same time, Thomas wanted to ask Kay a few questions about Bezbrov, but since his brother didn't answer him, the hero decided that he should instead turn to the NPCs for information. He hoped that at least in the hotel there would be people who could tell him something about Bezbrov. Meanwhile, other people in the game were discussing some kind of commotion on the internet, and Thomas soon learned that something serious had happened in the Thievy Gorge. It was said that Scarlet, Luna, Polo, and Igor engaged in a massive battle that resulted in complete chaos. More than 200 people had already been killed, and among the participants in the battle were the Golden Dragon clan, as well as some Korean guild. People began to speculate that the cause of this conflict was clear. Recently, Chinese players had interfered with the Great Igor's hunt, and it seemed the clan had defeated him. But unfortunately for the Korean guild, they found themselves drawn into this bloody conflict. Thomas, in turn, came to the conclusion that the Korean guild most likely meant the Byolsho Guild. He wasn't entirely sure if Kay was okay, but he was at least relieved that he was still online. Suddenly, something strange started to happen. Sasuke went offline and left the game, and soon the same thing happened to other players, including Kay. Horrified and confused, Thomas decided to find out what happened to Kay in that gorge. He quickly logged out of the game and found himself back in his room. The first thing he did was call his brother, wondering if everything was okay and what had happened to the other players. Then Kay, with an exhausted voice, apologized to Thomas for not informing him of what was happening and not warning him about the situation. Thomas, concerned, mentioned that there had been a lot of noise on the internet about their fight and asked if everything was okay. Then Kay admitted that the world-ranked players were so strong that he felt real fear. His body trembled and he advised the protagonist to level up as soon as possible to avoid encountering such players. Kay was completely exhausted and stated that he would only focus on leveling up, then said that he was very tired and was going to sleep. After a short farewell phrase, he hung up. Thomas, left in the room with complete anxiety, decided that it was necessary to urgently investigate what really happened to Kay and all the other players. After browsing through numerous forums and online groups, Thomas finally came across a video from the battle scene, and at first glance it was obvious that something unimaginable was happening, and even he, with all his knowledge, could not understand what exactly was happening on the screen. In the comments, users suggested that it was most likely Berserker, but even this did not fully answer the questions the hero had. One of the strangest phenomena was that after each player died, a bright red light would appear. Moreover, this red light seemed to be absorbed by the Berserker himself after each death. Instead of simply killing, the Berserker would exhibit unusual behavior when someone accidentally made eye contact with him. Igor approached and, without showing a drop of regret, mercilessly killed them. The situation became increasingly bizarre, and at some point Polo intervened, pushing two players aside and saving their lives. Igor stuck his sword into the ground and looked displeasedly at his opponent. Then Polo, in turn, asked if he had come there specifically to interfere with his plans. While Berserk and the Polo continued their conversation in the gorge, the Ram sisters were trying to hold on and fight off the players of the Korean guild. Great Igor, laughing, said that now he understood why Polo looked at him like that. Now it became clear to him that those girls were his weakness. Without wasting any time, he headed towards them, determined to deal with this threat immediately. Polo, in turn, shouted to everyone nearby to take care of themselves, realizing that this battle could be terrifying. Luna at this point instructed Scarlet to stay behind her and take charge of the situation. Luna then cast the Ice Willow spell, which was supposed to protect them from the approaching Igor. Berserker, noticing the powerful defense, immediately decided that his first target would be Ice Willow. The other members of the Byolcho Guild began to move towards the massive ice structure created by the moon's magic and planned to unite to defeat the sisters. Meanwhile, at the crucial moment, Berserker, already prepared for a new attack, attacked the Korean Guild. Guildmaster Harvey was completely confused, not understanding why Igor was attacking them if he had just fought the enemy. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the gorge. Then Igor mockingly called the players Asian suckers. He couldn't understand why all these Asians looked so similar. But the Ice Willow, meanwhile, proved incredibly durable, and when Berserker tried to break through it, he realized that it would not be so easy. Then Igor, deciding that it would be better to deal with the Asian idiots first, abandoned his attempts to break through the ice block and switched to other targets. At this point, Kay, commanding the tanks, gave the order to protect Harvey and maintain the battle formation. However, Igor wasted no time in striking, destroying two high-tier tanks in one fell swoop. Kay looked at all this with a stunned look. It was a serious blow, and it seemed like the Byolcho Guild didn't have the strength to resist. The great Igor continued to kill soldiers, promising to devour them all mercilessly. Polo suddenly intervened, delivering a powerful kick straight into Igor's face. The blow was so strong that Igor flew back and hit the wall. This shocked everyone nearby, especially the guild members, who couldn't believe that such a powerful player like Polo could so easily deal with the great Igor. Then Polo, as if challenging him to a duel, beckoned him with his hand, giving the signal to begin the attack. In response, Igor scratched his head and prepared for battle. Although he did not know who this upstart was, he was ready for battle. The battle between Polo and Berserk, the two players ranked third and fourth in the world, was becoming incredibly intense. And although such encounters were rare, the spectacle was captivating. The fight was so fast that the spectators did not have time to follow every movement. The guildmaster, realizing that they were running out of time to follow the events, stated that they needed to get out of here, admitting that their only goal at the moment was to get to the Ram sisters. However, the willow stood in the way, and it was absolutely risky to even approach it. It was difficult to understand what exactly was happening, but something strange was pouring out of her, and this added to the anxiety. However, one of the guild's warriors, having covered some distance, almost reached the middle of the willow and finally discovered the girls. He was obviously in a panic, waving his sword and trying to plead with them, promising that they should not resist. Polo, who was watching this, noticed that this boy was clearly going to harm his girlfriends. There was a note of furious protest in his voice as he shouted a warning, but despite this, the man still tried to strike with the sword. However, the guy from the guild fell into a magical trap. He couldn't believe his eyes because such thin willow branches seemed unable to hold his sword, and certainly shouldn't break. Suddenly, Polo appeared in front of him. He approached, decisively calling him the last abomination. He declared that the guy did not have the slightest idea what was going on. After this, Polo demanded an explanation. He demanded that this boy explain how he could dare to attack the moon, which, unlike him, helped them at the moment of the attack. The guy, putting his doubts aside, still found the strength to think that his attack on Polo was an interesting moment. Even though he was ranked fourth in the world, he believed that his status allowed him to swing his sword with greater effect. But this was a mistaken belief. Polo dealt with him in an instant with a kick, and the youth was defeated. However, at that moment, Kay, seeing that his friend was in trouble, immediately rushed to his aid. Then Polo, without wasting any time, asked him if he could at least for a second act like a noble man and not interfere in their fight. Polo was just about to deliver the finishing blow to the boy when Kay ran up and, covering him with his own shield, protected him. Although Kay managed to block the blow, he knew it wouldn't last long. He knew he couldn't withstand another blow like that. Quickly grabbing his friend, Kay decided to retreat. Polo was furious that this boy dared to interfere in their duel. At that moment, Berserker, who had been hiding in the shadows, crept up to Polo and agreed with his opinion, stating that he was absolutely right, the eyes of the great. Meanwhile, the guild member tried to collect his thoughts, but alas, to no avail, the guy continued to remain unconscious. Kay, unable to watch what was happening, calmed his friend and promised to find a doctor who could help him. At that moment, the sound of a powerful blow was heard behind him. As it turned out, the Berserker hit Polo with all his might, throwing him against the wall. Kay didn't know what to do in this situation as the great Igor approached, his steps loud and merciless. Igor began to mock, declaring that the blood of these unfortunate boys was clearly not enough for him. He needed more. He looked closely at Kay and his friend and repeated that he needed much more blood. Unable to bear it any longer, Kay yelled back at him to shut up and rushed straight at him. But alas, Kay recently used up all his defense points. Then Igor, using his unimaginable strength, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air as if he were just a toy. At that moment, Kay realized that the difference in their strength was too great. He was absolutely helpless against such an opponent. Igor, as if not noticing his despair, repeated again that he needed more blood and began to squeeze his throat harder and harder. Kay, with the last of his strength, begged him to stop, but it was too late. The great Igor, a level 260 giant, was more than just a human. His ability to transform into a werewolf, or, as he called himself, a berserker, gave him immense physical strength. But worst of all, his power was depleted, and in order to replenish it, he needed to absorb blood and death from both monsters and players. Unlike Kay, the chances of survival for the main character, who was level 26, were practically zero. Thomas couldn't believe that Kay, whose level was close to 200, was killed in such a horrible way. With that level of synchronization, the pain must have been unbearable. Thomas, shocked by what happened, could not calm down. The one who was so dear to him was killed in the most terrible way. He swore that he would never forgive the great Igor, and if necessary, he would tear him to pieces. In that moment, full of rage and pain, Thomas made a firm decision: he would level up like hell. This was the only way to catch up with and defeat this monster. He shouted furiously at Igor to wait for him. Meanwhile, under the protection of the ice willow, the Ram's sisters stood in anticipation, listening to the dying screams of the players echoing in their surroundings. Scarlet couldn't understand what exactly was happening. Everything around was engulfed in horror, and the only thing she knew for sure was that that ugly bastard Igor was behind it. If only the Berserker and Polo had fought one-on-one, perhaps Polo would have had at least a small chance of winning. But now that there were so many extra players on the battlefield, neither he nor his sister could concentrate. Scarlet began to think that the smartest move now was to simply run away. She called out to her sister, but Luna was preoccupied with something important, and all her attention was focused on something that seemed to be related to magic. The girl said something in an unfamiliar magical language. She then looked down, apologized to her sister, and said that she would have to sacrifice herself for their safety. Then Scarlet, sitting under the mountain, calmly agreed with this, claiming that she was ready to die, but she would not allow her sister to die. In response to these words, Luna began to act decisively, declaring that she would destroy everyone who got in her way. Luna quietly chanted a spell, and something extraordinary began to happen. All the players nearby immediately took notice. Even great Igor felt this magical impulse, which made him think for a moment. Meanwhile, the girl continued to cast a spell in an unknown language. Harvey then wasted no time in ordering everyone else not to disturb Luna, who warned that if Luna completed her spell, everyone nearby would become corpses. Then Scarlet shouted loudly and furiously at those around her, saying that it was too late to try to stop her. The next moment, a huge ice vortex rose around the moon, seeking to destroy all living beings within its radius, except for the moon itself. The players who were nearby immediately froze, as if they had been overcome by a deadly cold, and everyone around began to panic. Meanwhile, Scarlet seemed to have accepted her fate and calmly said goodbye to her sister, reminding her that they would definitely meet again in 48 hours. But at that moment, on the shopping streets of the capital, Thomas was going about his business. He was trying to earn some money by buying and selling equipment. In one of these deals, he was able to earn 4 gold coins for the equipment he collected during the quest with Bear also. However, when he looked into the store to buy a musket, he realized that it would cost him all the money he had just earned. 3 gold coins were too much for him, and he was about to give up on the purchase when he was distracted by someone behind him. Suddenly, a man in red leather called out to him and declared that he had finally found him. He asked if Thomas remembered him, and this question immediately attracted the protagonist's attention. However, Thomas looked at him but did not recognize him. The man then pulled out 2 shields and proudly declared that this was the very warrior who had assembled the team for the Agony of Osso quest. Thomas instantly remembered him and understood who they were talking about. The man immediately accused him of allegedly stealing the loot and running away with it, claiming that all the clothes Thomas was wearing were from the Agony Osso set. However, Thomas didn't understand what nonsense this guy was talking about. He didn't know where this man came from, and he wasn't in the mood to listen to his accusations. He said he had been ridiculed online and was now demanding that he return everything he had allegedly taken, but the protagonist remained unperturbed. He reminded the boy that he was the one who first invited them to join the team after the battle. Thomas explained that after they started running away, he tried his best to find help, but all they did was leave him alone on the battlefield. He was left alone, and while Kim gathered the surviving team members and managed to escape, Thomas fought the bear alone, almost dying in the process. However, Kim couldn't believe that a player with such a low level could defeat the bear alone. To prove his point, Thomas showed his clothes laid out after the battle and asked if that would be enough. He then added that if Kim really wants to prove that Thomas didn't kill the monster, he should provide evidence. Otherwise, he should keep his mouth shut and leave. However, Kim continued to insist on his own and demanded the return of items that dropped from other players after their death. However, the hero believed that since players were unable to return to the game for 48 hours, these items should be returned to those who lost them. Kim, unwilling to stop, continued shouting, demanding that Thomas reveal his level and insisting that a player as low level as Thomas had no right to act so arrogantly. The protagonist, becoming increasingly irritated by the boy's insolence, shouted at him to shut up and stop barking. In response, Kim aggressively asked if Thomas knew which guild he was dealing with before speaking to him so rudely. But Thomas, remaining calm, replied that he didn't care, and that the only thing he wanted was for the guy to leave immediately. He said that if he continued to irritate him, he threatened to call the Holy Knight Squad for help. Kim was obviously a little surprised by this statement and asked with bewilderment whether the Holy Knights were the hero's friends. Thomas explained that they were not his friends, but it would not be difficult for him to call them for help. Then Kim, unable to contain himself, shouted another insult at the hero and ordered him to stop running. However, the main character, smiling, continued humming something under his breath, quickly quickening his pace. Kim, shouting more and more insults, tried to keep up, but was clearly unable to catch up with the hero. After they ran a little more, Kim finally ran out of breath. Thomas stood and watched, not believing his own eyes. His agility was at level 247, and this meant that if Kim did not have significant bonuses, he would never be able to catch up with him. However, he knew that Igor had killed his brother, who was at level 260, and Thomas himself was only at level 26, and he knew that he needed to level up before he could even begin to match the likes of Igor. Determined, he raced towards Mount Seymour to train and improve his skills as quickly as possible. However, although he was determined to train, he still hadn't solved the lunchbox problem, and he still had a month left before the mission was completed, so he decided he could afford a little break. When Thomas arrived at the foot of Mount Seymour, he was amazed to see a large number of players forming teams to complete tasks. Almost all of them were looking for players level 40 or higher, and Thomas felt extremely uncomfortable as his level was significantly lower than the required one. He remembered that he needed to find the head of the kobolds, but in reality he knew very little about him. His task was to train with the leader of the tribe, who was the strongest boss at that time, despite the fact that Thomas had not even reached level 30. This raised many questions for him, and before rushing into battle, he decided to figure out what could have been in Bezbroev's mind when he entrusted him with this task. But before taking on the task, the protagonist decided to level up to 29, to at least prepare a little before meeting the boss. However, his plans were soon interrupted by an encounter with a warrior heading towards the entrance to the village of Hijwit. Thomas watched closely as the warrior spoke to someone about finding a ranged player for his team. Having said that the experienced healer was already on the team, the warrior suddenly noticed the hero's weapon, which resembled a musket. He asked if Thomas specialized in long-range attacks, and Thomas, without hesitation, confirmed that he did. The knight immediately became interested in the protagonist's level, mentioning that he and Hiller were planning to form a team of 3, adding that a certain level was required to climb Mount Seymour. Then Thomas, slightly nervous, but with a slight lie, answered that his level was 41. The knight seemed pleased with this answer, and then the hero immediately asked where the third player was, since logically, if he is a long-range player and the knight is a tank. Then the knight asked if Thomas meant the handsome Hiller. At that moment, the knight, noticing movement in the crowd, turned to someone and called out to a girl named Hana. A pretty girl emerged from the crowd and introduced herself as Hana. Thomas froze for a moment, for she seemed elegant and very gentle to him. The knight, noticing his reaction, teased him, saying that Thomas had not lied. Hana really was a real beauty. Thomas agreed with slight discomfort, but pretended to be indifferent. In fact, his reaction was caused by the fact that all the girls he had interacted with before were either aggressive or cold. Meanwhile, the knight proposed to make formal introductions. He revealed that he was a level 42 knight named Matsushige, and Hana was his sister, who was level 40. Thomas introduced himself as a level 41 musketeer. After exchanging introductions and formalities, the team was ready for the adventure. Reaching the dense fields at the foot of the mountain, the knight noticed 2 kobold workers in the distance. He suggested going around them on the left to avoid confrontation and remain unnoticed. Thomas was surprised that they decided to avoid a fight. The knight explained that it was better to conserve his strength and added that the protagonist still needed to gain experience. In his opinion, they should have waited and seen how Thomas performed in combat before getting involved in any serious fighting. Hana, standing nearby, commented that they were taking too long, which made the knight laugh nervously. Thomas, a little irritated by this remark, decided not to hesitate and took aim with his musket, preparing for action. Meanwhile, Hana, noticing his actions, asked about his attack range. Thomas replied that his firing range was 100 meters, but just in case he added that it was only 50 meters. Then the knight became interested and asked why the hero's weapon had a shorter range than the arrow. In response to this, Hana turned to Matsushige with a somewhat mixed expression, noting that it was, to put it mildly, tactless to talk about this. The knight, noticing her reaction, immediately apologized to Thomas, explaining that he did not mean to hurt his feelings. At that moment, the hero realized that this was one of the reasons why the musketeers were not very popular among the players. The knight, noticing his reaction, hastened to assure him that he should not worry, adding that he would attract the attention of the kobolds. Then Thomas wondered if they really needed someone to take the hit and attract the monster's attention. Then, to everyone's surprise, he fired his gun. He apologetically said that he might not have warned them in advance, because the sound of the gunshot was so loud that the entire area was covered in smoke, and there was little time. The knight, having heard this, noted that there was nothing terrible about it, and it was quite normal that this happened. He suddenly asked if Hana had seen how Thomas dealt with kobold with one shot. Hana didn't immediately understand what he meant, but after a moment she noticed that the protagonist had indeed killed the kobold with the first shot. The knight seemed a little shocked by this, and looking at the hero, asked if it was true that he was actually at level 41. Thomas buttoned up for a moment and became frightened, thinking that his lie had been exposed. In response, Matsushige, confused, asked if Thomas was actually a high-level player who wanted to destroy them, or if he was just some smurf. Hana, who had been watching the scene closely, noted that this was the first time she had seen a kobold killed in one blow. Then Thomas, breathing a sigh of relief, realized that his low level had not been revealed. Meanwhile, the girl asked her partner what smurfing was, and he explained everything to her in an accessible way. Matsushige and Hana then asked the hero to look after them since he was a high-level player. Meanwhile, something huge was approaching the boys from the mountains. Suddenly, the knight declared that it was time to be on guard. At that moment, a huge mountain worm just emerged from the ground. As soon as he saw the main character, he immediately rushed at him. Hana reacted instantly and directed her defense at the monster, since she was also a healer. At that moment, a huge glowing shield appeared in front of the guy, which protected him from the worm's attack. Then Thomas took aim and shot into the middle of the monster's mouth, killing the worm with one hit. Bright green blood began to spray out of his body in all directions. After this, the monster's body fell dead to the ground. At that moment, Thomas noticed that the knight, for some reason, began to direct all the monsters specifically at him, despite the fact that he knew when the worms would come to the surface. Matsushige asked worriedly if the protagonist was okay. Thomas, holding back his irritation, replied that everything was fine, but he needed to talk to him. He finally couldn't stand it any longer and asked him point blank if he was really a tank, and he replied that he was. Thomas didn't waste any time and continued asking if he was a tank, then why all the monsters had stopped attracting his attention lately. The knight, slowing his pace slightly, explained that this happened sometimes, but in reality, he didn't even use his tank skills. Thomas then, slightly shocked, asked what the knight would do if he couldn't control the monster attraction skills. With suspicion in his voice, he asked if it was true that the knight wanted to kill him. Matsushige, frightened, hastened to justify himself, stating that everything was not as it might seem, which is why he did not use his skills, so as not to provoke unnecessary aggression. However, Thomas, becoming increasingly irritated, asked if he admitted that he had not used his abilities on purpose. The knight, hunched over under the pressure, admitted that he had indeed not used his tanking skills. He tried to explain that, in fact, knights did not have the same skills as tanks. He also added that their role was not to control the behavior of monsters. Thomas was shocked because he always thought that only tanks wore armor, but it turned out that the knights had completely different tasks. The man admitted that he only had one skill, slashing strike, which, although it could attract the attention of monsters due to the long interval between its uses, it did not produce significant results. Thomas felt some relief when he heard that the knight had something useful, but once the knight explained that this skill only allowed him to protect girls, Thomas couldn't help but notice that the knight was controlling the monster's behavior with slash, even though it would slightly reduce his attack speed. The knight then thanked the hero for his help and admitted that they really should have tried a little harder. Thomas, realizing that their situation was now a little easier, noted that at least he didn't have to worry about the reload speed of his musket anymore. The travelers soon reached a wide valley where the village of Hewitt was located. It was a fairly large settlement with over 100 houses, which made the protagonist realize that the larger the territory, the easier it is to panic, especially if the leader of their tribe disappears. Seeking more information, Thomas asked if there was an old mine in the center of the cave. The knight explained that there was actually a warehouse and a children's room there, which greatly increased the security of the place. It would be difficult to break through the guards unless they were part of a strike force. Thomas knew that this place was ideal for hunting, but it was not suitable for target shooting. There was too much cover for enemies. He decided that it would be better to first find a more suitable place for the attack, and standing up, loudly announced that they were beginning the hunt. With these words, he hurried down the mountain, heading towards the village. The kobolds, noticing him, immediately took aim at the knight. However, Matsushige wasted no time in fighting them off with his sword. He dealt one of the monsters a crushing blow right to the torso. Meanwhile, two more monsters jumped on him from above. Hana immediately cast a shield on him, providing the necessary protection while the knight fought the monsters in close combat. Thus, Matsushige's shield was strengthened, protecting him from a double attack. The knight, seeing the situation, gave a sign to the protagonist, showing that there were still monsters on the right. He announced that he was going to attract their attention and asked the protagonist to focus his firepower on other enemies. The knight then shouted that he would use his slashing skill. However, at that moment he saw something fly through two monsters at once. The man realized with surprise that this musketeer had pierced two kobolds at once. Thomas then said that they needed to go west to catch more monsters. Hana, who had been watching the action closely, asked how the protagonist managed to defeat both monsters with one blow. Thomas, calmly answering, explained that this was possible because his charge could pierce through monsters. Moreover, since the kobolds were standing quite close to each other, and the shot was fired from a short distance, the effect was maximum. However, the kobold that the knight had wounded was still alive. Thomas, noticing this, asked Matsushige if he had a rope. The knight, not immediately understanding why he needed it, replied that he had a rope, but asked why the guy needed it. Then Thomas, relieved to be on the right track, explained that the kobolds were smart enough to build farms and keep them running. Then he asked what the monster would do next, the captured kobold, and said that Thomas should kill him. This was confirmation of his suspicions. Monsters really could talk. Then Thomas, leaning closer to Kobold, with a serious expression on his face, said that he should have answered his question. At this point, the protagonist realized that they needed to test him first before proceeding to interrogation. The kobold began to make terrible sounds, and the knight, watching what was happening, noticed that it seemed to him as if Thomas was tickling the monster. Thomas chuckled, realizing that this method was surprisingly effective, and he continued tickling the poor kobold to keep him from passing out and dying, while the monster, trying to get rid of the pain, begged him to stop. When Thomas finally decided it was time to get down to business, he asked the monster how he could summon the head of the tribe. The kobold, screaming hysterically, again begged him to stop. Then the hero, smiling skeptically, grabbed his musket and said that this would not do. Thomas, without wasting any time, put the gun to Kobold's head and calmly stated that he would first kill him and then find another kobold for interrogation. The monster did not seem prepared to accept this decision, and giving in, admitted that the head of the tribe never went outside unless there was some special occasion. Thomas, frowning slightly, asked what exactly was meant by a special case. The kobold, with obvious concern in his voice, explained that this only happened in the event of a threat to the destruction of their tribe. Thomas was about to repeat his question, but without saying another word, he fired. He added that in fact he had already found out that this kobold was from the Hidgewith farm. Then Hana and the knight, not understanding the full picture, immediately asked why Thomas decided to find out more about the head of the tribe. They knew that the head of the tribe was hiding in the iron mine, but no one had yet been able to catch him. Hana expressed doubt that the three of them would be able to do it. In response, the protagonist confidently stated that, despite the difficulties, he was still sure that the head of the tribe was in the mine. However, in his opinion, this monster could be someone who appeared only in special circumstances, when he really threatened the tribe. Three key elements formed in the hero's mind: a special case, the threat of destruction, and of course, stubbornness. Thomas, remembering one of the tasks from Bezberwolf, which concerned shooting at targets, finally understood what he needed to do. He then turned to Hana and the knight, asking if they had ever been to the farm. Hana, after thinking for a moment, admitted that she had been there, and Thomas, without hiding his intention, added that he would like to go inside. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what they should do next. The knight, crossing his swords over his chest, suggested that the farm was probably full of kobolds, and that it would be best for the three of them to hunt on the outskirts. He also suggested inviting other players to strengthen their ranks. Then Thomas, agreeing, noted that this was indeed a good idea, and suggested waiting for the arrival of new players who had joined the quest. The hero's condition improved, and he was pleased with the plan, as it not only allowed him to increase his level, but also strengthen the team. His current level was 27, and when his friends congratulated him, saying that he should already be level 42 or even higher, Thomas felt a little awkward, realizing that they did not know the whole truth about his real powers. Hana noticed that his level was rising too quickly, and this made the hero feel a little embarrassed. He knew that he couldn't reveal all his cards, so he just smiled in response. At that moment, Hana approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She declared that now she also wanted to see the head of the kobolds. She said she felt that the main character was very strong and that they could handle this monster. Thomas chuckled, realizing that at times like these he usually felt a little shy, unsure how to react properly. Meanwhile, the knight noticed a group of players in the distance and pointed at them. Thomas, looking around carefully, admitted that there were indeed quite a lot of people among them, and it seemed that it was a whole guild that had come to hunt. Then Hana, looking closely at their cloaks, noticed that they all had the same pattern. The hero also looked at their clothes and, focusing his attention, recognized a pattern that made him wary. He realized that they were not hunting kobolds, but apparently specifically him. Suddenly, Kim, one of the players, noticing the hero, turned around and immediately screamed, accusing him of being the same thief who had prevented him from completing his search. The guy did not hold back and continued shouting insults, assuring him that Thomas would not be able to escape and that he would find him everywhere. The main character found all this extremely boring, especially considering that his team didn't quite understand what was going on. Kim then shouted to his friend, pointing at the hero, stating that he was the thief standing in the center. When the guild members saw the hero, they immediately realized that he was wearing a full set of equipment that could only drop from one monster, Oso's Agony. Kim, as soon as he noticed this, shouted that he wanted to beat the hero to death in order to take everything that fell from him. Thomas looked around the crowd and immediately realized that Kim had brought 9 people with him to catch him alone. It was quite unusual, as if they were gathering for some specially planned attack. Taking a closer look, the protagonist noticed the leader of the group with whom Kim was talking. If Kim was about level 30, then the others were clearly superior to him, reaching level 50, if not more. Suddenly, Kim turned to the hero's team and decisively ordered them to disband immediately and hand over the player. Khan, not understanding the whole picture, asked why Thomas was with them in the first place. Kim, the leader of the group, said with a sly grin that the main character was just an impudent and pathetic thief who only deserved punishment. The man, noticing that the conversation was dragging on, calmly said that they just needed to hand over the hero before things became even more tedious. Then Hana, a little alarmed, told the protagonist that she doubted that he was such a person and thought that it was all just a misunderstanding. The knight, noticing the tension, offered to help, but Thomas, upon reflection, realized that he could not allow himself to harm people who had nothing to do with Kim. He then decided to leave the team, thanking them for their support. The guild leader, smiling evilly, demanded that Thomas give him everything, money, clothes, and weapons. Only in this case, according to him, he would leave him alive. He also noted that he didn't want to raise his own chaos index without reason, which made the hero wary. Kim also said that if Thomas does not accept the conditions, he will die, and they will take all his items while his character level will be reduced to 5. Thomas, without losing his composure, explained that the Chaos Index was a penalty imposed when another player attacked first, in which case mutual consent to the fight was not provided, and if you had a high Chaos Index, your reputation dropped. The higher this index, the more difficult it is to get rid of the consequences later. But Thomas managed to increase his reputation across the continent in 1 minute, and this obviously did not please the leader. He then looked at his opponents with mockery and asked why they had such long tongues. He pointed out that they did not have the skills to fight one-on-one, which is why they were all huddled together. Continuing, Thomas added that there were 10 of them, and it looked more like a group of gangsters than fighters. Then the guild leader, already irritated, asked what the bastard was up to and stood up to look at the hero with disdain. Kim, noticing that the situation was getting tense, tried to calm the leader down, explaining that if they started fighting, they would lose their reputation. But the leader still signaled the rest of the guild members to begin the attack. Then Hana, with concern in her voice, asked the hero if he was really going to fight alone against 10 people, because even for him it seemed impossible. The knight, trying to prevent a conflict, grabbed her hand and ran, begging the protagonist not to do this. Hana shouted something to the main character, but he didn't hear. He calmly said that they would definitely meet again, but a little later. The guild leader, clearly irritated, looked at the hero with disdain and called him a psycho. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he gave the order to Kushner to force the hero to leave the game forever. At this point, Thomas received notification that Kushner had attacked him first, and thus a hostile relationship was established. However, the Chaos Index did not increase in this case. This was to the advantage of the protagonist because now he could act without fearing for his reputation. On the contrary, he felt some relief because now his conscience was clear. Meanwhile, the magician activated his spell and summoned a skeletal horse, which was supposed to attack the hero. At this moment, the main character froze. The monster looked at him with its empty eyes. Then the horse suddenly reared up and let out a terrible roar. At that moment, the hero experienced the same feelings as when he met Oso. He remained numb, as if his whole body froze with fear. The guild leader, seeing his reaction, began to doubt that Thomas would be able to escape from this trap. The necromancer, observing him, said that any low-level player would be stunned by such an attack and would hardly be able to resist it. The guildmaster, meanwhile, explained to his subordinates that if they could shake the hero, they would receive useful items. These items will help them bribe more influential players and thus increase their guild's rating. He was confident that with such items they would be able to manipulate players and extract money from it, which, as he added, was common in the game. Finding himself in this position, he immediately ordered an attack, intending to inflict a terrible death on the protagonist. However, just as the guildmaster began to outline who exactly would strike first, one of the dark mages shot at the hero. The magician who summoned the horse fell dead as a bullet hit him right in the forehead. Since he died, his summoned horse also began to evaporate. It was at this moment that the hero's set effect activated. Resistance to Aso's agony, or more precisely, resistance to the numbness effect, which allowed him to avoid complete paralysis. Thomas also activated his hand technique skill, which allowed him to use his musket even more skillfully for 30 seconds. This skill had a recovery time of only 5 minutes, and the protagonist knew exactly how to use this time. The guildmaster, seeing Thomas preparing to leave, shouted to his team that he was trying to escape and ordered the ranged players to attack before they realized what was happening. All this time, the archer standing in the background finally took position and began to aim to make the shot more accurate. However, Thomas was faster. He reloaded his weapon much faster and fired straight into his opponent's face. Then the guildmaster, white with anger, ordered all his subordinates to immediately raise their shields to protect themselves from the attacks of this impudent boy. The guildmaster was extremely angry. He was told that this musketeer was a low-level player, and he could not understand how, with such statistics, Thomas was able to kill players whose level was close to 60. He reiterated that the protagonist should not have been allowed to hit him, as this would have caused not only a loss of reputation, but also a loss of control over the situation. Then the guildmaster shouted again to his subordinates that they should not stand idle and should catch up with this thief. Kim, observing what was happening, noted that the hero had quite a long reload time, so they shouldn't worry too much about it. However, at that very moment, another guild member was shot. The guildmaster grabbed Kim by the collar in a fury and angrily asked how long it took the hero to reload. Then the guildmaster, clearly losing his patience, growled at everyone else, asking why they were still busy with who knows what. He angrily informed Kim that 3 people had already been killed due to his carelessness, and if they can't win, then Kim will probably be next. The guildmaster then ordered him to immediately hurry after everyone else and help solve this problem before it was too late. He added that they were all at least level 50 players, and players like Thomas could not pose a real threat to them. Meanwhile, on a high hill, Matsushige and Hana watched the scene as Thomas entered the center of the farm, becoming even more nervous. The knight, who couldn't believe that the boy would dare to challenge such a squad alone, was ready to step in and help if Thomas asked, but he doubted that he would take such a step, considering who he was facing. Then Hana, deep in thought, said that everything that was happening was reminiscent of a scene from a movie. She stated that they still would not be able to help the main character if the situation got out of control. The knight, a little upset by her pessimism, asked why she was so sure of this, since he had a whole arsenal of interesting and powerful skills. He was confident that he could destroy all of these players in 5 minutes. He even mentioned that he got these skills from his mother, who taught him wind magic and how to use it when his life was in danger. The girl, however, was not impressed. She asked if there was a Rising Sun Guild before them, because she knew that their guildmaster was named Kyokujitsu. But the knight, seemingly oblivious to her doubts, suggested that she follow Thomas slowly as the protagonist went deeper and deeper into the slums of the farm. The girl became interested, asking if the knight thought that he could also be a hidden threat. The knight nodded and replied that it was safe to say that the musketeer was a very dangerous man. Meanwhile, back in the village itself, the Rising Sun Guild was at war with the kobolds, fighting at every turn. The guild members complained that that idiot came here when they were the only ones holding back the monster attacks. They cursed the hero, saying that once they caught him, he would be forced to leave the game. Thomas, observing the situation, listened to their conversation, and hiding on the branch of a tall tree, noticed how they were looking for their comrade named Tikal, who seemed to have fallen behind the group. While the soldiers complained about their failures, saying that if they had known how it would all end, they would have gone catching lizards, Thomas listened to their complaints. They regretted chasing Tikal, thinking his Agony Aso outfit looked cool, but ended up in the most unpleasant situation. The guildmaster of Tikal came up behind them and aggressively asked which of the blacksmiths had said that they were in a bad situation. The soldiers were stunned when they heard his voice. He began to ask them if they felt contempt and anger towards him because they were forced to follow him. Then Tikal angrily said that today's youth were simply terrible and began to scold the soldiers for not taking on difficult work. He then demanded an explanation, asking why they were silent, and he brutally ordered them to answer. At that moment, Thomas felt the presence of the Teakle master unnerving him. However, his patience ran out, and he decided that he could no longer waste time on empty talk, and fired. The master let out a heart-rending scream and was instantly wounded, while the guild members quickly surrounded their master, trying to ensure his safety. The guild master looked around, noticed where the shot had come from, and pointed his finger towards the tree from which Thomas had fired. At that moment, he received a message that the player Thomas had attacked him and immediately recognized the name of his opponent. Chairman Tikal, inflamed with anger, ordered an immediate announcement to the entire guild, and soon the list of victims was updated and a new name appeared on it. Thomas, surprised, learned that this guild was called the Eastern Sun. He was amazed not only by their behavior, but also by their tactics. Apparently, they looked more like helpless third-class bandits than real players. Meanwhile, the guild leader, realizing that they were under threat, ordered his members to immediately protect him. The shooter, he said, was already aiming at him, and he ordered 3 fighters to be sent to eliminate the scoundrel hiding in the tree. However, all of these players were melee warriors, and they didn't know how to deal with this, as their weapons and tactics were completely unsuitable for this situation. Then Thomas, sensing that the situation was getting tense, ordered the 3 players not to move. He warned them that even the slightest rustle would lead to their death. In fact, the problem was much more serious. Thomas didn't know how to escape. He needed to think of something before those 3 decided to attack. Moreover, his fine hand movement technique required a long recovery time, and there were no kobolds available to use as living shields. And then, in the midst of this tense situation, something completely unexpected happened. Everyone suddenly heard the ringing of bells. The players turned around and saw something absolutely terrifying standing in front of them. It was a huge humanoid monster, the head of the Hijwit tribe. Thomas couldn't believe his incredible luck. The chief himself came down from the mountain, and he was right in front of him. But at some point, his enthusiasm turned to anxiety. He did not understand how this creature could be similar to ordinary defenseless kobolds. However, when the tribe's leader entered the field, the kobolds around him became 10% stronger. There were quite a few kobolds behind the chieftain, and to challenge his opponents, Hijwit let out a terrible roar. The sounds were so powerful that all the players around froze in horror. They were unable to move for 2 minutes, and their health rapidly decreased. Thomas, however, managed to negate the stun with the 3-piece Oso's Agony set, and was amazed at how strong the kobolds were. If the deputy commander of these monsters was so powerful, it was scary to think how dangerous the leader himself could be. The guildmaster, upon seeing the tribe's leader, turned pale, remembering his past missions in this area. He realized that he had never met such a creature. Then Hijwit, looking at the players, menacingly asked if they had come to destroy his tribe. Tikal, completely in a panic, waved his arms, begging the monster to listen to him. The monster's eyes glowed with a red flame, which only enhanced his terrifying appearance. He asked what the man wanted to tell him. The master hastened to explain that they had not come to destroy the tribe. They were merely pursuing another player. The guildmaster, sensing that the situation was getting out of control, hastened to promise that they would leave immediately, begging for the opportunity to leave this place without further complications. But instead of listening to him, Hijwit, standing before him with a menacing look, asked who had caused such terrible unrest around them, pointing to the mountain of the dead. Koboldov, the guildmaster, visibly nervous, began to justify himself, saying that all these creatures were destroyed by the archer. But the tribe chief interrupted him. Unleashing his anger, he said that the wounds on the kobolds were clearly not inflicted by an archer. Hijwit continued, stating that people often lie and insult his tribe, which always strives for peace and tranquility. But now it seemed his patience was exhausted, and he decided to act. A fire lit up his eyes, and without hesitation, he killed one of the guild members. Then, as if on cue, the kobolds began their attack. The stupor that had previously paralyzed the players finally wore off, and everyone was ready to engage in battle. The warriors knew they could handle ordinary monsters, but it was best not to mess with a leader like Hijwit. One of the players offered to distract the chieftain while the others fought the kobolds. But as soon as he approached, he was immediately killed. The tribe leader was so strong that he killed a level 50 tank with one blow, leaving the other soldiers confused and realizing that they couldn't defeat this monster. Then Tikal, without wasting any time, ordered Kim to do something. Kim, in turn, did not quite understand what was expected of him because he was a low-level player. no higher than 30. The master, noticing his indecision, clarified that he was a tank and had shields with which he had to cover the team. Then Kim did not argue and, yielding to the order, ran straight to the chief, assuring that he was not afraid of his status. He shouted that for him, Hijwit Ki was just a kobold, and he hoped to defeat him. But before Kim could take a single step toward the chief, the latter cut off his arms and shields with one swing of his sword. Kim didn't even have time to scream before his life was cut short. Thomas and Tikal, who were watching this, realized that Kim probably didn't have time to scream before he died. The danger of the tribe's destruction hung over everyone again, and although most of its inhabitants had already been destroyed, their stubbornness led to Hijwit Ki appearing to punish the people. The Rising Sun Guild, although they had good weapons and high-quality defense, faced an enemy whose strength clearly exceeded their capabilities. Their striking power was on par with level 60 players, and the enemy couldn't possibly be just an ordinary monster for such level 30 players. Then the chieftain asked the guildmaster if he was the last one left alive. Tikal, overcome with despair, began to respond, stating that besides him, there was also a shooter nearby. The master, with desperate hope in his voice, shouted into the void, calling on the shooter to help them. Tikal offered that if the shooter came out and helped him, the reprisal would be called off. Thomas, sitting in the tree, did not immediately realize that the guildmaster was obviously trying to attract his help. He continued to scream, hoping that the shooter would hear him and come to his aid. Thomas realized that his location could now be revealed. The master continued to call for the shooter, and at this time Thomas realized that his exact location had not yet been revealed. He needed to keep it a secret for as long as possible, otherwise everything would be lost. If Thomas hadn't shot, he could have remained hidden for a while longer. He had long since reloaded his weapon, the distance was quite decent, and although he was ready to shoot, he was very well aware that if he couldn't knock the leader down with one accurate shot, he would die. Moreover, even if he manages to destroy the leader, he will still become a target for the rest of the kobolds. He realized that his only chance of survival was to delay the shot and wait for the right moment. Deciding to act carefully, he began to carefully descend from the tree. He understood that if he was noticed, his chances of survival would instantly drop to zero. While the guildmaster continued to desperately call for the archer's help, the chief, noticing his cries, waved his hand and ordered that the man's foot should never set foot on this land again. Then Tikal, unable to bear it any longer, shouted that this scoundrel must die. However, the leader, ignoring the threats, calmly cut off both of his legs. The man was shocked by what happened to him, but he could not do anything because of the severe pain. Then he tried to crawl back, but the monster continued to follow him. The guildmaster began to beg for mercy, promising that he would never return. However, Hijwit Ki, not impressed by the promises, interrupted his words, saying that people never keep their promises. Then he began to cut him to pieces, leaving him no chance of survival. Thomas watched this, knowing that the death of the guildmaster would mark the complete destruction of the entire Rising Sun Guild. But no matter how much he regretted it, he had to admit their death was inevitable. However, what could have been a liberation for him, in fact, only brought new problems. The wrath of the kobolds and their vengeful nature putting the hero in an even more dangerous position. He realized that even if other players appeared nearby, he would not be able to count on help. In this situation, he could only survive on his own. The kobolds began to search for whoever was hiding nearby, and dispersing in different directions gave the protagonist a chance to find a good place to shoot. This cheered him up a little, but the presence of the leader, Hijwit Ki, did not give him peace. This monster was different. It clearly didn't look like a normal kobold, much less an NPC in humanoid form. Thomas felt him approaching when the chieftain growled and announced that the man lurking nearby had finally decided to come out. Thomas didn't know whether the leader had noticed him or not, but he felt the situation was getting tense. The leader approached with a quiet but confident step, and Thomas, not knowing whether to shoot now or wait, remained indecisive. At such close range, even the slightest mistake could result in his location being revealed. He concentrated, trying to stay calm, evening his breathing and aiming the weapon at the chieftain's head. Suddenly, Hijwit Ki gave the order to all the defenders to gather, pointing to the place where, in his opinion, the man was hiding. At that moment, Thomas realized that his location was exposed, and it was too late to aim now. However, when the leader shouted for his kobolds to go to the entrance, Thomas knew this was his chance. He decided that while everyone was rushing to the entrance, he needed to urgently look for the ideal place to shoot until Hijwit and his warriors returned, at which point he needed to act quickly and accurately, otherwise his chances would disappear. When Thomas looked around, he was surprised that any of the players had come to the village at all. He was grateful that someone had distracted the enemy, giving him a chance to act. But despite that, he couldn't allow the kobold leader's head to fall into the hands of anyone else. As it turned out, Hana and Matsushige were trapped. They had gone too far and now paid for their curiosity. The knight warned Hana not to go any further, but the girl couldn't resist the urge to see the kobold leader up close. Hana then worriedly asked the knight how strong the monster was, and the knight with bated breath replied that judging by how easily Hijwit Ki dealt with the members of the Solar Guild, they most likely would not be able to resist him. Soon the tribe's warriors caught up with them, and Hana and the knight simply could not believe that the protagonist had actually managed to summon the leader himself. It was almost impossible, especially considering he seemed to have figured it all out based solely on clues left by the captured monster. Then Hana, feeling her strength leaving her, tried with difficulty to continue moving. She admitted that she was no longer able to keep up the pace. Then the knight, without wasting any time, tore the scroll and summoned a wall of fire, trying to hold off the monsters at least for a while. As they tried to escape, Hijwit Kai shouted angrily that these insolent people dared to harm his tribe and his other people. The knight encouraged Hana, reminding her that their only goal was to escape from the village and escape peacefully. But despite all her efforts, Hana, even though she ran as fast as she could, felt the tribe's leader break through the wall of fire. He continued to follow them unhurriedly, but clearly determined that his only goal was their death. At this point, Matsushige said that they were almost there. He took out another scroll and asked Han to take his hand. When they finally entered the portal, something incredible happened. The monster suddenly collapsed to the ground. They stood stunned, not understanding what had happened, but at the same time suspecting that the leader had simply lost consciousness. However, Matsushige decided not to hesitate. He jumped very high, holding his friend by the hand, and carried her to another place. Meanwhile, the monster continued to kneel. As it turned out, Thomas had climbed up to the observation tower a few minutes ago, which of course wasn't the best option for shooting, but he knew it would still work. Thanks to fire magic, he could accurately assess the direction and speed of the wind. Watching the smoke, Thomas, feeling gratitude to the stranger, mentally thanked him. The wind was blowing from the southwest at a speed of 1 meter per second. He took aim and fired at a target 150 meters away. Thomas could feel the monster moving away, but he could still keep it in his crosshairs. The distance increased to 180 meters, but Thomas did not lose his composure and found the perfect place for a shot. He saw the leader and at that moment pulled the trigger. The monster seemed to be struck. The bullet pierced his head, and he didn't even have time to utter a word. Surrounded by his subjects, he fell dead to the ground. Suddenly, as if in response to his victory, Thomas received several level-up notifications. Standing on the tower, he looked at the night sky, feeling victory in every cell of his body. Immediately, he received a notification that the clan leader had been defeated, and as a result, all kobolds nearby were weakened by 50% for a whole hour. Thomas was shocked by the game's generosity, and he realized that even the kobolds that the Sun Guild had destroyed had not yet been resurrected. As he continued to analyze the situation, it became clear that the level of these monsters ranged from 15 to 20, which is not that high by the standards of the game. However, Thomas remembered that the Sun Guild members had not taken the items from the monsters they had killed, which gave him the opportunity to take everything that remained from the killed monsters and players. He decided that the first thing he would do would be to analyze his achievements, since he managed to eliminate one of the deputies with just one shot, and he also became the third and final player to be inducted into the Hall of Fame as the one who killed the head of the kobolds with one shot. Thomas realized that with each quest, the rewards became more significant and the conditions became more difficult, meaning that even high-level players would have a hard time dealing with such raid monsters. Although Thomas was inducted into the Hall of Fame, which certainly added to his status, he still believed that the best players in the world could easily defeat the chief. He knew he was incredibly lucky. Without his previous achievements, he couldn't even imagine how he could defeat such a powerful monster. It was thanks to this quest that he received an additional 20 stat points. After thinking about it, Thomas decided that he needed to level up his skills one more time before continuing, but he was already ready for new achievements. He concentrated, feeling his powers grow. He leveled up again and was now at 32. In that hour, while the kobolds were weakened, it became much easier for him to track them. After some thought, Thomas decided to stop and check his updated specs. Looking into his character window, he discovered that he now had 18 achievements and 35 stat points. Initially, he thought about investing all his points into skill, but then he remembered that strength was no less important. After all, if health was significantly increased, it would help him survive and last longer in battle. In all of this, as in the same approach to strength, one rule was important. The more, the better, and this worked the same way with other characteristics. Becoming a musketeer was not easy. It was a class designed for long-range combat, but success depended on each specific situation. Because one shot is one life, and it does not matter whose life it is, the enemy or the shooter. Thomas then decided to leave 5 points untouched and distribute the rest among skills. Now he had 327 skill points. He knew he needed to level up his skills to level 63. It would take time and effort, but Thomas was confident he could do it. Then he recalculated all his parameters again, closed his eyes and whispered, saying that he would soon come for Igor. After all these preparations, it was time to return to Elstock. Thomas was going to report the completion of the task and sell all the collected items. His head was full of thoughts and plans. He knew that new challenges awaited him, but he also needed to decide what to do with the lunchbox, since time was short. He hesitated, wondering whether to give it away or sell it. If the reward for passing the lunchbox had been more clear, it might have been easier for him to make his decision. But the reward for completing the task was an invitation to the opening of the second branch of the restaurant. Thomas, however, did not understand the true value of this invitation. It seemed like the Midros developers weren't too forthcoming when it came to rewards. Meanwhile, an interesting situation occurred in one building. The girl who received the letter 3 months ago finally reached Elstock. However, she couldn't understand why she hadn't received an answer for so long. Meanwhile, Thomas, having checked all his items, noticed that while hunting kobolds, he did not pay attention to what fell and simply threw everything into his bag. And only now did he wonder what he had actually received from the old man. Thomas was surprised at his luck when he discovered that the dead monster had dropped a ring on him. It was a special protective ring that provided 70 defense units and was also linked to a unique skill, the skill itself promising that no enemy would be able to get close to the player. For the hero, this was an incredible gift. He realized that with this ring, in essence, he could have an extra life in reserve. Thomas couldn't believe his luck. He remembered that the deceased had not used this item, and he didn't understand why this happened. In addition, the defeated monster dropped 2 unique items, which was an additional reason for surprise. The description of the bone necklace that belonged to the kobold leader was impressive. It gave 30 points of defense and provided an additional 10% protection against fatal blows. Although he didn't manage to collect the complete set, the item was certainly useful, and he felt like he had won second prize in the lottery. In any case, it was a very lucky trophy. Now the main character only had to hand over the task to Bezbrov. When he reached the academy, he was greeted by a somewhat unexpected landscape. It seemed that the academy looked much worse than most of the buildings in the capital. Compared to the more modern buildings of the capital city, this building was shabby. However, what awaited him inside was much stranger. Thomas stepped inside and immediately heard the sounds of gunshots. In front of him stood several strange young men who, as it turned out, had burst into the academy and were shouting that after such an event, Bezbrov would not remain alive. Then Thomas quickly realized that there was another person inside. As soon as the hero managed to realize what was happening, another shot rang out. It seemed the situation was escalating. Before leaving, the men noted that Bezbrovi knew better whether he considered himself a war hero, but they would deal with him anyway. And then, to the hero's amazement, 3 shots rang out in a row. Bezbrovi actually managed to shoot 3 times, and Thomas couldn't believe his eyes. The guy couldn't understand how he was able to reload so quickly. After the situation had calmed down, the man finally greeted his charge properly. However, at that moment, Thomas could not take his eyes off Bezbrov's weapon. The thing is that the shots rang out one after another, literally within seconds. I was 100% sure that Bezbrov fired from the same musket. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was an unreal rate of fire. Thomas thought that if the first charge was already in the muzzle, then reloading would take about 10 seconds. But if the musket was empty, the reloading process could take no more than 7 seconds. And even self-loading rifles did not have such a rate of fire. Despite all the enhancing factors, the reload speed could take at least 3 seconds. Thomas then came to the conclusion that if the bolt speed could be increased, this weapon could become the fastest in the world. He looked closely at the walls and noticed three musket mounts that seemed to belong to the same three musketeers who had been at the academy. Then Bezbrowovi noted that he had made a fool of himself, but Thomas did not agree with him, saying that all this was not so at all. On the contrary, it was extremely impressive. Bezbrowovi explained that the day before, a detachment of holy knights from the Holy Order had visited the academy, and their visit had left a mark. The knights informed Bezbrow that Manahijwat Ka had disappeared completely. Thomas, confirming this, thought about how seriously this message influenced further actions. Bezbrowovi, in turn, noted that, despite the distance to the farm, Thomas completed the task very quickly. The director of the academy praised him for this, and Thomas thanked him in return. As soon as he received this recognition, he received a notification that his intimacy level with Bezbrov had increased by 20%, and his relationship with the Holy Knight Squad had also improved. In addition, his achievement level for the kingdom had also increased. Thomas felt that he had truly lived up to Bezbrov's expectations, but Bezbrov himself suddenly declared that, in fact, Thomas had even exceeded their expectations. Eventually, Thomas reached 100% intimacy with Bezbrov and successfully completed the task, at which point the man began to explain that requests for the heads of weak monsters were completely inappropriate at this point. Thomas, although a little surprised, readily replied that he would carry out any task that Bezbrowovi gave him. However, his mentor interrupted him, sharply telling him to shut up. He did not want his student to waste time on such small, trivial tasks. Instead, he had a completely different, much more serious task. For a moment, Thomas thought, it seemed like he had turned from a child into a real adult who was entrusted with important missions. At this point, Thomas couldn't resist asking Bezbrov how he managed to fire his musket so quickly. In response, the man asked if Thomas thought his shooting was really fast. Bezbrowovi clarified that the protagonist still needs to do a lot of work to reach that level. Thomas wasn't quite sure what Bezbrowovi meant, but he thought he was probably hinting that maybe they should work on improving the weapon's reload speed. Thomas then continued, asking if Bezbrov had some kind of developed special skill or if he was perhaps using magic to shoot so quickly. Bezbrowovi, hearing this, growled, ordering him not to talk nonsense. Thomas then asked if there was anything unusual or hidden about the black musket his mentor had fired. This question clearly surprised Bezbrov, since Thomas was sure that there was something hidden in the musket. He suspected that there was something important hidden in the musket, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out exactly what it was, so he needed to find the right words to get to the point. He then decided to ask if the black musket had any connection with the founders of the academy. At that moment, Bezbrowovi abruptly put his glass on the table and then he looked aggressively at the hero and asked if he knew anything about the three archers. At this, Thomas felt that he had finally touched on the key topic that was being discussed. Thomas asked if Bezbrowovi was referring to the three founders of Brown Bess Academy. Eyebrowless Thomas knew was a master of fire magic, Mr. Brown was a master of penetration, and Elizabeth was a master of precision. Then Bezbrowovi, with a barely noticeable smile, clarified that it would be much more correct to call Elizabeth Mrs. Brown. Thomas didn't immediately understand what the man meant, but it seemed the name of the academy was connected specifically to her name. Bezbrowovi continued, explaining that in those distant times when three legendary archers ruled the kingdom of Pubiel, the academy was experiencing its glory days. In those days, rumors circulated about marksmen who became true heroes on the battlefield. People literally grabbed their muskets and headed to the academy to learn from these masters. Bezbrowovi said that in those years it was impossible to walk through the academy's corridors, as the firing lines were never empty. The man added that the two musketeers were very different from him, not only in how they ran the academy, but also in their attitude towards people. And after a short, tense pause, Thomas asked where those two shooters were now, and Bezbrowovi replied that they had disappeared without a trace during the war. Now the man entrusted the main character with a new task. He had to find traces of Mr. Brown and Mrs. Brown within 20 days. Thomas was stunned. It was a difficult and very responsible task. He could not believe that he just needed to find out if these two legendary shooters were alive. Then Thomas felt that something was wrong here. He suspected that there was some kind of trick hidden here. After all, the creators of the game never created quests without a reason. People who went missing during the war were usually presumed dead, But the assignment he had been given clearly lacked that obvious endpoint. They weren't just vanished without a trace. But Thomas understood that if he refused the assignment, not only would he fail to live up to Bezbrovov's expectations, but he would also have to face punishment, a fine and possibly even more serious consequences. After some thought, he made up his mind. Thomas said that he was ready to try to find out what really happened to the founders of the academy. In response, Bezbrovi sharply asked if Thomas thought he would succeed. However, the protagonist, without hesitation, replied that he could not give up without even trying. Hearing this answer, Bezbrov smiled faintly, and perhaps remembering the past added that Miss Elizabeth would certainly have hugged him for such determination. He then went on to say that during the days of fighting on the march, when their strength was running low, they had no time to look after each other. Brown and Elizabeth set out to find the perfect shooting spot. Bezbrovi acted separately, together with a detachment of the military union Mini Pubio. Thomas, in turn, was disappointed with the game's algorithms because he only knew about one marching plane and a place for shooting at targets, and there were no other clues. The mission to Midrose, if carried out in real time, would have taken no more than 4 days, but for the hero, it seemed like an eternity. He understood that if he failed, he would be returned to his previous position, a catcher of bats and spiders in the dark forest. However, what was especially difficult was that 2 other players had already successfully completed this quest. Thomas couldn't afford to fall behind and decided to start by searching for information in the shops located near the academy. The process was quite confusing, but the sellers seemed to treat him like a close friend, sincerely wishing him luck. Furthermore, his trading skills were obviously improving, as he successfully sold several items and had now raised his skill level to level 5. Having decided that he needed to gather information at the weapons store, Thomas headed there. The merchant, seeing him, was glad to meet him and readily listened to the hero's request. He said that he needed to know about Mr. and Mrs. Brown, the founders of the Musketeer Academy. The salesman, without hesitation, explained that Brown and Elizabeth were the couple of the century, whose love blossomed during the war. Thomas realized he had entered the conversation at just the right moment and immediately delved into the details. The merchant continued that although many people believed they had died during the war, the earliest rumors that circulated about Brown and Elizabeth were very different from those that have survived to this day. The hero's question about the rumors prompted him to reveal even more sensational details, and as he approached the merchant, he waited for further revelations. Then the merchant began to whisper something extremely strange in his ear. Thomas recoiled, not believing his ears, and a little confused, he stepped back sharply, while the merchant, noticing his reaction, tried to justify himself, saying that it was just a rumor. However, Thomas could not completely dismiss this information, despite the fact that it was not only the most detailed, but also the most senseless of everything he had heard. He categorically rejected this theory, saying that he could not believe such a thing, because people defeated the monsters and put an end to the war. Suddenly, the merchant became gloomy and added that the people's victory was granted to them by some miracle, which puzzled the protagonist. The hero didn't expect the NPC to be so serious and persistent about the situation, but Thomas sensed that there was more to the story than met the eye and decided to investigate further into these strange rumors. Despite his skepticism, he asked if there were any other rumors or stories the merchant could tell him, and the merchant replied that Thomas might not believe what he was about to hear. However, the hero persistently asked whether there was any story about an escape for love among these rumors. The merchant, with visible excitement in his voice, hinted that half of the people who claimed to have seen Brown and Elizabeth died at the hands of the director of the academy himself. This unexpected turn made the hero ask where the merchant got this information from. The merchant's answer became even more intriguing when he said that he learned of what had happened from the man who had last seen the 2 founders in person. Then the seller, with a sly smile on his face, obviously knew what he was doing, suggested a tactic with the purchase. He said that he would reveal the name only after Thomas purchased the weapon from him. The protagonist was furious. But despite this, Thomas understood that if he wanted to learn more, he would have to play by their rules. After all, he could always sell the weapon back. The merchant offered him a musket for 18 gold coins, and this price stunned the hero. He wasn't ready to spend that amount, although he had thought about buying a new weapon before, but 18 gold was too expensive, so Thomas started looking for alternatives. He soon picked up a second option, the Spitfire, a weapon with a damage output of 1270 in a firing range of 40 meters, but cost 12 gold coins. He was already starting to think about abandoning the purchase altogether when he came across a third option, a needle gun, with a striking power of only 688, but the price was only 6 gold. It seemed like a great option for a sub-40 player, and although it was still quite expensive for him, Thomas decided to hunt with this weapon for now. He turned to the salesman, deciding that this would be his choice, picked up the needle gun and activated his sales skills. Standing in front of the merchant, with suspicion in his eyes, he asked how much the weapon would cost him. Soon, the merchant wished him good luck with his sales and left the store. However, the deal still netted him 70 silver coins, which was quite good. However, the more important news for the hero was that he learned about the Nitai Valley. The fact is that there lived an eyewitness who saw the two founders of the academy, and the widest area of the swamp was located there. This discovery was, of course, useful, but new problems immediately arose. He understood that it would not be possible to save money, since the journey from one person to another would cost 80 coins. Without thinking, Thomas handed over the required amount to the girl who was involved in teleporting people. She thanked him sadly, and a moment later he was on the other side of the portal. Looking at his feet, Thomas realized something important. The best thing money can buy is time. He calculated that if this continued, he would soon be broke. These teleportations were too expensive, and frankly, his financial situation was starting to worry him. He knew he had to find the one-armed hero who had fought in the war in this small village. Not fully understanding what was going on around him, Thomas noticed the children running after an old grandfather in rags. The beggar, in turn, shouted for the children to give him their sword, because according to him, they needed to pursue the archers. Thomas, feeling like it was none of his business, thought that if he chased these kids away, the NPC would most likely give him another standard quest. He had 2 other assignments, and frankly, he didn't want to be distracted. He told himself to let Lepanto, the one-armed hero, wait for him, and decided to focus on searching the taverns. The tavern greeted him with a tense atmosphere. People were drinking and talking, but the atmosphere was more oppressive than joyful. The innkeeper nodded to him affably, and Thomas, stuttering, barely managed to mumble that he just wanted to ask something. Perhaps it was the kingdom's border zone, or perhaps it was simply the nature of all the characters here. But half of those sitting in the inn clearly had only one arm, and everything seemed different from what he expected. Some of the traders, noticing his interest, asked if he was referring to the famous swordsman who had fought on the front lines during the war. Others claimed that such a swordsman could not possibly have been in this village, while still others did not know him at all. Thus, different people told him completely different information. Thomas then thought that this was at least some direction, but in the end, the answer did not help. He knew he needed to review all the information he had collected during the day. Lepanto was a warrior who used a rapier in combat and actively fought on the front lines of the Great War between humans and monsters. He is also the original source of rumors that Brown and Elizabeth betrayed the people. Thomas was puzzled. He knew that the rumors that had spread around Mrs. Elizabeth and Mr. Brown were too loud to ignore. But even if the armory owner's words were true, Thomas knew that handing over such things to the academy director would be tantamount to suicide. Time was running out. He had only 12 days left for the boxing mission and 19 for the one concerning the missing legends. With determination, the hero headed to the Nitai trading shops, hoping to find at least some clues. But most local merchants had never heard of Lepanto or any other local heroes. Some shops were closed due to the late hour. Thomas, beginning to feel disappointed, could not understand why such a famous person as Lepanto was so difficult to find. He hardly expected to meet a player with a rapier, but he still hoped that at least someone could tell him something useful. The hero assumed that at least someone must know this Lepanto by sight. Just when he was ready to give in and make money on raid number 2, a man suddenly appeared behind him. Suddenly, the stranger grabbed him by the shoulders, causing him to experience real shock. Thomas screamed in fear, but the man was in no hurry to answer his questions. Instead, he simply asked him if Thomas wanted to play war. At that moment, Thomas realized that this was the same beggar he had seen during the day, the same panhandler who had been running after children and shouting strange things. Thomas, not wanting to get involved in a stupid idea, decided to restrain himself and suggested leaving everything for tomorrow. But then the beggar, with unusual persistence, began to persuade him to play at night, saying that it would be much more exciting. Then Thomas, after thinking for a bit, realized that even if his synchronization with this NPC was only 50%, he still couldn't sense its presence. It was as if he was just an NPC in the game. Suddenly, Thomas noticed that something was wrong with the mysterious man's hand. When the wind lifted the man's cloak, the boy saw that he had no other arm at all. At that moment, Thomas realized that this was not just a beggar, but Lepanto himself, the one-armed swordsman. As soon as this realization came to him, Lepanto, without wasting any time, ordered the squire to run forward and hand him the sword. At once, a strange, alarming laugh was heard from Lepanto, who with wild joy demanded his favorite rapier. Thomas realized that he had found Lepanto, but he had an equally important task ahead of him. He needed to find out if the rumors circulating about him were true. Thomas then introduced himself and began to carefully hint that he would like to ask a couple of questions. But the madman Lepanto, not allowing him to continue, rushed forward with incredible speed, as if immortalizing his bravery in the game. Lepanto ordered his squire to follow him, shouting that the war was not over yet. Meanwhile, Thomas looked at him in confusion, unable to understand how this old man could move so quickly. This was a real revelation for him, confirming that he had been wrong in underestimating Lepanto. Thomas didn't have time to stop him, so he suddenly shouted about Mr. and Mrs. Elizabeth. The crazy expression on Lepanto's face changed instantly. He stopped abruptly, turning to face the protagonist. He screamed at him to run away immediately, otherwise Brown's bullet would threaten to hit him right in the head. Thomas froze in horror. He did not understand what Lepanto was talking about, why Mr. and Mrs. Brown were mentioned. But one thing was clear, Lepanto clearly knew something important. As Lepanto ran again, Thomas, still in disbelief, heard him shout that at least 5 layers of cover were needed to protect against Brown's bullet. Shouting at him to run as far away as possible, Lepanto added that Elizabeth was watching them from afar. These mysterious words stunned the hero. He didn't know what to do with this information. Madman Lepanto undoubtedly knew something, and that something was clearly important. He suddenly stopped, making strange sounds that could hardly be described as anything other than crying. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, and he began calling for Mr. and Mrs. Brown, begging them not to leave him at that moment. Thomas, observing him, immediately realized that Lepanto had post-traumatic stress disorder. Moreover, in his case, it manifested itself in its most severe form. He remembered being told about this in the army. Thomas understood that such symptoms often occurred in those who had survived brutal wars. It seemed as if Lepanto still lived on the battlefield. In this situation, there was no point in asking questions, because Lepanto was in such a state that any conversation could only make things worse. Thomas realized that he needed to approach this matter differently. He decided to attract Lepanto's attention in a different way, through something more elementary and close. The protagonist was a level 5 chef, so he invited Lepanto to come over, convincing him that he might be hungry. Lepanto, attracted by the delicious aroma, could not resist and approached him. As Lepanto, still stunned by the experience, looked at the food, Thomas casually mentioned that he had actually prepared it to give to someone, but he didn't know who. This caused a strange reaction from the man, who, having lost all sense of reality, began to shout, addressing a non-existent squire, that the meat was cooked perfectly. Thomas, somewhat embarrassed, asked which squire they were talking about, but Lepanto only muttered in response that there was no point in continuing the conversation now. He continued to talk about how the demon mountain needed to be killed first. After finishing the meal, Lepanto, suddenly inspired, announced that the time had come to deal the decisive blow to the remnants of the Demon King. Thomas thought about these words and, after a short pause, told Lepanto to wait a bit. He tried to explain that the battlefield was too dangerous now, and that it was better to seek help. Then Thomas, hinting again, said that perhaps they should ask Mr. and Mrs. Brown for help. Suddenly Lepanto, hearing this, recoiled in fear, declaring that these two would never return. He conveyed their words that at the next meeting they would all definitely become enemies. At this point, he continued that as soon as he reported this to the highest leadership, he would definitely face punishment for such words. The consequences were absolutely obvious. The fate of 2 heroes of the country should not be denigrated. The hero understood that Lepanto was not only aware of the events, but had also actively participated in the final dialogue with the musketeers. Thomas was confident that with the right approach he could extract the necessary information. Then Lepanto took to his heels again, shouting that Thomas must take his rapier because he had to punish someone. The hero noticed that this conversation led to nothing, and did not understand at all why the madman decided to run away again. Suddenly he received a new assignment. Now he had to protect the war hero. If he did not find the madman's rapier, Lepanto would simply die. But in case of success, Thomas was counting on a significant reward. Lepanto again rushed off somewhere in a hurry, and Thomas, unable to resist, asked him where he was going in such a hurry. Once he arrived, he realized that Lepanto was moving towards the battlefield. They were on the plain of marshes which formed the outer boundary of the kingdom, and it was precisely here that Mr. and Mrs. Brown had gone in search of the ideal spot for target shooting. It wasn't just a place, it was a world where monster raids never stopped. The man said that, among other things, there was a legion of cursed ants on this plain, as well as dark elves. But Thomas had no idea what characters Lepanto was talking about. He couldn't check the monsters' levels beforehand, and it would be completely reckless to go into such a place without preparation. Besides, the hero only had 100 bullets left. In such a situation, it would have been much wiser to turn around and leave. But Lepanto, apparently deciding that the best way to deal with the threat was to fight it, began shouting at the monsters, eager to engage in combat. He ran up to them and with fierce determination ordered his squire to take his rapier. At this time, Thomas shouted that they had arrived just in time, but nevertheless, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The hero then ordered the unarmed men to step aside and not interfere with him, while Lepanto tried to figure out where his rapier had gone. The only consolation in this situation was that the monsters seemed to have noticed the hero. Thomas understood that he could not simply complete the task without finding a suitable rapier. He didn't want to do it, but he had no choice but to use whatever he had at hand. Thomas then applied his well-honed hand movements, starting with the larger monsters. The force of his blow increased threefold, but despite all the power, the monster did not even fall. It was only slightly grazed. Meanwhile, small flying monsters began to rapidly approach the main character. At first, Thomas thought it would be better for him to simply run away, because these creatures moved with astonishing speed. However, Lepanto, without wasting any time, shouted right into his ear that he could kill these creatures with one blow of his rapier. Thomas replied that they hadn't found the rapier yet, but without wasting any time, he quickly reloaded his weapon, threw the old man aside, and began shooting at the small flying monsters. He shot them right through, and they fell down rather quickly, as if mown down. But before he could reload his gun, Thomas finished off several pilots with his bayonet, knocking down the smallest ones with one precise blow. He was able to deal with the monsters in just one hit. Next in line were monsters that looked like old, decrepit trees. The tree monsters were too slow, which allowed the protagonist to calmly shoot at them from afar until they fell. Lepanto, in turn, was completely delighted and asked when his squire became so strong. Thomas, however, realized that throughout this entire time, tree monsters had the highest resistance among all normal monsters. However, Lepanto, without losing his enthusiasm, stated that with such skills, Thomas could become the commander of a detachment of musketeers. He even noted with pride that Thomas single-handedly dealt with the damned ants. The madman started talking nonsense again, which finally drove the hero crazy. He got really angry and turned to Lepanto, calling on him to shut up for at least a few seconds and speak normally. Lepanto seemed to take this seriously, falling silent, and Thomas whispered softly in his ear that attacking the monsters openly would be suicide. He continued, explaining that this should be reported to the regiment commander. At that moment, as if to confirm his words, a stranger suddenly appeared behind them. The man called out to them, and calling the hero by name attracted their attention. Thomas was shocked. He recognized his old friend, Beamy. The familiar appearance left no doubt, and Thomas was happy to meet him, although the meeting seemed almost impossible. Once they found themselves face to face, they were both glad to meet again. Thomas, without wasting any time, immediately asked what Beamy was doing in these parts. The lizard explained that he was there in search of prey, hunting. At first, Thomas was a little doubtful of his words, but soon realized that Beamy certainly had to be of a high level to be in such a dangerous place. It was quite obvious that being here was extremely risky. Then Lepanto, without hiding his surprise, could not believe that among the hero's acquaintances, there was such an outstanding person. The hero thought to himself that the Beamy Academy was located at the farthest end of the kingdom, and Thomas wondered with surprise how it happened that this man ended up here. Moreover, Thomas noticed that Beamy seemed to be without a team. Judging by the fact that the lizard came here, one could assume that he had significantly increased his level. Then Beamy, thinking out loud, suggested that the hero's equipment probably dropped from the boss's field. Thomas, after thinking about it, realized that even Kay probably didn't know about it. But strangely, Beamy understood his equipment at first glance. Then Thomas suggested that they work together, since he also had a task, and this could be a good opportunity for cooperation. Bimi, after a short pause, agreed to the proposal, although he admitted that he had some problems. It seemed as if something had really happened to him, and something in his behavior had changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Biemi also became interested in the hero's mission and offered to work on the team. The formed team was nevertheless satisfied with this prospect, and Lepanto, nodding with satisfaction, noted that there were only a few lizard mages in the Demon King's troops. If this lizard had gone over to their side, they would have become practically invincible. Bimi, feeling interested in the situation, asked the hero what kind of troops these were. The troops of the Demon King. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, explained that not all of these NPCs were in this place, but their enemies were cursed ants and dark elves, and these creatures always traveled in pairs. Bimi suggested that the protagonist get ready for action, and he himself confidently began to move forward. However, the hero was uneasy because he wasn't a tank and was wearing rather shabby equipment. But the lizard advised the protagonist not to be distracted by minor troubles, but to focus on the ants. At that moment, the little monsters looked at Biemi and said that they hadn't seen a lizard in this area for a long time. However, the next moment, the lizard suddenly began to release its poisonous breath onto the monsters, and the elves began to rapidly die from its effects. The hero was extremely surprised that they died as soon as the lizard breathed its last. After this, Bimi commanded the hero to act. Without thinking twice, they coordinated their attack and simultaneously fired at the monster. The hero was surprised that the monster, which he usually spent 5 bullets on, died so quickly. Thomas noted that the potency of Biemi's poison was significantly greater than his shots. Then Biemi, apparently tired, suggested that everyone take a rest, which at first glance seemed like a reasonable decision. Lepanto, meanwhile, began to build trenches in preparation for possible demon attacks. However, Thomas could not understand what was happening at all because Bimi himself decided to rest and kept looking around as if he was on guard. Even though he had leveled up to level 33 during his hunt, Thomas knew that the swamp plain was definitely not a place for level 30 or 40 players. He decided to carefully ask Bimi what level he really was. Although not much time had passed since their meeting at Candle Castle, Bimi, without losing his composure, replied that he was now at level 51. Thomas, hearing this, could not believe that such progress was possible in such a short time. Bimi explained that to level up quickly, you just need to know where and when to hunt, adding that he is in a hurry and needs to deal with the current quest first because he is very busy.